download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama, dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
Papaman murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
Double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy, level dewa.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Kadia. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Masuk lewat tempat yang berbeda. Glorious Power langsung dikeluarkan dan sekarang ada influencer memang sudah dihasilkan sekarang. Coba lihat, ada satu blade juga tadi seperti udah langsung dihasilkan begitu saja dengan revitalize yang memang sudah terlihat pula. Tapi dengan crossbow of tank yang sudah dihasilkan dengan ada satu lagi netherram di bagian bawah itu menghambat bagaimana damage yang bisa dihasilkan oleh warna pertempuran yang kembali terjadi dengan satu lagi Katron. Tapi Vincentnya dihalang oleh Wewen yang ada di dalam tubuh dari Evan. Tapi tempatnya berbeda, Masako. Kars bisa saja dikeroyok dan benar saja Kars langsung diolehin dengan satu flicker tadi seperti udah langsung dikeluarkan oleh Kars. Winter Crown, ada Binapuri. Sementara tadi udah ada pergerakan langsung dihasilkan di mana Kars sudah berhasil langsung dihilangkan dengan sangat cepat dan Azura pergi kepada berbeda. Ray-nya satu yang terakhir dan Ray terbakar bahkan Chorizo tertinggal sendirian di bagian belakang dan Chorizo menjadi korban.
Selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 14 MPL Arena. Boleh dong mana suaranya? Wow, minggu demi minggu telah kita terlewati dan tak terasa. Tinggal 2 hari lagi kita mengakhiri regular season 14 MPL Indonesia kali ini. Dan tentunya di minggu ke-9 di hari kedua kali ini akan mempertemukan antara 2 tim yang nasibnya cukup berbeda menuju babak playoff. Ada Geek Fam yang sudah mengamankan tiket menuju babak playoff. Sedangkan Geek Fam akan berlawanan, akan bertemu dengan EVOS Glory yang sayang sekali harus rela posisinya di babak playoff ternyata tidak berlanjut. Dan tentunya kali ini akan tetap sangat menarik karena kedua tim ini akan menjadi ajang pembuktian untuk memperlihatkan improvement mereka. Baik itu Geek Fam, improvement menuju babak playoff, sedangkan juga EVOS Glory akan terus menunjukkan improvement untuk ditunjukkan nanti persiapannya untuk MPL Indonesia di season selanjutnya. Dan di sini, wow, EVOS Fam dan juga Geek Community sudah berkumpul. EVOS Fam, mana suaranya? Jangan mau kalah dong, Geek Community, mana suaranya? Superfans sudah begitu semangat untuk mendukung tim kesayangan mereka. Thank you untuk seluruh Superfans. Dan tentunya thank you untuk MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports Kidia, Official Gold Partner by UBS Gold, dan tentunya ada partner in esports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, ada Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan juga Widring. Dan gak lupa juga thank you untuk suppliers kita. Thank you untuk Erigo, Klik Indomaret, Yummy Choice, dan juga Saturdays. Dan gak lupa juga thank you untuk PBSI karena MPL Indonesia supported by PBSI. Dan tanpa berlama-lama, kalau kita flashback ya di leg pertama kemarin, EVOS Glory harus merelakan kemenangan untuk Geek Fam. Karena Geek Fam waktu itu mengalahkan dengan skor 2-1. Tapi kali ini kita akan melihat apakah EVOS Glory akan membalaskan dendam di leg pertama dan menutup pertandingan terakhir mereka, match terakhir mereka di MPL Indonesia Season 14 dengan kemenangan, ataukah sebaliknya Geek Fam akan mengulang kejadian di leg yang pertama. So, tanpa berlama-lama lagi, boleh sekali lagi dong, mana semangatnya MPL Arena? Dan inilah match pembukaan di minggu ke-9 hari yang kedua kali ini antara Geek Fam dan EVOS Glory.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second final day of week 9 of MPL ID Season 14. Everything's gone by so quick. I can't believe we're actually at this point. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast. My name is Eterna, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. And we do have 3 matches ahead of us, starting off with Geek versus EVOS. Now, I gotta say, 9 weeks flew by so quickly, and we're finally at this point. And unfortunately for the EVOS fans around the world, this will be the final performance that EVOS will have here in the regular season, as they will not be able to make it to the playoffs. So, you know, let's what do you call it? Let's
give them a send-off.
A beautiful one.
A beautiful send-off.
One.
Well, I think the most beautiful send-off has to come through their own performance, right? Even though here we can give them as good of a call-out, as good of a send-off, they're going to have to show the world that, hey, we can end the season at least on a good note, despite not making it to the playoffs.
And today they have a really good chance in doing so, because we've seen Geek Fam. They've been a strong contender, but that last second, that late in the season performance boost really hasn't been apparent for them just yet. So EVOS can definitely take the stage today in match number 1. And later on, this is today's schedule. Team Liquid ID against RRQ, match of the day, and one of the biggest matches I think that a lot of people have been waiting on to just see who is actually the most dominant team in MPL ID Season 14 so far. And later on, there's Fnatic Onyx against Alter Ego, which will kind of affect how Alter Ego is doing in the standings too.
And other than that, it will also affect how RRQ, Hoshi, or Bigatron Alpha, either or who will be making it to the upper brackets. These are the standings presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. And so, despite us knowing a little bit more about who's going to be making it to the playoffs, we still do need to figure out whether it be Alter Ego or Devil United who will be taking that final slot into the playoffs, as well as who will be accompanying Team Liquid ID in the upper brackets. But on top of that, also the seedings, right? Because who's going to be at number 4, who's going to be at number 5, who's going to be number 3. These are going to be very important for the brackets into the play-in. So for Geek right now, it's a big question. Which side do they want to be on? Who do they want to be facing off against in the playoffs?
Because there's still a chance, folks, that if Alter Ego win both their last matches, and if Geek Fam lose this match here, because this is going to be their final match of the season, there's going to be a tiebreaker for 5th and 6th place. And you don't really want to be 6th place. Here is the play-in scenario. Seeding-wise, 3rd place goes up against 6th, 4th place goes up against 5th. I think either way, it's like whatever seed you get, it's going to be a tough matchup in day one because Fnatic Onic are going to be there, Bigatron as well, and Alter Ego, a team that we didn't really rate, but now has been, wow, impressing everybody.
They have been impressing everybody, but Geek Fam, again, it's like the opposite situation. Usually Geek Fam are the big brains, the very consistent, the one that has a team that has constant performance improvements the whole time. But now the stability of their lineup has been called into question. We've seen even in the last match, I actually casted for them at least, that they once again went for a bit of a swap here, and it seems like they still haven't made up their mind on which lineup is the best, is the most consistent. And that's a very concerning thing if you're a Geek Fam supporter. I can imagine Sheffin just quaking in his boots right now.
I would imagine as well, right? Which is the strongest line? I mean, it would be a different scenario if we were still in like maybe the 5th, 4th week of the season, but we're literally in the final week, the final days of the season. But let's take a look at Dora DSP's view on Geek Fam's preparation for the playoffs. We might be more prepared for the playoffs too, so we want to explore in terms of heroes gameplay, but we still want to win. It's just that our focus is on exploring to prepare for the playoffs, and that's the most important thing. And we see that reflected, right? We saw the Khalid in the roaming position yesterday in the hands of Beloyski. So not just the lineup that they're still experimenting with, but also in terms of their hero pool and their gameplay. Now, the big question is it wise? Is it okay to do this?
I think because they have no more chance of actually, competing for the upper bracket slot, it makes sense for them to actually try to hide some of their strats. We've been saying for the longest time, I think from week 1 actually, with Vincent's entrance, debut in Geek Fam, he's always known as a cheese pick guy in Rebellion or a utility jungler. But now we've just been seeing him on the Assassins, and we've been seeing him forced on the Assassin as well. Yesterday, unfortunately on the Fanny, 2 games, 2 losses.
And we see decent amounts of mechanical prowess there as expected from a pro player, but it really is quite a far cry compared to the rest of the Assassins. I think that's the big issue right here. He's doing great as a player, but compared to the rest of the Assassins in the league right now, Vincent is definitely falling short when it comes to what is required for his team to really find something. And you can see that when it comes down to it, on these Assassins, he's playing a bit more reactive, a bit more textbook in a way, and you need that unpredictable X factor when you're being one of the main carries, when you're on a hero with so much potential, so much mobility and outplay potential, like an Assassin. And for Vincent, his strong suit really seems to be those utility junglers, the ones that go front to back, the ones with a bit more tankiness. So a lot of people have been questioning, including Mirko, right? Why don't they just lean into it? Why don't they just play with this utility jungler style and then use other more flexible members on the team to try and compensate for that difference? And maybe that's the exact strat they're saving for later on in the playoffs.
But if we take a look at these stats, Arashi Mirko, #1 total kill as a jungler. So despite the fact that he has been, we have to admit, quite underwhelming on these assassin picks, he does still hold that #1 amount of kills in that position. Now, how does that make sense?
Well, Vincent isn't bad. Again, like Arashi mentioned, it isn't that he's bad. It's just the other Assassins have been able to create much more of an impact. While Vincent, a lot of games, when they snowball, they get a ton of kills. This is a BBB kind of lineup, Every single Geek Fam lineup has always had the most kills, the most deaths. They're very bombastic in a way, so they go for a lot of skirmishes, a lot of brawls, and team fights. And this season in particular, well, actually, no, now that I think about it, every season, Geek Fam really likes to go all 3 games, in their losses, in their wins, so it adds more into chances to go for kills, to go for team fights. But seriously, this guy's retry is what's shining. What's the brilliant part about his game? It's his retry.
So it's cool, calm, collected, but again, only on those comfort heroes do we really see that retribution potential really shine. Yeah. The consistency that he's able to bring into those neutral objective contests is a valuable tool. It's on the team to really find a way to utilize it to its maximum potential. And on the note of his high kill amounts, you have to remember on the Nolan, on the Julian, these are good, aggressive early game junglers.
And it was pre-patch.
Exactly. All these heroes do really well in the early game as well. They want to be aggressive. They're the ones, the semi-assassin fighters that really want to try and push the tempo on their opponents. So again, the numbers somewhat makes sense, but of course in the game, kills don't determine who comes out on top. That's the big problem here for Geek Fam. They've been able to find great moments, great team fights, but overall, when it comes down to their control and their consistency in the mid to late game, right, in how they are supposed to actually end it out strong, they have been really struggling to really capture the same energy they had in the previous seasons.
Now, if we're talking that one of Vincent's highest, I would say, advantage as a jungler is retribution, do you think that this will be a problem in this next upcoming match, right? Because now he's going head-to-head against Annabelle, and as we all know, Annabelle has been demonstrating really on-point retributions, very reliable as well, and perhaps even a stronger hero pool.
That's definitely a concern. Annabelle has definitely proven himself time and time again. And I think what's more dangerous here is the fact that EVOs, we've seen them kind of pivot away from just tunneling onto neutral objectives and sometimes occasionally focusing more on punishing their opponents instead. And if you're gonna play, mainly for the 50-50, the retribution, utilizing Vincent's strength there, there's a chance that EVOs will try and use that to their advantage. So that is something that Geek Fam definitely have to take into consideration. They're up against a jungler that's a bit more flexible and really equally fearsome in that retribution department.
I agree. I think it's all about creating space, really, for Geek Fam, right? For Vincent as well. And they've been able to do that. Even yesterday, up against Bigatron Alpha, when they did lose 2 games in the Fanny, Beloyski, a boy, they were able to enable Vincent to get these retributions. But on the Fanny, you really don't get too much out of the turtle, because they were trading turtles for purples. Like Bigatron Alpha were actually pretty okay by giving away turtles, giving away kills to Vincent, as long as they were able to take away the purple buff. So it's all about understanding the trades, it's all about understanding the win conditions for the lineup as well. I think for them, especially in the early game, they might have to emphasize more on getting Vincent the purples over the turtles. A good example of this would be TLID. Fabian would just ignore a lot of the turtle fights in the early game when he's on an assassin, especially when the trio mid doesn't have as much strength as the opponents. So it's all about just adapting on the fly. And for Geek Fam, because Vincent is so stellar on the retry, it almost feels like they're forced to contest every objective because they'll get it, but they'll lose out a lot more for the assassins.
No, but that strength lies basically from the official team lineup.
Yeah.
Does it not? So who's gonna be playing for Geek Fam? Chidera, Masako, Gobs, Veldora?
Yeah, that's a fair point because he can, the EXP laner decides how well you want to try and set up and go for those initial first hurdles. And the gold lane, right? If you're really good at the macro department, we've seen Geek Fam really excel in playing that split push heavy weak side style on a Moskov. So they can go back on that if they really want to try and abandon some of these early game objectives and then just, lay in wait, just scheming to finally launch the ambush later on in maybe the third turtle or maybe the first lord even.
Okay.
I think for me, week 3, week 4, I was already saying that I personally like Gobs and Masako more. But the fact that they've only been playing the last 2 weeks, I think it's a bit too late to give them playtime. They should have done that maybe earlier. And now maybe they gotta go back to Veldora, Chidera, perhaps?
I mean, let's take a look at Evil's Glory's lineup first. We have Psychots, Annabelle, Clock and Dreams. Wait, Brands? Brands is going to be playing. Let's welcome them onto the stage.
Flip the coin. Are we going to get Mr. Bombastic or Mr. Fantastic? Welcome Brands together with the Evo's Glory lineup that was able to reach such high heights just in the previous season, representing Indonesia as a representative to MSC 2024. But this time, with a new captain, Captain Psychots in the midst. Their final game, their final match in MPL ID. Please welcome Evo's Glory!
Nothing to lose. Their final stand, their final game of Season 14. Brand stepping back into the lineup. Let's see what they've got.
You're gonna try and end things with a bang, but against this team, you gotta be careful, you gotta be concerned. But who is playing?
Whoa!
Veldora, Vincent, Aboy, Beloyski, and Chidera. So they have reverted back. What can they cook up today against Evo's Glory's lineup?
Well, I guess we're just gonna have to see with another swap so late into the season. It's not unlike Geek Fam to make a change as drastic as this. This was a team that brought in Marky when they were down 2-0 against RQ to come back and reverse sweep the Kings of Kings. Welcome the Kingslayers as they go toe-to-toe against the White Tigers. Fearless as ever, it's Geek Fam!
Against all odds, against everything at stake, Geek Fam come in with a different lineup. Is it too late? That's the question. We'll see how this pair, this duo pairs together against the White Tigers.
Can they use these last-minute changes to really confuse, confound their opponent, and really find a style that can really work, especially against a team like EVOS? Have they done enough homework to really figure out the essence, the game plan from the White Tigers? That depends on the members walking onto the stage right here with our Marshal, Dainang. You can see Coach Bluffsy, along with Dora DSP that we quoted earlier, and of course the mad scientist Age, along with his assistant coach, Caleb.
I like that he's all smiles, Coach Age. I mean, after such a whirlwind of a season, coming in late into the coaching staff, he does still have all smiles here. Again, with this being the final battle that EVOS will have, I just hope, honestly, that they have fun.
Positive vibes. It's all about the positive vibes. Again, they have nothing to lose, like you mentioned. But technically, in a way, GeekFam also don't have anything to lose. They can play a tiebreaker, but... Oh, wait. We're going to talk about the top 10 jungler hero pool.
Exactly, in the hero pool department, EVOS actually has Annabelle number 4. It's above Fabian right there. And on the other side, you can see Vincent on number 6. So, if you look at the numbers purely at face value, it's still a very close amount, 8 to 9. But of course, we know that Annabelle has a lot more cards up his sleeve. And even if Vincent brings out some of these assassins, it doesn't bring the same kind of pressure, the same kind of danger that Annabelle can. That's the big question right here. He can't really go in for a standard performance. He needs to try and stand out all these assassins. If they can't do so, then maybe something else can be the key. The fact that he's only number 6 in the total top 10 jungler hero pool means that there's a lot of homework to do here for Vincent, but if he can find something crazy, something special, that can be the right curveball to really confuse EVOS. But again, do they want to reveal that strategy so early on when technically they have nothing left to lose? Looking at the rival showdown right here, you can see that the power pick versus the Assassin's Prodigy. Unfortunately, with Prodigy in his name, hasn't really been able to actually get a lot of good performances this season. And instead, the power picks, that seems to be where Vincent really shines. When he gets those comfort picks, like we were talking about earlier, that really seems to be one of the main win conditions right here for the jungle of GeekFam.
You know what? I gotta say that sometimes statistics doesn't necessarily reflect the performance of an individual, right?
True.
Because I think Annabelle's performance is still up there. But unfortunately, the rest of his team, they're not doing as well.
Yeah.
So number 6, number 8, it looks bad on Annabelle, but honestly, if we had to compare between both of these players, I would say, okay, let's say what Mirko has to say first, right? Caster POV, Vincent is the worst jungler in MPL ID Season 14. Now, we're gonna let Mirko explain for himself here.
I mean, here, listen, all right? I said this, I think, last week, I think it was. I said this in my community post. And yeah, I do agree. I do agree with myself, and I'll stand by my point. I feel like on the Assassins, unfortunately, Vincent's just not it, right? When you think Vincent, what do you think of? You think utility jungle. You think reliable retro. You even think of the cheese picks that he was able to bring with the Hanzo. But you don't think the Hayabusa, the Fanny, the Ling. And unfortunately, that's the meta we see here in MPL ID for now. So, yes, he can make up for a little bit of the weaknesses for the Assassins with the red trees, but so far I think it speaks for itself right now that he hasn't been able to create a positive impact for the team on the Assassins.
I mean, the fact that we haven't really imagined the word outplay when Vincent is in the picture, I think says a lot, right? These Assassins rely on those flashy moments, on the outplays. And Vincent really has been playing a bit more default, a bit more predictable, and that's the last thing you want to be when you're playing an assassin, right? You want to make sure that your opponent has no idea what you're going to do. But looking at the second pick selection here for GeekFam, actually a very equal win rate, first or second pick.
50-50. 50-50. Very interesting. Meanwhile, for EVOS, I don't think it was as positive either. No. But again, their performance hasn't been too great this season. Unable to make it to the playoffs. Were they the first team that was eliminated from their playoff run?
Yeah, they were.
There you go.
Over Rebellion.
There you go. So,
yikes.
Yeah, it's not as great. But obviously, again, I hope that EVOS does have fun with this matchup. And if we're talking back onto Vincent, I have to agree. Like, if we're comparing Vincent right now to top-tier junglers like Sutsujin maybe, or even Fabian, it's already a different flavor and a different layer that they're able to provide. And honestly, at this point, it's not enough.
And today, especially with Coach Age back in the mix, we've seen that the drafts from this man still has a lot of value, right? He's been able to find quite the interesting, quite the effective drafts against the previous opponents. So today specifically, I think Geek Fam, despite being up against a team that hasn't been doing so well, they gotta be on their toes, man. This is a dangerous EVOs we're facing.
Definitely, it always is. As we're entering, ladies and gentlemen, to the drafting phase of game number 1 in this best of 3, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. And EVOs here with first pick, they will ban out of the Helkert, okay, and the Phoveus as well as the Gatot Kacha. Meanwhile, Geek Fam go for the Nolan and the Ling. Very interesting. I mean, one of the only assassin heroes that Vincent is comfortable on is the Nolan and the Julian, right? So with banning out the Nolan here, what do you think is the idea?
Well, getting the Nolan out of the way definitely is a great way to limit the potential from the side of Annabelle. Technically, he's also a great Nolan player. He's shined on this pick quite well. And by the way, Suyo still isn't available just yet, so we gotta wait a bit longer for that. But for EVOs, picking up the Khalid has been a solid replacement for the Terizla, a bit more aggressive even, a bit scarier in the laning phase. I think it's a great pickup for EVOs if they want to leverage the roaming potential of Psychots, who wants to be active, who wants to be present in multiple areas of the map instead of just statically laning in his own lane.
Okay, we have been talking about this too, you know, it's not just Vincent the problem for... Hey, they did it! They picked up the Alpha! That's the first time we see Vincent on the Alpha.
Finally.
The debut pick on a utility jungle. I'm already on it. I like it.
And we talked about this a lot before, Miracle. What kind of aggressive hero that can still be a utility pick could Vincent use? And Alpha came up multiple times, but Geek Fam just haven't really been able to use it. Now with the Mathilda, I believe it's not looked at 100% the strategy, the Mathilda and the Alpha, but it's still pretty high up there. So EVOs now has to be very careful, but their response is immediately the Hayabusa and the Edith. They've taken away a bit of the flex potential from the Edith, but at that point, I think they just want to have a solid frontliner with a good engage or pick-up potential.
I mean, the coach even mentioned, right, maybe Geek Fam, they're still experimenting. Maybe if they utilize the Alpha earlier on in the season, then other teams would kind of sniff that out and take it as a respect ban and a hero that he won't be able to utilize anymore. So maybe that's why we're seeing the Alpha in a little bit late. But Geek Fam will close out this first phase with the Valentina being picked up for themselves.
Wow, I actually thought that Geek Fam would try to go for the Season 12 run drafts, which is the Faramis together with the Mathilda and the Alpha. That's a combination that we've seen a lot from even yesterday's matches, but they're actually going to pick up the Valentina, ban out the Faramis to try to punish Evo's glory with that Primal Wrath.
So technically they have a better composition that has better synergy. They can all just dive in together right here, and they have more mobility tools. We talked about how Geek Fam are good at moving in and out of fights, even though recently they've kind of pivoted more to this all-in style. Now with all this mobility coming in from the Guiding Wind and with the independent mobility that Valentina has, I think Geek Fam can be a bit more tricky, a bit more elusive in the neutral objective contests, which is a great sign that they're not going to be one-dimensionally playing that neutral objective side. But for EVOs, they banned away the Cho right here, so they're still concerned about potential solutions, potential ways that Geek Fam can shut down the assassins.
What do you mean Cho being banned here? I don't... Are they assuming that the Cho would go EXP lane? I mean, Geek Fam already picked up the Mathilda.
Yeah, I think it will. It will. We have seen Veldora, I think, play this Cho once. It was up against Fnatic Onyx, where he was able to get San's clutch kick. Good 1-1 ban too. Hero that we haven't... Actually, interesting. They have Chidera. This guy debuted in MPL Indonesia Season 10 with the 1-1. So I thought for sure, with the 1-1 coming back in the meta, that it will be Chidera picking it up. Never mind. They decide, okay, Brands might be a bit too good on the 1-1.
He used to be the king of the marksmen for a reason. Final ban for EVOs though, seeing that the 1-1 was also banned away, I wonder if they're really assuming what kind of matchup right here that would be annoying to deal with against the 1-1, right? They ban with the Moskov though, so they take away that trading potential, that macro play that Chidera is quite well known for on that Moskov. Now for Geek Fam revealing the first part of the puzzle, I think they might just reserve the... They might just go for a pick for Chidera and reserve a good matchup potentially for Veldora.
So what are we looking at? Like, do you think Claude is going to surface here?
The Claude can definitely work up against the Hayabusa and the Khalid. Getting a blink would definitely help them out, but Yeah, honestly, it makes sense. Maybe picking up a Claude hero would be great, and then they go for the XP later. I'm thinking more about what they're gonna go for Veldora.
Don't they need setup?
Yeah, exactly. Safe option will be what? Terizla, but Arlet would be a pretty solid tool to utilize to... Oh, they go for the Thamus. Wow. Signature Veldora, it seems.
So who's gonna set up for these team fights, or are they not looking for setup for these team fights?
Alpha and Mathilda. I think that's the only option they do have, unless the Valentina wants to get a bit more creative. The Thamus, though, it's a great way to get that zoning in that can really guarantee some of these neutral objectives for GeekFam as well. But for Evos, again, so much tankiness, so much sustain as well. Something that can do a lot of damage, or something that can kind of stop the Thamus and Alpha from being active, from dealing damage and regenning at the same time could be great. So I'm thinking some kind of card control tool would be great to add on top of this, on top of the Edith and the Khalid.
Who would that be?
I think for them, it's just a safe gold laner. Honestly, they can still go... Wait, never mind. I was thinking maybe a Kaja Beatrix that they've been utilizing a lot. Ooh! Oh! Franz? The King of Marksman playing a mage in the gold lane? That's something I didn't expect.
Wow. I mean, I did say have fun. So maybe Brands is experimenting with something new.
They heard you.
For his final performance.
Along with that, they still go for the Vexana, so layering on the card control still. For GeekFam, going with the Natan though, it's a dangerous situation, man. He's gonna be having a lot of outplay potential, but against a Hayabusa, he's definitely in danger still. And even if he wants to play safe with a Khalid, with a Hayabusa and Edith, there's so many ways for Evos to punish Chidera, who's already a very safe player in that marksman role. So I think GeekFam have to try and do a lot more work to zone people away from their backline to ensure that Chidera can have impact. Because otherwise, he might just be forced to have low impact to try and get some survival in this game.
All right. But you know, technically, Geek, they don't have... No, Evos. Oh no, Geek, yeah. Geek don't have stoppers towards the Hayabusa either. So it really depends on how both of these teams will be executing it in the Land of Dawn. And to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually the last match for both of these teams. Not just for Evos, but also for Geek to close out the regular season of MPL ID Season 14. And with that, let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 between the White Tigers and the Geeks.
Vincent finally relying on the utility jungler, and Beloyski going back to his roots. What made him strong back in the day, it's the Mathilda and it's the healers. Can't wait to see what GeekFam do in this game.
I wait for the aggression piled up on the Alpha, because we've seen players like Fabian, to name a few, that can just elevate the early game presence so much from this Alpha. But you have to see and wait for the rest of the roster here, because you can see that Aboy and Beloyski, with this combo, there's just so many ways for them to maneuver around and go for outplays, but not a lot of all-in potential just yet. So GeekFam have to wait for a bit longer as Psychos roams.
Bit of aggression early on. This is what we've seen from the Khalid, utilizing the crazy movement speed to be active around the map.
But back into this, just as an idea for the viewers as well, if we're talking about winning lanes, what should we be, focusing on for both of these teams?
When it comes to winning lanes, the Khalid can have the roam advantage, but Dreams forced to flicker out very, very early on. Beloyski elevating that early game, level 1, level 2 Mathilda presence.
So can we say that Geek has the winning mid trio?
I wouldn't be that confident saying that, because against a Vexana, it's definitely a tough situation, but when there's 3 members, 2-1, Clock can't really do much.
Oh, Annabelle, no level 4 just yet. Interesting move by him, trying to rely on the fact that he'll get level 4, but because of this, Vincent gets a whole lot more. Spear of Alpha coming down. Annabelle, no quad shadow. Now full dive with Veldora, and Vincent picks up first blood on the utility jungle.
There it is, the layer of aggressivity that we were expecting from Vincent. From the start, shining on his utility junglers, we do see the performance being a lot more comfortable for him, as again, very aggressive alongside with Beloyski here.
Yep. And now it is a free purple buff. Vincent didn't even go for the retribution on that. Annabelle, no purple. I don't think he can contest on the turtle, and Vincent will be given free space. What? Psychos! Comes in and just basic attacks it. Annabelle walks up, trying to go for some more. Veldora's gonna be caught. Has the vengeance. Eternal Guard missing out. Psychos to go with Flicker all the way to the back. I don't know if he has enough damage to get rid of Veldora, but Clockun's Lord certainly can. Evos equalize with a turtle steal.
That's Captain Psychots for you, ladies and gentlemen. Just to remind you what he's made of, he actually tipped the spear a lot in favor for Evos with that solo kill onto Veldora too.
Uh-oh. Aloyski, very low. The shadow kill comes in. Vincent goes in for the Spear of Alpha, but is unable to find anything. And Evos, they came back out of a tough spot already.
Gave and take the lead initially, and they were trying to leverage all that aggression to try and get a neutral objective, but we talked about the reliability of the Retribution, but Psychots got the better of them. Wow, and immediately you can see the aggression. The burst damage, I think, still kind of favors Evos to a degree due to that Vexana presence. It depends on what a boy wants to go for with the IMU. He went for the Primal Wrath earlier to get more DPS to try and take down that turtle earlier, but it didn't work out. And now Geek has to play a bit more carefully because Evos, if they get snowballing, this is a scary amount of damage thrown around.
Definitely, for sure. Especially, I'm actually curious as to how that will reflect onto brands on this Alice pick. Right? I mean, if they have the space, then maybe they can help them out. But Psychots...
That's the W of the Khalid. I'm guessing just really, really hard to kill. Good circling Eagle to zone them away. Trying to go for the seal on the purple buff. But it's a good peel from Dreams and Clockun, and Psychots can just regen back up.
And if you took a look at the caster or talent prediction earlier on, I think that was a 4v2, I believe.
Yeah, I think Lim Kocho was on our side voting for Geek Fam. But let's just see how this plays out, man. Because honestly, it's so volatile because both teams don't really have a lot of defensive battle spells, as Beloyski playing risky as always. But again, we've seen Mathildas go for Purifies, we've seen Nathans go for Purifies, but none of that is available for both teams, right? They just want to get those flickers in and go for the outplays.
They're on it. Vincent gonna try to go for the retreat. Annabelle, what? Wins out the retreat battle. Goes in, but now it's gonna be Veldora punishing him now. Still Quad Shadow. A stun onto 2, and it's Dreams who picks up a double. What's going on with Geek?
Not sure. That's 2 members taken down, and remember, Annabelle was a level below Vincent earlier on, so again, I mean, pre-game we were talking about the retributions from both of these junglers, and I mentioned if one of the highest qualities for Vincent was that retribution, he is going to be put up a fight against Annabelle.
I think the EXP lane is also a big factor right here. Psychots has been so massively disruptive to the whole composition of Geek Fam, whereas on the flip side, right, Veldora on the Thamus, a very aggressive hero with great sustain, running the Vengeance even, we haven't seen him really have that annoying impact. He hasn't been able to really zone out 2 or 3 members before the Lord, or I mean the Turtle, is actually in the picture. So I feel like Geek Fam have to utilize this Thamus pick a bit better. And we saw earlier that strat win rate, the Mathilda Alpha, 67%, I believe. So still very high, but not unbeatable by all means. So they gotta be careful, man. Evo's starting to show a lot of momentum.
Chidera is also just really looking for the scale, but that's what Brands is doing too. And so far, this weak side has been. Oh, what? Annabelle gets a solo kill! What happened off the map, off screen?
What happened? I mean, with the Alpha, you're supposed to be able to build that momentum from the early game, but Eagles, the White Tigers, they're definitely not letting that happen. And now, with the space, they're going to be able to push up this turret in the bottom lane. Dreams already with the conceal. What's the plan now for Geek?
I think the plan is to just scale. They might rely on Chidera if it goes all the way, if they're losing momentum this fast. But the thing is, Chidera, again, no Purify, and even in the emblems we saw earlier, no defensive emblems, as Dreams is supposed to use the Primal Wrath very, very early on.
Man, that's a big ultimate. Beloyski coming down with the circling Eagle, but Pans is already online now. That's going to be the Raging Sandstorm into the back line with Annabelle jumping in as well. The Shadow Kill not used just yet, but now Vincent will actually be targeted down. Annabelle getting the killing spree as a boy. Is able to steal the Primal Wrap just to escape. The Turtle still on it. Geek Fam Clockun with the Curse Blast, but it's a boy who secures it for Geek Fam. Evos unable to chase even more, but Annabelle wants to go for it. Unable to do so. Goes back to the Quad Shadow in the back.
He doesn't have purple. Oh wait, is that a flicker guiding win? Okay, he doesn't find Annabelle. Oh, they are still going for Annabelle.
Oh, man. Annabelle outmaneuvering Geek Fam.
Without purple.
It just gets out of there, man. Geek Fam really wanted that kill or that catch somehow, but they don't get rewarded for it at all. They're able to get the neutral objective, but at what cost? Their jungler is getting bullied, getting pushed further and further behind, and they're letting Annabelle on this Hayabusa really start to snowball. 3-1 and 3 on a Hayabusa really isn't that bad at all. And again, Chidera is running a weakest finder as well as, I believe, the bargain hunter earlier. So he doesn't have the extra bit of tankiness. So Evo's having an Alice is going to have a lot more leeway in how they want to fight later on, the longer the game goes anyways.
Yeah, and that's the problem now for Geek. So again, right back to this, what's the winning condition? What do Geek need to look for? Do they wait for the scaling for Chidera first? Is that what they're waiting for?
At this point, they might be forced to do so. He already has a 1,000 gold advantage with a Starlium, but look at this, Vincent.
Spear of Alpha defensively. Seems like they are going to be trying to threaten the turret take up top, but man, Brands is scaling quite well too. This is a new build, right? This is not the normal Aaron Shiki gold lane build. No, Retry and the Shadow Kill. Just trying to bait out some resources, I'm guessing, before the Lord spawns in the game.
Well, doesn't really bait a lot, but Veldora gets a trade on the far side. So this is the Thanos presence. And for now, I still do believe that they're going to require multiple members to try and take down the Thanos. But look at this.
Good circling Eagle, side cuts! Getting the healing down, and the Raging Sandstorm to escape, but Chidera guns him down. Able to get the kill, and now that's perfect setup for them to go for the Lord.
I think that was a beautiful trade, a perfect setup, like you mentioned. I mean, we were talking about how Vincent didn't have that advantage over Annabelle anymore with that level diff, but here it is. Wait a second.
Ooh. Vincent jumping in, now brought back by the guy to win. Annabelle gonna focus Bill on Veldora together with Clockwood. It seems they're just gonna trade this one out. Evo's Glory take the kill, and Geek Fam take the Lord.
There you go. That's what we were expecting from a Thanos pick, right? Being able to push back the whole team by only using a Vengeance. It's a great way to use this Thanos, and finally Geek Fam get a massive value out of it. They were kind of relinquished several of the early objectives, but now they go for it.
Chidera, oh, he might be caught. The Shadow Kill comes through. Luckily, it's thrown over towards the Lord. It's going to be the circling Eagle to bring Chidera down. Vincent goes in with the Fear of Alpha. Annabelle going to be chased down, but now it's Raging Sandstorm. Chidera dodges away from it with the guiding win. Vincent's caught in the midst of it all, gets immobilized, and it is going to be Clockton with the Curse Blast to take the kill back. Dreams of the Primal Wrath. Oh boy! Stealing the Primal Wrath, and now gets caught in Eternal Guard as Psychot will try to heal all the way, but Veldora claws him down. Brands trying to escape, has him deploying blood. Voloisky still with the chase, now gets caught in the turret fight. Immobilized, overtasting and punished by Evo's Glory.
That was so unfortunate for Geek. At the end, that was a 3-4-4 trade. If they hadn't gone for that final dash in, that would have been them winning it out, especially being able to pick up maybe a few turrets here and there. But I don't know, I think Geek was a little too greedy there.
Way too greedy. There was no reason to go for all that. They already had the advantage because Evos were using a bunch of their skills, a bunch of their resources, and someone had the Lord, right? So Geek already got a massive amount of value from that Lord already, but then they just wanted to get just a bit more, and it really came to haunt them, man. Now Evos is back with the gold lead, but this game is just really close. But in that gold lead, with the sequence of events, Brandt has caught up in the gold department, possibly going for a Holy Crystal of his own. So now that's the same problem here, Geek Fam. We've seen that Chidera can do damage, but you can see how easily Evos can take him down.
Very vulnerable. Wait a second. Circling Eagle. Okay, I thought Bloisy was going to go for that again, but there you go. Holy Crystal picked up for Brands. And if we're comparing power spikes, who would you say that it is better for? Brands or Chidera?
I don't know, man. I think as of right now, the potential for the late game power spike, I think still favors Chidera just because of how much damage he can do from a safe distance. But when it comes to sustainability, Brands has an absolute advantage right here. But look at that damage. The Dreams can't just stand there.
You can already see it, man. Clockwood, Curse Blast to poke them down. Doing a good amount of damage, but not enough to really fend off Geek Fam from the turret. It is a free tier 2 for Geek.
Did they just use the recall?
Yeah.
Was it Geek using the recall? I think it was Geek that was using the Evo's recall. Man, I want the recall.
Great recalls here. A lot of options as well. At Geek Fam, I think right here is where their sustainability really allows them to kind of make moves, kind of bully Evos away, because they have so much more ways to sustain and, you know, kite back in and out of fights. Whereas for Evos, it's a bit more of an all-in, especially in that EXP lane. Cyclops is so limited when it comes to how long he can actually have presence in the middle of a fight. Let's see if he can kind of try and make something happen right here.
The Brands is still up top, by the way. Oh, it's a reset, so Geek Fam aren't able to capitalize on that fact. Veldora Look at him staying busy, stealing away the purple buff from Evo's Glory right under their nose as Branch tries to walk up. I think he spots Veldora there. Annabelle's gonna walk there too, but Geek Fam still are just holding onto the Lord back and forth.
What do they want to do? What are they planning? Do they want to try to take out Veldora 2v1? I guess they are circling back. That's a damage being placed in, but look at this. Conceal play.
Good win a crown now. Well-timed Eternal Guard to catch him, my boy. Going to be caught. The Shadow Kill used into the back, but Chadera is an absolute beast. Just going through everybody. Brands cannot survive against that damage, but now Vincent walks in. Shadow Kill to the back. The Sky Curser's ready. Veldora picks up the kill. Annabelle with the quad shadow. Chadera needs one more shot, but he's unable to find it. It becomes a 3-4-3. Chadera and Veldora versus Annabelle and Clockun.
Clockun's waiting around though. He wants to get info for the team, but Veldora is going to scout around. Great careful play, respecting the chance for Evos to make something happen. Geek Fam knows they don't have a jungler available, but Annabelle's going to get zoned out away. Chadera, can he go and solo it?
I don't think so. I don't think Annabelle can walk up, but Clockun's right there. This is technically a 50-50 if Clockun times the Curse Blast in time. Eternal Guard coming down. Clockun wants to go for the Curse Blast, but Chadera bursts it down before Clockun can get that final blast in. Veldora going to be targeted down. The Shadow Kill coming through, but there's a good vengeance. Annabelle forced back.
That was such a risky decision made by Geek, and luckily for them, it was worth it, and Evos had to play the price. I mean, technically Annabelle was still up, but he was just really low, right?
And he was zoned away as well. That was the big problem.
What?
That's the Natan late game damage. Chadera one-shotting Annabelle.
Well, Annabelle was also so low right there. Greeting for the purple buff. That's unfortunate. As Geek Fam now take full control, they're waiting on the Lord. And looking at the items, man, that is a nasty Natan. And so far, there hasn't been a way for Evos to conveniently take him out.
Chadera walking up with the entropy. Clockun getting caught half HP. Veldora, no vengeance. The mini wave will be cleared out. But Geek Fam still have another wave up top. No Annabelle still. Veldora walking up the zone. Evo's Glory away. Slowly but surely getting rid of these base turrets. Psychon sent down below. Dreams able to bring the Lord into that mid lane. Entropy! Clockun forced the flicker. Wow.
Very disciplined though by Geek Fam, right? I mean, technically Chadera just picked up the Divine Glaive, so even more of a big power spike for him, other than the fact that he already has the Holy Crystal as a Divine Glaive to boot. But they still didn't want to go for it. They still waited for these lanes to kind of push in, and here it is.
Again, some damage placed down. Eternal Guard only catching Vincent. Brands jumping into the midst of it all with the Winter Crown as well. Now there's the flicker with the Raging Sandstorm onto the back. Chadera's going to be taken down by Brands, who's able to get the skirmish down. Annabelle with a chase onto Veldora as Vincent gets the guy to win, but Dreams will go with the Primal Wrath. A boy low. Annabelle getting the assassination. Clockun Curse Blast. That's the Winter Crown coming down. The timing is perfect for Clockun, and Dreams smacks Malloy back to the ground.
And there it is, the lead that Geek Fam were building instantly taken out. 3 members taken off the board, Beloyski, Chadera, and Veldora. And look at the space for Evos. Is this a potential N angle?
Really depends, man. Vincent might need to sacrifice himself. Prance not letting him do it now as the boy goes in, but will be caught. The Eternal Guard gets placed down with Winter Crown, but he will be taken down by Brands. Chadera, 4 seconds. Will they go for the base turret is the question. Vincent against the world. Chadera spawning in. Evo's Glory will be happy with just 1 base turret.
Oh man, that was looking kind of close. Unfortunately, Geek were able to stall long enough. But that's what we were talking about earlier. Chadera immediately deleted in that fight. He doesn't even have a defensive itemization choice there. Not even the Wind of Nature. He's relying purely on his team to try and disrupt, to try and protect him from all of this danger. But when Evos are willing to spend 3 flickers to take you out, come on, man, it's a bit too idealistic to assume that you won't be able to be assassinated just like that. Now with the base turrets down though, Geek Fam has a more guaranteed way of getting this next Lord, unless of course Evos can adapt and do something surprising. But look at the shred damage.
They're blitzing it.
That's a Natan for you. Vincent needs to get in clutch. He gets it with the retreat. Beloyski with the guiding wind, trying to get Vincent away, but the Raging Sandstorm comes down. Unable to connect. Vincent still dishing out some damage, but Psychon still going in. Spirit of Alpha with the Winter Crown. Vincent caught in the midst of it all. Now the Raging Sandstorm steal from a boy, but Annabelle gets rid of him. Chadera in the back getting caught by Brands. So with the entropy, Brands will be taken out by Chadera. Clockun dealt with by the likes of a boy and Veldora. Now with the Lord in the mid lane. Annabelle, what? Able to get the kill now with the Quad Shadow escaping, but will lose his life to a boy. A chaotic duel, a chaotic skirmish But in the end, it is Geek Fam who come out on top. Dreams getting chased down. Beloyski and a boy relentless in this pursuit. Another guiding win to give a boy the range necessary to jump in. Can they defend? Dreams low. Dreams with the Earth Shatter. Unable to buy enough time. Now with the onward 2, Cyclops is trying to hold the Lord back. 13 seconds for Brand. Cyclops with a heal. A mini wave coming down into the mid lane, into the base where they go. 7 seconds on Branch, they're all gonna go for it. Cyclops able to go for the Raging Sandstorm onto 2, but the Lord is finally on it. They won't be able to defend. Geek Fam take game number 1.
With a 4.4k gold lead, but that was such a chaotic game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, to start the series between both of these teams. And I gotta say, it was very close for both of them winning it out. It was so scrappy, it was so aggressive.
What can you say, man? Both teams really want to get this win, really want to make a statement, and you can see it in their play styles. Gone are the calculated, hesitant Evos, and gone are the late game, passive Geek Fam. Both teams is going toe-to-toe, going to try and get the tempo and aggression all the way since the beginning. Man.
Well played to Geek Fam, finally able to get through those maneuvers in, man, with the guiding win, always just guiding back and forth, and in the late game, staying decisive with Chidera on an Natan to burst the Lord down.
I think it's great composure for Geek Fam to really play around the neutral objective. They know they have the base tower advantage, so they were really calculative with that. Sending Veldora around to be just behind enemy lines, knowing that he can survive for so much longer, just straight away go for it, making sure that Evos has no time at all. And I think Evos really overcommitted right here. They have no idea what to expect, where the opponents are, and they were just trying to find something, anything to take in exchange for that Lord. But you can see Veldora and a boy in the back just wreaking havoc, dude. Even though Chidera was eventually taken out in the backlines as well, individually, right? There's more plays available for the members of Geek Fam. And because of that, and of course with the Lord coming in as well, 2 members alone just isn't enough to really defend against the full push coming in from Geek Fam.
I agree. I think that was a big overcommitment, an overstep from Evos. I think if the initial Raging Sandstorm doesn't launch onto Chidera, it's very difficult for you to say that you guys can actually commit onto it, because Chidera can actually just kite around, dish out that damage, and of course there's still Beloyski with the guiding win to weave in and weave out of these team fights. It was unfortunate, it was very close for Evos, but I don't know, maybe they can bring that same energy to game number 2 and, you know, force this into a full best-of-3 series.
I think it's definitely possible. We saw that game was really, really close until it wasn't, right?
Yeah.
I think that final objective was really that, you know, that intense, exactly because of that. And even the Lord before, right, where Chidera was kind of trying to burst it down with Clocken just waiting around. This game had a lot of very intense moments.
It really did, and it came down to just one moment where they were able to burst the Lord down, one good retry, and then they backed away instantly, right? But for Evos as well, they got the kill onto Vincent, and then they overchased. Brands didn't have the purple buff, kept on chasing in, and it was guided by Chidera, and ultimately, it became a gamble at that time, right? It was either they defend the Evolved Lord 4v5, or they fight. They chose fight, and they didn't get the dub.
So what do we think about Brands on the Alice, by the way?
I think it showed potential, it showed promise. I think the only person to make the Alice gold work is still Aaron Shiki.
Still 100%. Yeah, I think Aaron's still in 100, isn't he?
Aaron's the only one 100, and everybody else is at 0 for gold lane.
It's kind of crazy. You have to wonder, is it an issue with the actual pick and the player in the gold lane, or is it an issue with the team? Right? Because Team Liquid, I think no one's gonna try and refute the fact that they are one of the more adaptable type of teams, and you know, maybe the Alice just requires a different kind of setup, a different kind of coordination that some teams just haven't really found just yet. But man, that early game again, there's just so many aggressive moments, but I think Geek Fam did a great job weathering the storm right there. Even though technically Evos were starting to snowball, they were still able to really get their backline members really farmed up towards the late game.
I agree. I think there were a lot of moments, especially Psychots in the early portion of the game being able to pick up that turtle first and really hinder the initial aggressivity that Geek were portraying on to Evos. But we do have to crown our MVP, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. And of course, with 100% TP, it's Beloyski on the Matilda.
what can I say, man? It's literally just classic Beloyski. When you give him a pick like the Mathilda, hey, surprise, surprise, the king is back on the Mathilda. Beloyski always known for the Mathilda. Back in M3 as well, it was a spectacular performance. Now it's nothing short of spectacular as well.
That is the MVP presented by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S24 series. But right here is the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, Ube as Gold. And you can see that he was doing a great job, even in the early game, just scouting out, finding information for his team. Because really, right, with Vincent and Veldora being the front lines, one is a jungler, the other is an all-in type of hero of Veldora on the Thamus. So the only person that can kind of poke around and try and get information is Beloyski. And of course, in true Beloyski style, moments like this do happen, but in the grand scheme of things, right? We gotta look at the whole performance overall. He was able to find great moments right here to counter-engage, kind of make distance available for his backline members. And even there, unfortunately, he got taken out, but initially, right, the circling eagle towards the divers from the side of Evos, and then the guiding wind towards the back for Chidera to have an escape plan. It's a great planning from Beloyski here and how he's about to position and what his job is in the middle of these fights. And you can see right there, that guiding wind once again allows them to kind of just get a bit, just that much further away from Evos and make that engage just less effective.
I'm imagining being Evos and looking at these highlights, these replays coming in from Beloyski. He's so annoying. Like, imagine committing flicker and your ult, and then Beloyski just takes that entire thing away. So you lose so much in the process. So good at baiting out these resources, and eventually that was the reason why they were able to get the dub. So, well-deserved Beloyski POTG.
Definitely, you know. The Flask of the Oasis coming in clutch, the Blood Wings as well, getting him more mobility, more movement speed. And on top of that, he already has the Wilderness Blessing. So those fights around the neutral objectives, he gets so much more value with the Mathilda.
And with the Inspire, man, that's why he's able to spam out a lot more spells. He's gonna be a bit squishier, but that's a bold move made by Beloyski. But I guess that's the benefit of not being fearful of death. We know Beloyski to be the 0-7 king, right? So on the Mathilda, even though he's not going for any sort of tenacity or firmness or anything extra to help him out, he knows that it's fine. I'm gonna be the main person scouting out for info, and if I get taken out, as long as I do it in the right moment, as long as I prevent the right people on my team from getting picked off, I think he thinks it's a value trade. And looking at the items as well, the Winter Crown soon afterwards for Beloyski for just that extra bit of outplay potential. And again, we're seeing this being a bit of a trend almost. I think mainly for Geek Fam, if I recall correctly, they really like having this fourth item Winter Crown because it really comes up. That fourth item kind of gets farmed up in those very critical like neutral objective fights. So since a big fight is coming up, an extra bit of outplay potential from the Winter Crown really can swing the tides in favor of Geek Fam. And so far, I don't think a lot of teams have been able to really punish that.
You know, for someone who really went all in aggression like Annabelle on the Hayabusa, I think mid-game he went in Sky Piercer. The fact that there were a lot of Winter Crowns already being built in by that mid-game by Geek Fam also did disrupt Annabelle's process in being the killer, quote-unquote, for his team.
Suelo and Cerezo, it seems, the boys.
Hi, Suelo.
Making an appearance right here, man.
Aether and X-Win too. Seems they want to have a little bit of fun here in this game.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Welcome to the games, boys. Maybe this is foreshadowing. Maybe Cerezo will be joining Geek Fam next season.
Oh,
what?
Conspiracy.
Maybe Suelo to Evos. Oh, Aether to Evos or Geek. X-Win to Evos or Geek.
Interesting theories there, Mirko. Maybe, you know, we
transfer
never
rumors.
Know. We never know.
From now.
I guess
you gotta
all those clippers gotta start clipping.
Exactly, gotta start early so that you can build up that momentum. You
Man,
know,
if that
fire.
actually happens, that's
they're
wild.
gonna be like,
Someone screenshot
called
that.
it.
Someone
Mirko
screenshot. No,
called it.
MPL called it.
MPL called it, yeah.
Someone screenshot that and then use it if they actually join Evos or Geek Fam next season.
That would be pretty wild.
That would be weird though.
wild.
Cerezo, ex-BTR to Geek, Luke from Geek to BTR. If that actually happens, right? The trade-off.
That's true. That's true. But, you know, back again into this match, ladies and gentlemen, it is Geek Fam that were able to win that first game to lead this series. I don't know. What did you guys think about that game? Because again, it felt so scrappy to me.
Yeah, I did. I think
For both of them.
I think it should have been a clean game for Geek Fam's side with the Alpha in the jungle and the Mathilda. They should have been able to get a lead, which they did in the early game, and get those turtles to actually get a snowball. But unfortunately, they didn't. So they had to scrap it out. They had to slug it out. They had to just go, all right, 1v1 me, bro.
I think the big portion of that was Psychots, right? The roaming, the steal onto the turtle as well. Again, even in the final fight, when he doesn't really get a value Raging Sandstorm, the team just looks a lot weaker overall. So definitely a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the captain. And I think we have to talk a bit about that matchup as well. The Khalid has been hailed as one of the best picks right now. It has everything you wanna have on an EXP later. Good roaming, good wave clear, good engage, as well as ultimate potential as well technically with the healing that he has, right? With damage reduction as well. I believe it's like 30%. And you saw Psycho's having a lot of pressure there, but so did Veldora. And you can see that the moment Geek Fam were able to maximize the Thamus, that's where they were actually able to get a lot more control over the neutral objective. So now, it's almost like Geek Fam has an answer for it. Does Evos want to double down and go for that same pick that was so valuable for them?
Talking about value. It's super value if you guys get yourselves a Samsung. You know, whichever shape or form. I think she's holding the Z Flip?
Yep.
The Z Flip. That's the one I want. And because of that, she can actually sit in the Galaxy Zone with, you know, all the pro players that are watching, the brand ambassadors, the talents for all these teams. And she's also able to sit with people with really good hair. Hair cam by Head & Shoulders.
Chefin? You in the building eyeing out for the Head & Shoulders hair cam?
Put it in the chat if you see Chefin on the camera, because he's in here somewhere. But yes, that is the Gatot Kacha lemon flavor Head & Shoulder, man.
Flavor.
Yes.
Flavor.
Hashtag Gani.
To taste.
Gani calls
likes
it
flavor.
flavor.
Yeah, he calls it flavor. He calls Fabian Flava Fave. He really likes the flavor of things.
Great taste buds on that guy.
Great taste buds. Yeah.
Interesting.
Maybe that's why his name is Gani.
Huh?
Yeah.
Not quite making the connection there,
Me neither.
And I'm not going to explain.
Okay. It's advanced.
Thank you for that.
Advanced connections here for Miracle. But now, can't Geek Fam connect the dots right here. They've identified that Evos like that scrappy style. I mean, I wonder what they feel about the Alice as well, you know, because you talked about this. Brands went for a different build, right? And they didn't really have the same kind of impact. He went for the glowing one, which I think was the main massive difference. Because whenever we see anyone else go for it, they go for a lot more bursty of an approach with a Starlium, you know, immediately going for like a Holy Crystal. So the glowing wand definitely was quite interesting.
Why did you think he went for glowing wand? He was in a 1v1 lane against Natan.
Mathilda. I really think it's just because of the Mathilda. I think really though.
That was glowing wand's second item, right?
Yeah, that's why it's already different to what Aaron Shiki builds. I think, what does Aaron Shiki build after Claw? I think it's Wishing Lantern, no? He actually goes for like a really weird build. He goes for Clock of Destiny. I believe it's Wishing Lantern and then Winter Crown.
So it's already completely different.
Doesn't it go Starlium?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, it goes Starlium.
Sorry, Clock of Destiny, Starlium, and then Winter Crown, and then Wishing Lantern.
I believe that's correct. And if it's not a Wishing Lantern, it's something else to augment the damage. But for now, let's take a look at the audience top voting here.
Let's see. How can Evos bounce back in game number 2? According to you guys, 38% set up objectives for Annabelle. Okay, number 2, avoid overcommitting. Number 3, improve late game execution. Okay, let's talk about this first. Set up objectives for Annabelle. He was on the Hayabusa earlier on. Do you think that was a factor? The lack of setup for objectives for Annabelle?
I feel like on the Hayabusa, he has a great chance still of getting the retreat, and he did get, I think, at least one massive steal there.
Yeah. On the second turtle, I think.
In the first game.
With under 1 level.
Yep.
Exactly. So I think
Psychot's got one too.
Oh, right,
First one.
So, but to be fair, again, he just went in there and went for the immediate play. There wasn't really a lot of zoning, a lot of control from his team to really get him that space. Now, in theory, the assassins don't really need as much space as something like a fighter, but again, that might be the approach they want to switch out, right? We talked about earlier, punishing Geek Fam when they are really all in committed to the Lord has been a quite effective strategy, I would say, even for Evos in game number 1 right there. So now they're still going to be first pick, turns out. So let's see, man, what's the idea here? Do they want to go even more aggressive? Do they want to match the late game potential, or is it a change even in the jungle as well? Do they really want to try and deny all of these fighters for good this time for Vincent?
I don't know. I think Evos on first pick will also have better control over the picks, right? So maybe the Matilda is something that they want to ban out. Or pick up for themselves?
I honestly think the Phobias shouldn't be the issue, right? The Matilda is what makes the Phobias an issue. So you ban out the Matilda, leave the Phobias open, especially if you want to go Khalid and Vexana. Those are the two picks that you would actually utilize to try to beat the Phobias anyways when he overcommits, pops into the Infernal Pursuit a bit too far away from the team.
I think that's fair. I mean, in recent times, it really feels like the Phobias can do a lot of damage, can be annoying, if you let him be annoying, right? When you disengage and leave him behind, he's quite immobile, you know? Like, even the range on that Infernal Pursuit has been lowered significantly. So in a way, it's almost like he's just another Thamus. And if that's the case, if he operates the same way like a Thamus, why ban him, right? You can even match him if you really want to. But Evos disagree, man. Coach Age says, you guys don't see the vision. You don't see the danger that I see.
It will be banned out first. Up and foremost for the second game, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Now, Evils in the first game, they were able to ban the Hellcurt in the first place. So I don't know, is that the change that they're going for, or are they going to go for the same bans? Because for Geek, it's exactly the same. Ling and Nolan.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Geek Fam finally utilizing the utility jungles, and it worked out. Maybe a bit rusty, Vincent there. You know, he has been playing a lot of the assassins, so maybe he has to just adjust back to the utility jungle. But he played the alpha. There you go. Guys, this is the first time since Geek Fam's first game in MPL that the Hellcurt's been left open. Poloiski's Hellcurt has been left open. Mr. War Crime General might be able to pull off another war crime on that Hellcurt. And it is the Khalid first pick. Same plan. Oh, man.
Okay, is it gonna be worth it? The Khalid for the notorious Hellcurt in the hands of Poloiski. Let's see if Geek Fam even goes for it. They can kind of save it for the third pick if they really want to right here, right? Hide it a bit longer. Because there's no way Evos pick it up for jungle or roll.
Oh, man. I wonder if he's practiced the Hellcurt, right? It's been banned away so much. He hasn't seen any Hellcurt games in Season 14 except for that first game against Alter Ego. Man, Evos are playing a gamble. No one, not even RQ and Liquid, have left the Hellcurt open. It will be the Alpha still for Geek Fam, so still sticking on utility and the Valentina. That might be the last pick, Hellcurt, in the first phase.
Do you think they're going to go for it? It's not just like a mind game?
I don't know, man. If it's Beloy, you never know what you're gonna get. He's like a box of chocolates.
I mean, the Hellcurt would have an advantage if you go against heroes that are like a lot less tanky, right? But if they go for a composition where, let's say they put Ruby in the gold lane, does it still have value, the Hellcurt roam?
I think it can still be annoying. That's the main point here for Beloy. The fact that he can kind of do a lot of damage, do a lot of utility, and stay on the map indefinitely. I think Beloy really shines when he can have all the time in the world to set up, to rotate, to find info, which is why he's so dangerous on the chip, and technically for the Hellcurt as well, because if he stays on the map unseen, he regains HP. And for Evos, they're doubling down here. They want to go for the big combo. And the Hellcurt, ladies and gentlemen, it's happening.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, okay. I mean, with letting the Hellcurt go and banning out the Matilda, Evos must have a way or an idea of how to counter this Hellcurt, right? Do we see that counter in the first three picks for Evos right now?
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, the Tiger Roll technique can be a problem for him. He can be more vulnerable to getting picked off with all that CC. But again, at the same time, if he comes in from the back, you know, comes in with a flank onto Clocken, even for instance here, he's gonna be out of the fight immediately. And this is before talking about the potential to just turn off the lights in the Land of Dawn, man. Against a team like Geek Fam, that disorientation can be lethal.
Man, it just feels surreal that he actually gets the Hellcurt thought we would never see this pick ever again.
What's your command?
It's a fanny ban. It is a full shutdown on Annabelle. They say, if we can't go Assassin, you can't either, Annabelle. You play our game. Go on that Bane. But actually, the Bane would be pretty good against the Hellcurt Alpha.
Interesting there. Do you wonder what the option is for Annabelle? With the Alpha taken out as well, the aggressive picks are kind of getting whittled down, but Annabelle, again, big hero pool. There's chances for him to just bring out a less meta hero technically. But I think they want to try and ban more things that can maybe secure kills, because with the Hellcurt in the picture, there's going to be a lot of harassment already. You know, it's weird to talk about Hellcurt as a hero with poke damage, but in the roam department, he can very easily come in, hit you with those stingers, and just bail out.
So the question is, what do Evos want to do now? They ban out the Edith, makes sense. Oh no, and the 1-1 comes out.
No Hayabusa, no Fanny, no Ling, no Nolan.
What about Julian? I mean...
Not a threat to the 1-1. Not as big of a threat.
Okay.
So I would say if they really want to try to go all in, maybe the Lancelot. Annabelle, you want to bring it out? Kyrie brought it out. And against the 1-1, is it time for us to see brands on an Irithel? Safe choice would be Claude or Moskov, even two heroes Blinks can just like evade from the 1-1. But if you want to go and bully the 1-1, Clint/Irithel, those are the two counters. But I don't think you want to go Clint against a Hellcurt.
Exactly. A bit too risky. But even with the Irithel, it doesn't guarantee that you're safe from all that burst damage too. Maybe they want to go for something a bit more aggressive here, just to ensure that the lack of frontline from Beloyski can be abused. The Harris and the Julian.
Ooh, wait. This is a lot of magic damage, Evos.
Maybe their only physical damage is in the Khalid.
Exactly. Not
and he builds
ideal.
tank. He's a tank.
That's true.
Exactly.
So,
I guess they're relying on the true damage for the most part, but this is a very
Tigreal.
I don't know, straightforward composition from Evos here. Physical damage, Tigreal.
Full attack speed crit, Tigreal. Definitely an interesting one.
That'll be interesting to see if it actually works.
How does Geek close this out though? Who are they going to put in the EXP lane?
Maybe something beefy here, considering that, again, Beloyski can't really help. Something they can scout out. Terizla. Interesting. I guess they want to match the Khalid's pressure. You would think that maybe other heroes can rise and fill in those shoes, but I guess good old Terizla can't go wrong with it.
What do you think about the Harith against the 1-1 though?
Harith against the 1-1. I feel like it's going to be a bit difficult for the Harith, because technically you rely on the fission collision there to try and do the bulk of your damage. Against a 1-1, a good 1-1, it's going to be so hard to land those.
And this is Chidera on the 1-1.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. Game 1, interesting, you know, ban, but it makes sense. You don't want to go 1-1 when you're up against a Haya. This game though, I feel like Chidera will show off what he's got.
He's gonna pop off on that 1-1. You have to wait and see.
We shall. Let's see whether Geek can actually close this out 2-0, clean sweep against the White Tigers. The White Tigers, I'm pretty sure they want to go out with a bang. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let's welcome you back into the Land of Dawn for the second game in this best-of-3 series.
The final match for Evo's Glory, and also the final match of Geek Fam this season. One will go to playoffs, the other will not, but at least for Evos, they can try to end the season with a high note, but it is Vincent on the utility jungle. And Evos, Annabelle was denied of all his picks.
Ooh, Beloyski, level 1 already, just walking in aggressively. And look at the regen coming in afterwards. It doesn't matter if he takes a bad trade. Dreams is going to be most likely forced to stay around the gold lane just in case Beloyski tries to make something happen. So the early game threat from the Tigreal is kind of mitigated almost immediately.
I'm still wondering why they opted to go for this Harith pick. Is it because of the shielding? Is it less vulnerable compared to other... Oh, wait a second. If we're talking about vulnerability, I mean, that's still a lot of damage that Beloyski can have onto Brands despite him being on the Harith.
Oh my goodness, Beloyski! Man! Hellcurt just walking up, and even if this is a trade, which it is, it's worth it to Geek Fam. Chidera gets the gold. Brands is down, no Purify, and he's dead.
I mean, credit to Beloyski, but Brands, what were you thinking? No Purify, even going for the tenacity right here. He respects the Hellcurt and he went for the defense and the shielding. In theory, could keep him alive longer. But man, that's just too much damage coming in from Beloyski. Oh!
Spear of Alpha coming down. Dreams unable to sustain 2 early kills for Geek Fam. And the only kill Evo's got is on Beloy.
I guess this is a really good reminder to all the teams out there. There's a reason why this Hellcurt is banned out, and we're seeing exactly that. Even Veldora can go in very aggressively, understanding that Beloyski is there to fish out information too, and this neutral objective should go for Geek.
Yeah, Enhanced Horde, Dreams now, shoving them back away. Sidecock, the Raging Sandstorm into the back, finding Veldora, but damn, that's a good implosion to peel a bit. Still, those Sidecots will be able to get the kill down. Geek Fam with a turtle, and now we're looking at Brands. No, Geek Fam can't do it. He can't dive, right? No.
Not without any help, but look at this.
Ooh, almost a Spear of Alpha if Dreams didn't slide away.
Man, the aggression from Geek Fam right here. Just remember, even the 1-1 potential we're talking about earlier isn't shown just yet. This is just Geek Fam's early aggression with the Alpha. And we talked about the Alpha Mathilda. Man, the Alpha Hellcurt, that's a very terrifying combo, dude. Looking at the stats, of course, Beloyski 1 win, 0 losses on the Hellcurt. As Vincent, it's a bit of a mistake. But by the way, earlier in the emblems, Chadera went for the pull yourself together, so more increased cooldown reduction onto the battle spell. So technically, it's a defensive spell usually, but it's used aggressively here, considering that he's running that Inspire.
Interesting. Audience prediction as well by GoPay sees that Geek Fam, heavy favor. Oh no, Beloyski again, what?
Really putting the pressure down, man. This is why you don't give Beloyski the Hellcurt. What a beast.
Oh, he's at it again.
This time, should be caught. The implosion coming down. Annabelle will be able to get the kill down. Oh, it's actually Dreams, but look at the other side. Geek Fam already utilizing this to go for the purple buff. Annabelle still has the retribution. That's a good Earth Shatter, or no, rather, the Eternal Guard coming down. The penalty zone as well. Now Spear of Alpha to the back. Could going to be sliced down. Dreams hitting the shot. Now it's a Raging Sandstorm. Gets the ball, and Could gets a kill with the passive. A boy moving back, and Evil's actually winning out of the trade.
Yeah, that's a 2-for-1 trade, and Annabelle is still able to get his hands on the purple buff. So despite the BBB, it looks like Evos are still picking up where they left off.
That's a combo that Evos are doubling down on. They saw that earlier when they were able to get that ideal Dream engage. Geek Fam can't do much. And now technically it's the same idea. The only real concern they have right here, if they want to go for a massive combo, is a boy purifying out of it and then countering with a big implosion of his own. Anything short of that, and I think Evos can really win out almost any fight. Even Chidera, technically immune to crowd control. If everything gets stacked up and layered perfectly, it's definitely going to be a concern. But with the Heptasies built up by Beloyski, you have to wonder if Evos can even get to those team fights unscathed.
However, at the moment, Annabelle is a level above of Vincent, and we saw what Annabelle was able to do under Vincent.
Penalty zone, but it's on to Quaku now. Raging Sandstorm coming down to the back line, but Annabelle will be able to secure the turtle. Beloyski going to be caught just a bit as Dreams will be caught by the Spear of Alpha. Annabelle dishing out some damage back onto Vincent. Now with enhanced sight as well. Vincent taking very low, slides down by Annabelle, who still gets the Terrify, who still is able to survive for a bit, but that will... Oh, enhanced sword! Annabelle running away, Veldora not getting the hit. Beloyski unable to get the kill as well. A boy looking for the kill. Annabelle again with the outplay! Annabelle!
He was on 1 HP for crying out loud, and he gets the picks onto 3 at that time. What is that maneuver? Again, Annabelle.
Wow.
It's unfortunately a stark contrast to the performance that we're seeing from Vincent right now.
Dude, we said that maybe he was forgot the terror of the Hellcurt. Geek Fam must have forgot that Annabelle is an absolute monster. What was that outplay, dude? The fact that he was able to get out and time the revenge strike from Veldora, from the Terizla, so well, get out and still get a kill afterwards. Man, he's making this Julian look like a solid pick, even though technically it hasn't been too meta.
I agree. I mean, that's not something you see quite often when he goes there again.
The chain Brands gonna be caught. Weakness actually not pop all the way. There was still one more, but it is going to be Chidera surviving with just a bit. Sidecots. I don't know about this, buddy. Vincent uses Spear of Alpha. Sidecots gets out, and now it's a turret down below for Evo's glory.
What is going on right here? Geek Fam seemingly losing control, losing focus. Psychot still has to try and defend the turret, but so far, I think Geek Fam's pressure is just too much. Trades across the map for both teams. And again, it's all about waiting for the next big, massive clash as Beloyski. Okay, gets out.
He does. Oh, wait, Annabelle goes back in?
And the implosion to Vincent CC'd! And the turtle will be spawning in 1 second. Evo's Glory have a 1.2k gold lead. And they're gonna get the turtle for free. Brands will clear out the wave in the mid lane easily with Psychots. Hellkurt bottom lane to try to get a trade.
This is not a good day for Vincent. We saw him on cam earlier on. He wasn't looking too hot. And then we saw the caster POV. And
hey man,
now,
that was on Assassins, man.
2 back-to-back games. He has been targeted down so hard by the White Tigers. He's 2-3-0 right now.
Now look at the hero power comparison right here between the Khalid and the Terizla. It's like the Terizla and the cooler Terizla at this point, but the early game win rate actually still favors the Terizla, and so does the late game win rate. And you have to remember that the Terizla looks worse right now due to the early game damage reduction nerfs and the increased cooldown on his spells. But in the late game, that damage reduction, the body of Smith, actually is increased by 5%. So technically, in the right circumstances, it can still be a very solid pick if you need more sustain. But look at this!
Wow, Dreams! How? Chidera used the second skill way too early there, and he timed it well. I really wonder what happened, because he has a built-in Purifier. That should not have happened.
I think he walked into the bush and got completely jumped on by the side of Evos. Even with the Hellkurt, it seems like Evos are still able to match the pressure, right? And get control around the map. And get pickouts of their own. It's a rare scene to see against Beloyski's Hellkurt, but not Vincent. Always forced to use that Spear of Alpha backwards again and again.
Always targeted, always taken down. I think he's, there you go, forcing a recall. He can't defend this.
Oh, Raging Sandstorm.
Whoa.
Just as a zoning tool. I mean, Evos, they're playing it so clean in the second game.
Yeah, Geek Fam, they're feeling like Anakin Skywalker right now. They don't like sand.
Well, I mean, look at the items right here, though. Heptaseeds and Great Dragon Spear for Beloyski. Technically a get-out-of-jail-free card if he pops the darkness and just runs off. So another way for Beloyski to be annoying, but Annabelle with Divine Glaive is going to function more and more like an assassin and going to be able to actually shred down this Lord a lot more reliably, forcing Geek Fam.
It's just a shove. Oh, what? That's the tank. That's the main frontliner of Geek Fam. He got melted down, but those are some big resources that they have used up. A boy now going to be engaged on. It has Chain. Oh, the Purifier already used up as well. No Purify. That means Evos can actually go for it, but look at Hellkurt, look at Beloy. Dreams again able to find the implosion, and they bank on the fact that they can punish Vincent. Oh no, Lord. Should be free for Evos to take now. They burnt everything.
They're gonna stay on it right here. Dreams conceals once more, but look at Beloyski.
Annabelle able to secure it. Veldora trying to go
no.
for a play. Beloyski into the back, finding Clock. No! He doesn't get him! Or if that was the lethal ignition, he would have. He went for the war cry, and Clocken survives with one HP.
He was able to regen in the final moment, and that actually allowed him to continue that walk back home. And unfortunately, again, like you mentioned, it's Geek falling behind. Vincent was taken down earlier on. They don't get the neutral objective. There was a trade in the top side, and it looks like the Hellkurt, Beloyski, is still looking for those trades. But Evos are going to be pushing with this Lord.
It's the macro split push play that Geek Fam is just known for, especially with Beloyski initiating it. But a bit of a same problem from game number 1. Chidera on the 1-1 that should have so much potential really isn't shining on it. I don't think we've even seen him pop up on Inspire and make a big play, or even a crossbow tag.
Oh, Veldora with the penalty zone, trying to zone them away, now gets caught by Eternal Guard. No penalty zone to play with, and Veldora will just be slashed down by the Eternal Guard. Brands doing all of the damage. Beloyski gets read out by Psychots. He's gonna have to blink out of there. 4,000 gold lead. Concentrated energy for Annabelle.
Gonna be even more sustainable in those 1v1s. Evos increasing the gold lead and really suffocating Geek Fam. Even with the pressure of that Hellkurt, they're just getting a lot of value out of it. And now with the Winter Crowns coming through, you have to wonder what's the idea for Evos. And they're gonna wait for one more Lord potentially, and they're playing it patient. And with Dreams is standing in the front with a limited amount of Purifiers available for the side of Geek Fam, Evos can really have a lot more pressure, a lot more danger when it comes to the surprise attacks from the bush, even though in theory, against Geekfam's sphered Hellcurt on the Beloyski, they really weren't expecting this to be the case.
In fact, by our new application GoPay, since the Hellcurt revamp, Beloyski has become the player who uses the Hellcurt the most in MPL ID with 6 picks and an 83.3% win rate. I mean, right now, Evos are doing a good job of controlling that. But what I did notice earlier on, Beloyski, Windtalker, Hellcurt, is that a normal item for a Hellcurt?
Consider that he's split pushing. It can be a great way to increase his wave clear and tower taking potential. Sideclots though, really matching him down. But look at the bottom side. Still, when it comes to the macro presence, Geekfam have a lot more ways to kind of be annoying. Because Evos, they have a combo composition. They have to stick together. And that is exactly what Geekfam are trying to abuse as much as possible. Because there's no way the plan is to just walk into Evos and see if you can outdo Dreams and Clockern and Psychots in that big combo play.
They haven't been able to either, right? No. So, Psychots, though, you can see that he is trying to alleviate that pressure Beloyski is putting onto him. And technically, Psychots, did he go build physical attack instead of defense?
Psychots? I don't
What was his build?
Oh, wow, he is going full damage. Wow.
He's going to see Halbert, have to see his end with the crown, but whoa, look at this.
That's why he's been able to match Beloyski in his side lane. Interesting build here with the lethal ignition too. Geekfam holding on to the Lord though.
No, Vincent has the Queen's Wings with more damage reduction potentially, but Brands with the Holy Crystal, that's a massive power spike. But can he get close enough? He does have to purify for the next big fight. And you can see, wow, Psycho's actually outdoing Beloyski when it comes to, the side push kind of pressure. That's the matchup, right? Assassins against a fighter, but look at Dreams.
Look at Psychots though, in the back as well. Dreams going in for the implosion onto Vincent, he goes. He's trying to go to combo down right now. Psychots goes in for the flanks with the lethal ignition, doing a lot of damage. The Raging Sandstorm by so much time, and the Winter Crown! He heals all the way back up and he survives for so long. But in the end, it's actually a 2-for-1 in favor of Geekfam. Beloy was able to get that kill onto the back on Dreams. Evos though, they have a lot of resources. They will just start up this Lord. Geekfam can get a turret in the mid lane, I believe. Beloyski, can he steal it? He can look for something. Two-man terrified. Lachlan taken down. Brass down with Zaman Force as well. Jumping back and forth. The Eternal Guard from our boy catches him. Now it's Annabelle against 3. Trying to run away. Now with the enhanced sword as well. Unable to survive. Beloyski on the Hellcurt. Just too big of a force to be reckoned with.
That's a wiped out, ladies and gentlemen. The White Tigers have been taken down. And it looks like Geek want to continue to press the issue.
One cannon minion. I don't think Geekfam can do it, but they will be able to buy a lot of time.
And they have equalized on the gold disparity. They won that fight at almost a 4,000 gold deficit, man. Geekfam able to find the moments, find the weird plays. There was a flank from Evos, but then it was immediately matched by a flank from Geekfam. They're just so good at doing it. And now with the Lord cleared out, it's back to square one. And you have to look at the map. Even without the Lord, the base heart was taken out by Geekfam. So now when it's back to square one, when it's back to this waiting game, I think you can't argue that Geekfam has the advantage.
And he was so patient about it too. He was waiting for that proper moment. He was lurking in the bush. You could see that he was very calm about it. He didn't go in for a rush maneuver. That's Triple B. Oh man, you can never count Geekfam out despite them not being in a favorable situation.
Even if Beloy dies 8 times, you can't count him out, man. Nope. That's just BBB right there. He has his own way of playing MLBB.
So this is an anomaly then. 6-1 Beloyski on the Hellcurt.
On the Hellcurt, it's pretty normal.
Okay.
This is lower than what he used to use. Back in the Hellcurt meta, he used to go 11-0 or something.
That's true.
He used to hard carry. Even now, he's going with the Berserker's Fury right after the Windtalker. So in the 1v1s, slowly but surely, as long as he can survive the initial burst from Psychots, even Psychots himself, in theory, shouldn't be able to 1v1. But look at those recalls, man. You better get it yourself and try and use it in-game while it's still fresh. And look at this, man. Geekfam. Chadera walking in alone like that. Risky play, but I guess with the wave on the bottom side, he thinks it's safe enough.
Dreams? Okay. Dreams able to buy the immortality in time. A boy actually trying to block it. Oh, Chadera with the steal. Annabelle doesn't want to use that red tree.
Okay.
It's a bit too valuable, especially with the next potential objectives. The purple buffs here, I think it's still going to be taken by Annabelle. With 25 seconds to go, I think that side lane matchup becomes so much more important here. Psycuts and Beloyski in a never-ending duel. Whereas for Evos, I feel like now, because of how they've been flanked twice already and kind of having Clockun deleted, I feel like they're playing it a lot safer now. They were confidently pushing out earlier into the jungles of GeekFam, but now because of that, look at how closely they're moving around together. That kind of sets them up for a big engage coming in from Vildora or Vincent, by the way, so Evos themselves have to be very careful here.
Annabelle picks up the Holy Crystal here, so doubling down on that damage. That 1v1 is still happening in the top lane between Beloyski as well as Psychots. It's actually forcing Beloyski back. But again,
whoa,
Dreams looks for this concealed play, exactly.
I don't think they can do anything. They go in onto the back. Whoa! Tadera walking forward. Penalty's going to cancel it out right now. The crossbow attack from Tadera. And now the reinitiation plans. Still jumping back and forth. MPL outplaying Beloyski. Meanwhile, Annabelle in a 2v1. Annabelle likes those odds. He'll take that fight and he'll win it.
He's alone. Tadera, everyone else had been taken down. That was a 4-4-2. Tadera, what's the plan here?
Just gonna try and go for an outplay maybe, because Evos, they're ignoring the wave on the bottom side. Now finally sending Clockun back. They want to go for an end. Tadera, can he do it 1v2? It's a 1-1 and a lot of outplay potential.
No Inspire, no crossbow attack. Tadera still able to jump away for now. Tadera walking back again. Doesn't have the Inspire, but he is winning out. Oh, Evos, have they made a mistake? Beloyski will be up, a boy will be up. I don't think they can burst this Lord down. But let's see, Eternal Guard, Zaman Force, everything used up onto the Lord. They should be able to take it. Unless Tadera walks up, and it is going to be Annabelle with the Retribution.
Wow, what a chain of events. Tadera still able to clear out that lane in a 1v3 situation, still able to survive. But the question is, survive for how long? Evos being able to blitz that will hold on to the Lord. What can we expect happen in the next few minutes, Arashi?
Evos might just set up the waves initially and then escort the Lord to try and force a fight. The issue right here is that Beloyski can be so annoying because there's no pressure coming in from the lanes, right? But now with the Lords pushing up, Beloyski once again big brain plays. But Evos won't be there on the receiving end. They're gonna try and make a play initial, I think, theoretically with this Lord.
They have to. Beloyski is in the bottom lane. If they want to make a move, they must make it now. Beloyski still in the bottom lane. Another mini wave coming down actually stop these waves from crashing altogether. And because of it, GeekFam have dealt with the Lord in the mid lane. Good defense. Beloyski looking for a flank, actually cutting the wave in the mid lane. Blinking out. Well played. Well played to Geek.
Able to get a clear right there, kind of stutter the waves around, and Evos, without the flicker available, I think earlier on Dreams, used it in the previous fight, they weren't able to force a fight when they really wanted to. Now again, back to the waiting game, where GeekFam has a chance to just be unpredictable. I mean, Evos has the advantage right here, but it really feels so tense for them.
You can even see Psychots overthinking. You can see it with the way that he's maneuvering in the minimap. We don't necessarily see him on screen, but you can see Psychots is always very wary and cautious as to the whereabouts of Beloyski earlier on. I don't know if he was just recalling randomly or he was anticipating maybe is Beloyski looking for a backdoor, and then later on he couldn't help push in the waves because he was still looking for the position of Beloyski that could still possibly look for a backdoor in the team fight. So it is causing Evos to overthink quite a bit. And that's something that GeekFam can use to their advantage.
And Evos really seems to be trying to have a more reactive mindset. They haven't really been able to force a lot of fights. Even when they saw Beloyski clearing the waves and the waves pushing in favor of their side, they haven't been able to actually go in and try and go for a big engage, a big catch. The same way we saw earlier when we talked about the fact that only one Purify is available for the side of GeekFam. If you look at the items now, Beloyski actually has the highest goal discrepancy, but that's because he's farming as a roamer.
Yep.
Grants picks up the Winter Crown to try and get some more outplay potential right here, but for the most part, it's only about minute swaps in the items. And even earlier, I think Vincent went and switched out his, he switched something out for the Athena shield. So with the Radiant Armor, he wants the Athena shield on top of that. because he recognizes that it's almost a full magic defense, magic damage composition, but that's where Cyclops comes in. That's, I guess, why he's going for a bit more damage in his build.
Just to make sure that the damage output isn't one-dimensional. But again, going back to this is where Beloyski shines.
Jumping into the back with a penalty zone as well, but now it's getting some on-force use up as well with the winner crowd. Beloyski, well timed. It is going to be the kill onto Dreams and Brand. Cyclops with the flank, but unable to find anything. Now it's a 3v5 situation, and Geek Fam, I think they've won it out. But they have used 2 resources, 2 big ultimates. Let's see what Evos can do.
Cyclops, I don't think is he recalling for sure here? I thought he was going for a steal. No, they don't do it. 3v1, they don't look for anything risky. Beloyski is still lurking around there. Always making Evos think twice about what they have to do.
I mean, with the death timers being so long, it might be a bit too risky. So Evos, they're banking on just waiting and going for a big fight. And we have to realize as well, when Geek Fam are fighting in the base of Evos, that's where these weird angles, these weird surprise plays from Beloyski can't really get executed. So technically, it's a great idea from Evos, but we have to see how well they can defend. Because right now, it's the 4th Lord coming in right here. So Geek Fam are going to have a lot more of an advantage, unless, of course, Evos can leverage all that crowd control to try and make something really work out for them. Especially with Annabelle, he's been able to do a lot of damage, but now that Geek Fam also has damage, he's kind of struggling to really stay alive, stay as dangerous as he is in the previous fights.
This might be the final game for Evos for MPL ID Season 14.
Turtle guard unable to connect on the Chadera. Now with the penalty zone connecting Raging Sandstorm to the back now as he goes for Chadera, but he's still able to kite away with a boy. Very low in the back line. It's actually going to be Vincent locked down as well. Brands gets a double. Evos lose no members. And once again, Evos match point the mythical creature.
They lose a couple turrets, but these inhibitor turrets stand strong again. First game, it was 17 minutes, very back and forth between both of these teams. And now coming into game number 2, it looks like we're getting the exact same, but it's getting a little longer. 23 minutes, almost that 24th minute. Beloyski is still looking for a big brain play. Still possible to turn things around right now. As Cyclops, Malefic Roar, by the way.
Ooh, Annabelle just rushing in with a conceal.
Does he want to go for it? Oh, he goes for the stinger. He jumps away, tries to bait out some stuff. Dreams actually. Oh! Not using it just yet. Brand's walking up. That's immortality by, but he's gonna lose the immortality. Chadera shut down by Annabelle. Beloy can't do anything. All the way in the back, there's still a minute wave. Beloy, what can you do? Jumps in, implosion! Evo's glory in the final match. They won't go down without a fight.
The mythical creature strikes again, forcing a game number 3 from the Geeks. With nothing to lose, this is the Evos that we were expecting to see today. They're having fun, and they're putting a Geek in a run for their money.
Wow, dude, that final sequence. Every single time, Geek Fam were the ones outsmarting, really surprising Evos, but right there, Evos got the jump on them. That's why it's so costly to lose members in the late game. It was like 30 more seconds until the members of Geek Fam were up, technically, and that kind of window was exactly what Evos were waiting on. They played it safe, they played for the base defense, and it has worked out in their favor.
Wow. Man, even with the full magic, the Radiant Armor and Athena, we were talking about how they could just itemize for the magic damage. Turns out, no you can't. That was Radiant and Athena, and Annabelle said, what defense? That was crazy damage.
It's a lot of damage. It's also a lot of damage coming in from Brands.
Yeah.
And this play, it just looks so jarring here because Geek Fam were playing so in sync the whole time, and this one moment there, I guess they were forced to go for it. There were still 10 seconds left on Vildora and Vincent. If they didn't go for a risky play, for something sneaky, there was no chance they were able to come out on top right there.
Wow.
I think the play was almost sealed from the moment they lost those 2 members.
So Evo's glory, the first team to be eliminated from playoffs, is the team that takes away that win streak from Helkert, Beloyski's Helkert. So 85% right now. has dropped.
He was still godly on it though. Just unfortunate for Mr. Beloy, but yeah. Unlucky, man. That game was just a battle of... Again, it's a slugfest, Arashi. Despite the early lead from EVOS. Came down to one fight. Why is it always EVOS... You know, they also beat Geek Fam in a similar way, right? To make it to make it to MSC, remember?
Oh, you're right.
It's base defense and then... Man.
Well, like we said earlier, the base defense really seems like the weakest point almost for Geek Fam, right? Because there's no weird maneuvers to play around. I think most of the times when we see Geek Fam win, if they win dominantly, it's always when there's a neutral objective and they're able to get a flank, they're able to get the death timers rolling. But I guess right there, they kind of fell into their own trap, right? They went for the base attack and then they lost 2 members in that late game. And it's just so difficult. It really feels like it's a matchup between surprise picks coming in from the side of Geek Fam and big combos from EVOS, which is why it became competitive. Because like when the fights were surprising, Geek Fam win, but when there was a big combo there, then EVOS gets the win, and then it becomes a back and forth, you know, almost like a tennis match, you know, just a long rally.
It was quite long.
Yeah.
24, 25 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I think
it was
of
a
the
long game. One of the longer games of the season.
But it has
I would
been
say.
exciting. I didn't expect it to be this exciting.
See, EVOS have like leveled up since not making it to the playoffs for some reason. They beat RRQ after not making it to the playoffs. For some reason, there's something with EVOS, man. They always have to be in a tough spot before they show their fangs.
It's just the cornered beast mentality. And you can see that there were a ton of outplay moves coming in from them there. And of course, Annabelle, you gotta give a shout out to him as well.
Yeah.
The amount of damage he's able to do, the outplays he was able to make, and the decision making on when and where to go in. The fact that right here, dude, man, it really feels like
they could have just hit him.
Yeah, exactly. They were thinking like, oh no way, he's gonna get taken out.
Oh.
But he doesn't.
And he got the turtle buff back.
And he takes out a boy here as well.
Man,
that's crazy.
Just give it to him. Just give it to him.
You sure?
But it turns out it's not Annabelle, it's Captain Psychots.
Yep, player of the game.
Khalid.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. It's Captain Psychots. You know, I really want to touch on Annabelle a little bit more there. You know, he went for an amazing performance on the Julian. Despite being in the drafting phase, he was banned out fully, right? Ling, Nolan, Hayabusa, Fanny, but I think most of the space that he was given was created by Captain Psychots.
And it was put to good use, but again, you really see the difference. The same started with game number 1. When Captain Psychots gets the plays going, they just have a lot more momentum. And the fact that he is also the only real physical damage dealer here, and he's able to still frontline, still zone, still engage, and make those outplays happen with the extra bit of sustain right here from the Khalid's kit, just shows again that this guy has experience, if anything, and he's able to leverage that to really find weird circumstances where I think Geek Fam were just not ready for. Right? And again, whenever the Raging Sandstorm lands, that's where they do get massive value. So I think it's quite obvious that his impact there was really important to the rest of the team as well.
Got damage too, man. This was the moment where I thought, yeah, Geek Fam would have definitely gotten the win here. And then Beloyski jumping to the back as well, getting Brand's instant initiation, or follow-up rather, from Veldora, the ex-EVOS member there. But in these skirmishes, Dreams too. They all played really, really well, honestly, right? They played as a unit. Really good placements, and I don't know, EVOS, every time they're cornered. I think you mentioned this, Arashi, a cornered beast, dying beast. What was it? What was your line?
Oh, a cornered beast is the most dangerous one, basically.
And that's what we're seeing from EVOS. They were definitely cornered, and they were definitely dangerous.
Are you calling them beasts?
They are beasts, no? Tigers are beasts.
That's true.
Yeah. They got Beast Rans. Did we get Mr. Fantastic or Bombastic in game 2?
I think we got both.
That's a rare occurrence.
I'll be real with you. There were moments where Rans was absolutely weaving in and out, doing damage, and I'm like, wow, is this the version we're gonna get? And then he gets hit by an Eternal Guard when he has a Purify up. You know, there's some moments in this game as well, but to be fair, Geek Fam was making it quite difficult as well, as they should be. So,
But
has come
remember,
down to this.
the first few minutes, do you remember when he got taken down?
Oh yeah,
By the
that's
health
true.
hurt,
That's true.
He popped the purifier and walked up again.
Yeah.
Exactly. You
Now
never
it's
know.
like a minute thing.
Mr. Brand.
It used to be like game thing, you know, every game it'll be different. Now it's a minute thing. It's like 1 minute he's the best. The other minute is like, let me walk up to this bush real quick.
That's a bit scary. That's volatile.
He's
They
turning it
they
up.
got the win though.
That's true. But I don't think it's because of him. But
Okay, well,
Oh,
you know,
wow.
if you win is something he would probably say. But man, looking at the items here, I have to say, Mirko, Chadero on the 1-1, we were hyping it up. He even went for the pull yourself together for that Inspire. You know, we didn't see a lot of that 1-1 moment.
Gonna have to put my hand up like Baldwin here. Unfortunately, for 1-1, right? It's weird for 1-1. In your ranked games, you would think this guy's a scaler, right? Like late game, a beast because you can jump around. But in pro play, it's different. You need to get the power. You need to actually win it out in the mid game. Because once we get into the late game, Winter Crowns, Win of Natures, well, in this case, just Winter Crowns, will be the main counter to the 1-1. So it'll be very hard to actually get a crossbow tank. When he popped in the crossbow tank, everybody just froze. And then no translation, no damage.
Win a crown, yo.
Win a crown fu.
Crown Fu. Well, Chadero, again, we really were expecting a lot more in the early to mid game. That's exactly what we were talking about right here. But the 1-1 really wasn't able to do a lot due to the zoning. And you have to wonder if maybe Geekfam were over-respecting side cuts because he's a lot squishier going with that like full damage build. And yet, every single time he Raging Sandstorms, everyone just backs away. The rich guy in the carry is going to be Annabelle, though. That was a great Julian performance. Despite the fact that he was nerfed in the most recent patch that we are using, he was actually able to leverage it, do a lot of damage. Almost feels like good old Julian.
Mm-hmm.
Good old.
And good old Annabelle. Man.
Oh.
Last season, Annabelle popped off towards the later stage of the season. And we're getting that glimmer back from Annabelle. It's really nice to see that back. And that glaring contrast between Vincent, it's intense.
Yeah. This is the reason, man, in MPL ID at least, right? We have so many good assassin users. This guy is 8th place. Evo's Glory are 8th. And Annabelle's doing this well, right? Like, I actually rate him as my top 3 this season. Even
who's number 1?
Sutsujin.
Okay.
Fabian.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir Annabelle.
Annabelle. Oh.
Interesting. Well, again, he did show...
Kyrie?
This season, it's like Annabelle and then Niall.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take it. Niall has been performing.
We can see the reason, right?
For regular season, right?
Exactly. In playoffs, probably Kyrie again, right?
You never know.
Probably.
Fnatic
I didn't even say
playoffs
Super
mode.
Cam. Super Cam number 1. Best jungler in the world.
Oh, caught him slipping. You caught him slipping, guys.
Clip that.
I never forget my boy.
Mr. Starless,
Supaken.
Coed.
There's going to be a change in the jungles, though. That's the question. But before that, Eterna,
Uh-huh.
what are we going to have?
I don't know. Let's ask Monica Ko over up on the stage. What is she doing?
Moko?
Moko? Monica? Monica Canado?
Juga hai Budelnat. Gimana jantungnya aman? Enggak, kenapa?
Karena tadi aku kira udah mau end, ternyata
Waduh. Kalau Nat gimana Nat?
sama sih. Tadi mikirnya udah mau kelar kirain kan, ternyata di luar ekspektasi.
Di luar ekspektasi. Tapi walaupun di luar ekspektasi tadi di game kedua, pastinya ada yang udah sesuai ekspektasi. Karena Geek Fam udah mengamankan tiket menuju playoff. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tapi boleh dong, ini bisa dong di spill dikit nih. Ada mungkin persiapan Geek Fam menuju playoff sudah sejauh apa sih kalau yang diketahui Nat sama Pudel?
Persiapan kita sih udah mateng banget ya Kak. Terus kayak kita bakalan siap menggemparkan kota Bandung.
Waduh Bandung, are you ready? Udah siap belum Bandung bakalan digemparkan oleh Geek Fam? Tapi apalagi sih ini gemparnya itu seperti apa? Mungkin Nat mau kasih tahu dikit-dikit, spill dikit.
Gak mau, pokoknya rahasia deh.
Wih, rahasia. Ini yang makin bikin deg-degan. Kalau Nat nggak mau kasih tahu rahasia, siapa tahu Pudel mau kasih tahu nih. Pudel, spill dikit boleh nggak?
Dibolehin sama manajer aku.
Gak dibolehin ternyata. tapi boleh dong kayak mungkin persiapannya ini yang menggemparkan, berarti ini wajib dong, Geek Community wajib datang ya?
Wajib banget.
Wajib banget ya. Berarti kalian harapannya untuk Geek Fam sendiri menuju babak playoff seperti apa sih? Karena kalau kita lihat kan season-season sebelumnya, 2 season kemarin runner up, season kemarin top 3. Sekarang harapan buat Geek Fam di playoff seperti apa?
Harapan aku untuk Geek Fam semoga memberikan sesuatu yang maksimal mungkin. Untuk menang kalah itu urusan belakang, yang penting udah ngasih hal yang terbaik buat kita. Dan semoga aja sih M6, semoga amin ya kan.
Semoga M6
Amin.
biar berlanjut ya dari M5 ke M6. Tapi kalau dari Nat ada pesan-pesan yang ingin disampaikan, harapannya?
Kalau buat aku untuk Geek Fam ya maksimal aja sih mainnya. Harus full 100% mainnya.
Full 100%, itu pokoknya ya harapannya untuk teman-teman untuk Geek Fam ini. Tapi untuk Geek Community ada pesan-pesan gak tuh juga? Ayo diajak-ajak ke Bandung. Karena mereka berdua, Pudel dan juga Nat dan teman-teman lain bakalan menggemparkan Bandung. Coba tuh diajak.
Kalau buat Geek Community jangan lupa buat dukung Geek Fam terus. Jangan lupa juga buat beli tiket playoff match Geek Fam dan beli juga merchandise Geek Fam. Kalian bisa beli di marketplace resminya Geek Fam. Pokoknya kita bakal seru-seruan di Bandung bareng.
Seru-seruan di Bandung bareng. Kalau dari Pudel mungkin ada yang ingin disampaikan ke Geek Community?
Kayaknya udah semua disampaikan oleh Nat ya Kak. Jadi kayak ya pokoknya siapapun Geek Community dari manapun semoga bisa mendukung Geek Fam di playoff nanti.
Wow, tapi kalau prediksi hari ini seperti apa? Ini kan udah 1-1 nih. Harusnya udah tahu sih, Monica udah tahu pasti prediksinya 2-1 buat Geek Fam. Berarti kali ini Monica gak nanyain skor deh, nanyain bakalan sesengit apa sih? Apakah akan membuat jantung kita copot juga seperti game yang kedua di game ketiga kali ini?
Kayaknya iya, soalnya tadi game kedua itu greget banget gak sih? Jadi kayaknya dia untuk yang match ketiga ini lebih panas sih kataku.
Game ketiga akan lebih panas. Kita akan langsung lihat bagaimana jalannya game ketiga. Apakah akan sesuai dengan prediksi dari Pudel dan Nat? Bakalan panas banget. So, tanpa berlama-lama, inilah game penentuan the match point antara Evo's Glory dan Geek Fam. Silakan casters, take it away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for game numero 3. It looks like the White Tigers are going to be forcing a game number 3. And we actually saw Psychots.
And Dreams. Why'd you forget Dreams?
I wasn't in the guy's toilet.
And Ranger Amos.
Wait, you weren't?
I thought you were like one of the bros.
With Psychots. Yeah, Ranger must call him Captain something that we won't.
What did he say?
Captain.
Oh, yeah.
Captain what?
He had some pretty strong words. You know why? He's like, I thought it was a done deal, man, but you gotta make it intense. And now we're invested
here at
now.
Game 3.
I'm invested, just like I invested in the best device in the world, ladies and gentlemen.
What's the best device?
The Samsung Galaxy S24.
Just the S24?
There's more to S24s?
It's the FE.
Oh.
It's the FE.
Wait, is that it?
Yeah, funny you mention it because we
FE.
have one on desk right here, right now.
That's yours now,
Eterna,
Rashi.
do the honors.
Okay, that's yours now.
It's mine?
Yeah.
It's an unboxing, dude. Show the viewers
'Cause
what you got.
I have the normal S24. What's so special about the FE?
Well, open up and find out because it's a phone with a flagship performance at a wallet-friendly price. That's what it is. The S24 FE is perfect priced at about like 9 million IDR.
That's crazy.
It has flagship level performance for that cost, and it still features the Galaxy AI, which makes your photos look even more amazing, and all the other spicy AI tools that Samsung has very generously allowed us to have in these flagship phones. So what are you waiting for, man? Buy it now and get a total bonus of up to IDR 1.8 million, including a free 2x memory upgrade to 256 gigabytes and a free permanent MLBB skin.
That's all of it, man. And also, for you guys, especially MPL viewers, you get a free 25-watt travel adapter and a 200,000 Google Play voucher for purchases on Samsung.com. Using the promo code Galaxy S24FEXMPL. Because right now, actually, it's selling like hotcakes, and it's the promo is getting used a lot. And it's only valid until the 31st of October. So you have, I would say, well, what date is it today? Can you check on your S24FE?
I'm too busy filming you.
Okay, but it's, I think, you have 26 more days. 26 more days to get it, all right? Go ahead and check it out, Samsung.com/ID, and you can get this. If you're still recording, and it's probably better quality than my vlogs, because I don't have that.
Dude, it goes 0.6 times instead of 0.5 only.
And you, how much can you zoom? Can you zoom into the screen right now and read what's on the screen?
Yeah, it says, get free skin. Wait, what? Get free skin?
With what? How do you get a free skin?
It says UBS Gold.
It says with every purchase of the limited edition Benedetta Electro Katana and Mythic Warrior.
Wow.
The sword and the ring.
I really want the sword, honestly.
Hey,
is it expensive?
It is. It's quite expensive, but it's a good investment, right? But here's the catch. You don't just get it with the sword or with the ring. You can also get it with any purchase of the limited edition collaboration. So even the cards here that you see that have a little bit of gold in it, you can get it, man.
Are they selling it at the venue?
They are, actually. I think you can find it around there, but it's easier when you just go and check out ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle's e-commerce.
I'll do that. I'll do that. I'm scared. You're right. I mean, sometimes in the booth it's sold out.
Exactly. We used to have a vending machine.
I miss that. I
too.
literally want to buy gold right now, guys.
It's pretty convenient, right? It's just right outside the door, so you exit and you immediately make an investment. I mean, you know, that's a great placement right there. But here, Eterna, let's look at the next voting topic here for the audience.
It appears scores are tied. How can Geek win game number 3?
Queen Elizabeth?
Let's see what the audience thinks. Okay, 44% ban or pick Khalid. All right.
Yes, that
Number
seems to be
2,
the case.
consider utility jungler. Number 3, deny dreams initiation. Okay, let's start with the first one.
Huh. Ban or picking the Khalid. Malady, I must say, it's an interesting approach to the situation.
Prince Harry?
You kind of look like him.
What? Interesting observation, Eterna.
Prince Charles?
Yes.
King Charles. Anyways, yeah, banner pick Khalid. The thing is, it really depends on the side selection, because if they're on red side again, I don't think they want to leave the lane open against Annabelle. The third one actually is an interesting topic to bring up. Utility jungle, wasn't it like the alpha is as utility as you can get? Sutsujin has proven us that maybe it's not. Maybe you can go for Fredrin, but it is very risky, especially up against a Julia that clears very fast. It's still first pick for Evo, so yeah, if they want to ban out Khalid, they can. But they're going to have to leave a Ling or a Nolan open. Now, is that a value trade? I think the Nolan, yes. You can ban out the Khalid instead of the Nolan.
Khalid over the Nolan, and immediately, man, Geek fam, look at the win rates going back to the full 50-50, like we saw earlier just today. But yeah, that could be an interesting approach right there. Kind of letting your opponents get something in exchange for something. So, could be the plan, but I feel like even for Evos, they might also have adjustments of their own, because there's no way Coach Age was looking at that whole game going like, okay, let's go with the same idea. Rely on the Khalid.
I mean, technically, they could still go for the Fulvi's Gatot Matilda ban, and then Geek can force the chip to be left open.
Oh, I don't know. Geek.
Can Dreams perform on the chip?
Yes, he can, I think.
Oh.
I think he can. But either way, right? For some reason, the Geek fam let go of the chip strategy hasn't really been working. They haven't shown it.
So could it be now? Maybe? We'll see, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase for game number 3, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. And we're gonna start things off with Chidera scratching his head, so maybe he's also thinking about ways to take this away from Evos right now. But it looks like Evos are reverting back to the Helkert ban. Helkert Matilda, and then they go for the Gatot. So the Fulvius now has been left open finally. And Geek go for the same thing. Ling chip. Now, the last ban, though, do you think it will still be the Nolan?
I don't know, man. Rashi?
It's either the Nolan or the Khalid. I must say that the Khalid seems to be a bit bigger of a problem technically. Now with the health card available though, it's gonna be kind of evened out. Both teams kind of losing a big potential weapon, but the Phobias actually is still left open.
Yep.
But do Evos want to go for that though? We talked again about the limitations of this Phobias and how Psychos has been so good at doing all these other things that the Phobias can't do. They will go for it. Now what will be the response from Geek Fam right here? They can match it with the Hylas maybe, if they really want to have that big, massive frontliner. But I get the feeling that Geek Fam are looking at something more aggressive.
I don't know if it's Geek style, but with the Ling being banned out, technically they could pick up the Nolan for themselves, right?
But then Evos can go Hayabusa still, right? Like it's not as certain as that. I don't know. The safe choice would still be the Alpha, but without the Mathilda, yeah, it's a tough one to actually just utilize. And Phobias, in my opinion, even though, yeah, we have been seeing Psychons pop off on, you know, the enablers like the Khalid, Phobias is still very, very broken. They go for the Nolan. There you go. And the Edith. So leaving away the Valentina up for grabs. But Evos, with this, they can actually just go for... Do they want to go for Aramis here? For Clockun. That's usually the pick for a Clockun.
Cool. If they go to the Faramis though, there's a chance that Geek Fam can go for the Valentina, and we've seen that they are really liking that Valentina pick in the hands of a boy, so I think it's a bit too early, if that makes sense. For Evos, they might be looking more at the jungle pick, right? With the jungle matchup so important. We've seen that Annabelle earlier was kind of shaved down to a handful of picks, so maybe they want to use this opportunity to pick up something for him now, or maybe they're just that confident in his hero pool and they're gonna let it slide.
We'll see.
I agree.
Okay. So they're still opting to go for Dreams' big pick as well as the Vexana. So still the Tigreal Vexana combination. I mean, we saw that work out really well for Evos. I think we mentioned about Beloyski's hero picks over and over with the Helicard and so on and so forth, but we failed to mention Dreams and his Tigreal, and we saw what he was capable of doing with it. So Geek now to close things out. Technically, they can be the ones to pick up... Oh, wait, but I don't think they should. I was thinking they pick up the Faramis, but technically Evos, with this composition, it makes it really difficult. So they go for the Natan first. They go for the gold lane first.
And Natan very early on right here. It did lead them to victory in game number 1. And now with the Edith and the Natan, it's a lot of magical DPS though. But going with the Natan means that they don't want to deal with the 1-1 potentially for brands. So they'll be banning it away, and if that's the idea, to shave away all these early aggressive heroes that can shut down this Natan, then I guess the Harith should be coming soon after this 1-1 too.
For Evo's glory, now they're actually going to have a little bit more leeway to pick up an Assassin still. Against a Natan, it should be pretty good. I wonder if Annabelle is confident about his Fanny here in game number 3. That's a fair misban, so leading up to this, it's already kind of like a setup for what they're trying to do. Maybe on the Assassins, the Hayabusa is technically up for grabs as well. That is the safer choice. Oh wow, Geek Fam take a different approach this time. They ban out the Alpha away from Evo's glory.
You want to make sure that the early game aggression, the dives coming in. We saw that earlier with 3 massive engage tools. It's difficult for Geek Fam to react, so now getting the Alpha out of the picture, less of the burst damage, less of the clear speed, they can compete with that Nolan as well. A great play for Geek Fam. But for Evos, Loyi and Faramis, turns out eventually, even though it's in the second phase, Geek Fam will respond with that Hylos indeed.
I still want...
Swing!
There you go. I still want the Fanny. That's what I was about to say.
Not bad.
So the Fanny does come through for Evos, but now they have to think about a source of shred for the high-low. So gold lane, what are we thinking?
I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is the carry, but you know, it's not going to be very difficult to try and use the carry against all of these longer range heroes, against all of these danger zones technically. So something with a bit more range would be preferable, but I'm struggling to find something that just fits the bill right here without any downsides.
Dive together with a team, I think. Just go Claude. It's a pretty okay matchup in the gold lane against the Natan too. There you go.
There you go. Okay, technically this Edith can still be flexed, but I don't think I don't think that Beloyski should pick it up. What do you think Beloyski should pick up against the Fanny?
Well, I think it's either one,
Ruby?
Hylos or Edith. They can't go for anything else.
Oh, you're right.
They gotta go mid now. And it will be tough. The safest choice should be Valentina.
Aurora?
I don't know. Up against this composition, maybe we can see a boy go back to Lilia. Maybe.
It's a possibility. Aurora will actually be it. A lot of ways to stop the whole dive coming through. More importantly, I think whenever the Phobius tries to be a big of a nuisance, you just freeze him, put him in place, and that could be a great solution here to really negate the pressure of Captain Psychots in game number 3.
And I think also her passive, right? It really does help slow down whatever kill pressure that Evos has, especially now that Annabelle is on the Fanny. It's risky. I understand the value of the Lilia. She does still have her black shoes, but there you go, ladies and gentlemen. What do we think about these lineups?
I like it for Evos right now, but it really depends on how Annabelle does on the Fanny, because he's been really amazing on the other assassins. Fanny has been one that he hasn't been able to impress a lot of people with.
I think it depends on how Geekfam is able to abuse the Hylas right here. If Evos play into that playstyle and try and beat down on the Hylas with the Revitalize, I think it's going to be a bit difficult, and they might lose steam in the early game. But if they use the Fanny to target the right targets, I think Evos has it, man.
So let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, the final game for both of these teams. The final performance, the final bow from Evo's Glory and Geekfam. Let's see who wins this. Back to a best of one.
Let's take a look at it. Their final match in Season 14. Geekfam, a possible tiebreaker looming if they actually lose this matchup. If Altrigo win both their matchup. Wow, Revitalize early from Beloyski.
Very early, actually, swinging the trade in favor of Geekfam. I guess he thinks it's going to be up by the time they go for the turtle anyways. But you can see the stark contrast for both gold laners. Initially not going for the Purifies, being confident in the outplay potential, but now respecting the fact that there's just so many of those crowd control tools thrown about. And you can see Vincent, though, on the Nolan, going to be farming a lot faster here. That is one of the main strengths of the Nolan. So you have to see how Annabelle wants to play around this, whether he's going to go for weird rotations or not. If you take a look at the emblem share by IndieHome, Firmness and the Festival of Blood, actually, for Psychots, is going all in for the tankiness and sustain. So not going for the agility to really help him out with the roaming or the Wilderness Blessing, or rather, to try and roam around. So it's a whole different approach compared to the Khalid we saw earlier. And most definitely for all the backliners of Evos, the tenacities, man. They want to be up close and personal. We've seen Klokken and Brands move forward along with the team, even when they really aren't supposed to. Wanting to commit with the aggression. So going with the tenacity, it's going to allow them a few more seconds to really have a big impact in some of these fights.
Also, audience prediction here by GoPay, 53% for Geekfam, 47% for Evos. Wait a second though, Dreams.
With a shove, not letting Beloyski getting that stun down, but will be able to walk back up to the mid lane. Beloyski will have to revitalize back now, pushing some damage back onto Dreams to battle the roamers. Dreams losing out, getting the regen too, Mr. Beloy, BBB. Oh, good poke.
That's a lot of damage being played onto Dreams right before the neutral objective. What? That's a takedown, actually.
Yeah, with Pretty Glacier 2 up top, plays into it from Brad. Tadera shut down. Wow. Evo's Glory say, we don't care about the turtle. Our plan is to shut Tadera down.
Great approach coming in from Evos. Just adjusting, knowing that the Nolan most likely will be at a level advantage, perhaps. And having more setup, having the early game high loss potential. So they give up a kill, but they might be giving up one more here.
Veldora with the Earth Shadow Flicker. Now Annabelle going to the back line, jumping back and forth with the Fanny, and onto Vincent he goes. He won't have enough energy. It's back and forth. Cutthroat 2! Getting Vincent down, and no, it's a disaster for Geekfam! They lose out up top, and they lose down below too! 3 members traded, a boy getting out with a sliver of HP.
Annabelle 2-0-2 now on the Fanny in the first 3 minutes of the game. And if he gets to that snowballing point, then he can just say, shh, to the haters.
I mean, he went with massive mechanics right there in that fight. And the audacity of this man. We've seen Fannies go in, get a big burst of damage, and get out. But even with no energy left, he just stood there and just committed all into that fight. It's a bold move, and it really paid off for Annabelle. Now Beloyski might pay the price.
Still able to regen. Chidera getting a lot of value with the entropy, taking the turret down to a quarter of its health.
And despite everything that's been going on, sure, they were able to take down Chidera. Oh, wait a second. Psychos 1v1 Veldora.
Ooh, yeah, that's the Phobius. That's why the Phobius.
Man.
Ha!
Yeah, he gets pushed back, actually forced in a recall, but back to the point earlier on, despite Chidera being caught out once, Evo still need to figure out a way to control this imminent danger of the Natan. And so far, with Chidera being able to pick up that much gold, I do believe that that could be a problem.
Can definitely still be a problem if Brands doesn't really leverage the shutdown to try and bully Chidera in the lane. And with Voloisky looming very close by, you have to wonder what the plan is for GeekFam for the next neutral objective, because Veldora is outmatched.
Oh, with the cutthroat, Veldora taken very low, but okay, he has to recall here. It seems like the setup will be pretty good for Evo's Glory. Dreams gets spotted out, goes in for the shove onto Voloisky. No follow-up just yet, just a little bit of poke towards Mr. Dreams. A boy still saving that Frigid Glacier. Has the flicker in 3 seconds. Psychon's on it. Annabelle with the orange buff. Dreams with the conceal. Now the implosion flicker combo, getting the jump down with the Eternal Guard, two big combo. The Revitalize saves them now. Annabelle to the back line, over the cutthroat too. Now able to get also in front of pursuit. Annabelle escaping, and Psychons is the assassin now. He will be shut down. Clockwood is trying to run away, trying to bait up some time. A GeekFam win there, but they will not try to go for the turtle just yet. Clockwood?
What is he doing?
Whoa, flicker forward! Oh, Veldora, one basic attack, he's burning down, but it's not gonna be enough. Vincent with a chase, but Annabelle's coming down. Oh, fracture, lethal ignition. Clockwood surviving with one. How do they keep getting away with it?
That was a sliver of health. That was down to pixels for both of these players, for Vincent, for Veldora. Oh man, that was intense. But with this, it's a complete reset for both of these teams. Vincent is caught a little bit low, and it doesn't look like Evos want to go for the full throttle onto the turtle either. Annabelle looking for that purple buff first.
I think both junglers are going to be going for other things across the map first, but Annabelle, he actually spots Vincent right there, so he can be a bit more aggressive. And for the side of Evos, the all-in really favors them a lot more. But whoa!
Chidera, oh, trying to run away. Annabelle gets the assassination, so that imminent threat, they're dealing with it.
It's just so lethal, man. You just get deleted so fast. Well played for the side of Evos, but GeekFam, they're trying to answer back.
They get the turtle for the kill up top, but it's a turret traded on top of a kill.
So again, it looks like Evos are doing really great at trading back, right? I mean, it looks like Annabelle was in no hurry to contest the neutral objective either, so that's just been it. They're going for kills again and again and again.
Baiting the Frigid Glacier, coming back at it. No cable, still able to escape. Dreams with the jump back and the implosion, catching on to two. Brands now with the blazing duo and the Eternal Guard catches them all. Brands in the back, Mr. Fantastic. Now gunning a boy down. The Earth Shatter into the Purify. Brands silencing the haters too as Clockwood gets the double.
That's a 3-for-1 trade, ladies and gentlemen. Evos are striking back, and they're striking back hard. Brands is not even at his power spike yet, right?
But at that point, it's just enough damage to really swing everything in favor of Evos. The fact that Annabelle, with only a Heptasis, was able to force out the Frigid Glacier from a boy, get him out of the picture, means that everyone else can just come in through. That danger, that idea for GeekFam to kind of zone everyone away and deny the dive with the Frigid Glacier can't work if Annabelle keeps getting his hands onto a boy. So Voloisky needs to be a bit more careful right here. A bit more calculated with who he's supposed to be escorting around the map.
Oh, if you look, no way. Oh, Dreams, the shove, Clockwood implosion. Oh, that is just sad to see. Vincent getting read out by Mr. Dreams. Oh, he still want to go in. Implosion. No, not implosion. That's the entropy used up. They get Psychots. They trade Vincent for a kill down there, but look at the Vanny. Going up top. No glorious pathway here. And also, by the way, do you remember, Arashi, what Brands went for? The emblem? Was it the marksman emblem? Ooh. Because if he did, then this is already the power spike. The DHS and Golden Staff. Like, you just get these two items and you're already online.
We have to look back, actually, to try and figure out that that's exactly what he went for. There's so many combinations available for the Claude, and you might be right, Mirko. Looking at the fact that Evos hasn't really had an issue keeping Brands, you know, alive or even relatively impactful in this game. Look at this, no Dreams. Rise on the Dreams, or shot flicker strike, cuts the flicker forward into the back line, and Tadera will be assassinated. Dreams with the implosion, and that is Brands again, cleaning it up. Beloyski on the high-low surviving. The lone horse as Veldora gets taken out as well. It's a 4-0. Evos will get a free Lord. They'll get a free turret in the mid lane. They'll get everything they want.
Every single thing, literally. They pick up the Lord, and it looks like they're gonna get more than one tower there with how much damage Brands is doing. That siege potential from the Claude is still there, and it's still alive. 5,000 gold lead for the White Tigers right now. I don't think anyone expected this outcome to get to this point.
I mean, the fact that they confidently just dove towards that backline, dude. GameFam can't do anything once that happens. They have to rely on initially taking the brunt of the aggression on Veldora or on Beloyski and then hitting back. If the initial strike hits a boy or even Chadera, what can they do after, man?
Oh, man.
5k gold lead for Evos. And I just checked, Mirko. I think, yeah, Brands did go for that marksman emblem.
Yeah. So that's why.
Yikes, dude.
The power spike's already there for him. Oh man, Brands did this at MSC. He goes for the Winter Crown instead of the Wind of Nature, so he can Blazing Duet, have the Blazing Duet still shoot as he Winter Crowns.
That could be a great moment right here, especially because GameFam are using card control to try and stall, try and stop the momentum in this fight. Now though, at least in the base, since it's still the first Lord, GameFam are gonna be able to clear it all the high ground with the Natan damage as well. But Brands is at a 1.5, I believe, K gold advantage just earlier. And I think Chadera still is in the middle of trying to finish up his Holy Crystal.
I have a question though. With Brands' power spike hitting really early, and now that he has the Holy Trinity, does that mean that Evos are on a time constraint?
Well, technically, Brands is at the power spike already, but he still has more items to build, right? The Winter Crown, for instance, isn't really built just yet. So they're not really at that point where the gold is starting to get redundant just about yet, but they're approaching that point very, very early on, especially if they really funnel their gold onto the right members here. So for GameFam, they gotta respect the damage potential somehow.
Oh, wow. Trying to go for Beloyski earlier. Unfortunately, they're unable to do so, but man, even though we've been saying, right, the Phobia is not as crazy of a playmaker as the Khalid, Psychots with the Flicker has been actually playmaking quite a bit. He's been using the second skill into the Flicker to get 3-4 members knocked up so that the Infernal Pursuit can just be tapped non-stop.
It's definitely an unorthodox kind of approach right there for Psychots. Usually you would expect the Vengeance coming in for the Phobias. But I guess if you look at the composition of GameFam, not a lot of big shred tools that, or a lot of burst damage that Psychots needs to respect with that Vengeance. So maybe seeing that vulnerability, he just goes for the Flicker. So even if, let's say, a moment does unfold where Evos are walking in and then they get hit with a Frigid Glacier, well, Psychots can just flicker right over, sideways or over a boy and dodge from it completely. That's the weakness of the Frigid Glacier, man. It's a great tool, but it's so telegraphed, right? The cast animation takes so long to really lock people down.
And on the contrary, right? A boy can't go for Purify, right? So he can't respect Dreams. He can't respect the CC coming in through Evos. He's forced on the Flicker because of Psychos as well as Annabelle.
Oh! Clock good.
Nice.
Well played. Just like that, no initiation tools. That's why I said you gotta keep clocking, man. Guy's good.
It's really good, man. It seems like the instinctual, his instincts on when to go in, when to use big moments like that, like the Flicker, was just really, really good. And immediately Evos, they go for the purple buff, so now Vincent in a tougher situation than before, and they seem to be trying to adjust the waves right here, going for a 3-wave push. With all the dive potential that they have, they can really have a chance to go for a big fight right here, and if it lands on the right people, if a big implosion or a big Eternal Guard lands on the right targets, this could be the end for GameFam.
I believe so too. I don't know how. I mean, technically they do still have the clear speed coming in from the Natan, but even then... Oh, actually, wait, Annabelle forced a recall.
Glorious pathway down. Oh, Psychots all the way to the back line. Dreams again, getting the implosion. Good Frigid Glacier though from a boy to actually dismantle them in the back. The Psychots is still available. Brands able to back away with the Battle Mirror image, but now Annabelle comes into the cleanup. able to get out two with the cables. Some clean gameplay. Psychots, reformation not ticking. Oh, Psychots goes back in. Vincent getting rid of him. But that is two big base turrets for two frontliners of EVOS.
I would say like that's worth it, right?
Yep.
And it's only Psychots and Dreams technically. They're core members, but they're not the main carries either. Annabelle and Brands hang on to that massive bounty, and they get two base turrets. And man, Geek Fam, they did their best right there. Chidera even stayed so far back and held off on the Purify. But again, it all starts with Psychots flickering in, and once they thought that the coast was clear, Dreams follows through as well. The fact that they were layering the crowd control so well, EVOS, just makes the backline for Geek Fam just so powerless. Even Beloyski here trying to frontline with the Hylas, for the most part gets ignored, man. They just walk past him and go for his teammates.
Wait, what is Chidera building next here?
One.
Wind of Nature. Against the Fanny, that's a massive problem. Against the Blazing Duet, it's also a massive problem. So the Wind of Nature will solve those issues. But for the most part, again, the front line can't really compare in damage in tankiness, and the back line can't compare to damage output. So in theory, the team that can dive in the back line gets a bit of an advantage. But the thing is, Geek Fam can't really do so because their team really isn't as flexible or as bursty as EVOS Legends. So this is where that combo mindset kind of works for EVOS.
Oh, Beloyski's looking for a combo of his
Dreams
own though.
able to find the back there with a shove as well. Psychots miss it all, then it can be caught by the Frigid Glacier. Annabelle trying to jump back, but Wind of Nature is bought as well. Vincent getting the kill onto Brands. Now Annabelle versus the world, jumping into the Chidera, but Wind of Nature is available for Chidera. This might be a big blunder from EVOS. Veldora in a 1v1 against Clockun, but will not be able to get the kill. That is a 3-for-0 in favor of Geek Fam, and they are on the Lord.
That's perfect setup. There you go. Again, right? Just as you think that maybe EVOS would have that upper hand, Geek say no. They have Triple B, and they're going to be able to get this Lord.
Oh.
And wait, they
Boy
stole
steals
it.
Yeah, no
The boy
boy.
takes the purple buff.
No red tree.
And it's so difficult because now that purple buff is in the hands of the Aurora as well. It's kind of ideal for the side of Geek Fam. Let's take a look at the replay there, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S24 series. They were winning so far, but then they clumped up together, and look at Chidera just free hitting. You cannot let this happen, man. Even there, Annabelle tries his best to try and get a window of opportunity to try and dive towards Chidera, but he was denied, and he was forced to go for a long way around. They've always been able to get an advantage by threatening Chidera, by zoning him or deleting him outright. Same thing like in game number 1. So if they don't allow themselves the right resources to try and shut down that Natan, I feel like, you know, EVOS has a really great chance of losing this too.
The defense as well. I don't think it's that good, the wave clear for them. Enhanced Lord charging the mid-lane. Dreams again with the implosion on the 3! Good for Glacier to actually try to buy some time. Bransel going for the free hit. Veldora getting kill on the Dreams. The Psychots buys a little bit more time, but it's going to be a shutdown for Chidera. Annabelle coming back to life. Defending in the mid lane. Geek Fam buying some time as they go for the base turret in bottom lane. No Veldora to play with, but it's still a man advantage. Chidera probably still has him in nature as well. They will be able to threaten this. Chidera pops into Entropy, gets terrified, and the Curse Blast is right there to clear it out. They lose just one base turret here, but 2 of their frontliners' lives.
Oh, again, very back and forth between both of these teams. A 2-for-1 trade as well earlier on, and I have to agree with you, Arashi. It really just boils down to if either Psychots and Dreams can look for that proper setup onto Chidera, and if they miss it, and if Chidera stays alive, then it's not possible for them to win in these team fights. Is there a different angle that's a little bit more reliable than that?
That has to be the main one, unless they want to go for a big AoE combo like we saw earlier. That could be another win condition, but the point still stands. Right now, Chidera is at full items, and Brands has won for a couple of item swaps already. So, man, he is definitely dishing out all that damage, and the same thing can be said for a boy on the Aurora. After struggling earlier, now, as long as in the fights, he gets his Frigid Glacier right on top of Chidera, and technically, even though he gets taken out, he's done his job by zoning away everyone else trying to jump onto Chidera. Because if you're caught in the Frigid Glacier and you're getting beat up by a Natan, you're not going to last very long. Especially if you look at the items right here, only the radiant armor for Psychots, and I believe Dreams only now getting a good chunk of magical defense. He was banking on deleting Chidera earlier and just going for physical defense.
Wait, Chidera Divine Glaive, did he sell his boots for that?
Yep, he sure did.
Okay, so just as Dreams gets the Radiant, we see that Chidera picks up the Divine.
Oh, no purple buff. Good steal from Geek Fam. Annabelle is offline now. Should be without the purple buff. And this should give Geek Fam the green light to actually contest for the Evolved Lord. Dreams? Implosion to the back, finding a boy. Is this going to be enough? The Eternal Guard to the back line as well, as a boy will still be able to escape. Vincent takes the purple buff. The Glorious Pathway gets used up. No Eternal Guard, no Implosion. That might have been a mistake from Evos.
That was the moment that they were looking for, right? But this time, Psychots didn't fully commit, so they do still have Psychots as their layer, their second layer of defense against Chidera. Let's see how this pans out once again.
Top lane slow pushing. Geek Fam gonna make a decision. Evos can play it slow.
Moving around right here, a boy trying to just harass and do some damage, do some scouting as well with the hailstones. But at this point, Geek Fam are gonna be forced to send someone back. But look at the ultimates they used earlier. The Glorious Pathway, as well as the Frigid Glacier. Everything is up. The entropy for Chidera as well.
Okay.
Oh, just like that.
Woo.
We're gonna have a moment to slow it down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Man, sorry, I was distracted with the recall.
This
Super
is
cool.
our first match, by the way.
Ding, 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 ding,
Wow.
ding, 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 ding.
Is this not match of the day?
Yeah.
Huh?
Is this not match of the day?
It definitely looks like it.
It's
it can
not?
be. But remember, we still have TLID and RQ after this. So.
I know.
Oh man,
I'm a little bit nervous for that.
I'm not.
Well, you know, have stakes in the game, Mirko.
I do. Do you? No, I don't. Hey, what I do have is Campina.
Oh, I'm so excited to get my hands on Campina. You can't have one this time, Arashi, because you're sick. So now you'll feel my pain from last week.
Okay,
Super
fair enough.
happy.
Fair.
So guys, if you
Let's
don't
see
want to
who-
miss out like Arashi, go ahead and check out Campina ASAP because you guys can actually enjoy it while we are on the technical break. I don't believe you can actually use the GoPay app. You can buy it there. Or Indomart. Click Indomart too.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that you can buy Campina. If you ever come to Indonesia, go ahead, check it out because it is my favorite brand of ice cream.
It's literally my favorite brand now. Did I say band?
Campina 7.
What you used to go band for band? It's crazy, man.
So I guess we'll see. I mean, to be fair. Oh, we're gonna get a replay.
Oh, I love it. Okay, Arashi, break it down.
Yeah, this was the engage earlier. Beloyski zoning everyone out, and look at that engage. The Eternal Guard, as well as Psychots jumping onto the main two front lines. So it's not just Chidera that's just doing a lot of damage. A boy, relatively undisturbed, unfocused, he's able to dish out all that damage, and he got a really good Frigid Glacier there as well. And here though, man, you're seeing it again. It was a great engage, but the Frigid Glacier kind of cut the fun short for the side of Evo's Legends and Evo's Glory, and Chidera just shreds everyone down. That's the big problem here. We saw earlier, the moments that Evos were able to actually get big decisive moments is when they were able to use 3-4 flickers jumping onto Chidera immediately, so that even if he does survive, it's a bit too late, it's a bit too dangerous. Because the Wind of Nature, it protects you against damage, but not against crowd control. So that is what has been abused by Evo so far. But now with the goal disparity negated by Geek Fam, they just have way too much damage. And now the only threat from the side of Geek Fam isn't just Chidera, right? A boy, as well as Vincent on the Nolan, they can all do some damage. And if you forget about the Edith, you know, Primal Wrath, a very healthy amount of magical DPS too.
BTW, it was also very unfortunate timing for Evos, I think. Because right when Annabelle, do you remember that moment when Annabelle went in, looked for damage on the Fanny, and then he couldn't get it because of Wind of Nature on Chidera? It was like 3 or 5 seconds before that he just bought the Wind of Nature.
He got a kill, I believe, and that was enough to get the Wind of Nature, so it was incredible timing too. But also, for Geek Fam, it just looks like it's Protect Mr. President, right? The whole composition is built to peel for Natan. From the Aurora to the Hylos, the Edith, it's just the Nolan that can't really peel, but in a way he can. If he's able to disrupt the backline, since we're going back.
Mr. Gary is telling us we're going back into the game. Okay, did we miss anything?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Nothing too major just yet, but the Lord is still up. Unfortunately for Evos, even though they can't really, in theory, win out in a straightforward battle, in a combo DPS showdown, they have the far side of the map to play around with. And I think it comes down to that. That single lane can allow Evos some space to try and push forward when Geekfam aren't ready, when they have one member down. And also allow them to kind of force the urgencies for Geekfam to make a mistake. So if they get strategic with this advantage, that could be a potential win condition, but look at Geekfam, man, playing it just slow and steady.
Yeah, they see Nolan up top, so if they try to pull the trigger, that's going to be another slow push as long as Geekfam can't commit to the Lord. Always just slow pushes built up by Evos up top and even in the mid lane. Beloyski actually walking up now, trying to get some space back for Geekfam to possibly threaten a Lord take.
I mean, technically, can Evos look for a split push on the top lane? With the Claude?
Looks like they're actually going to go for the commitment. Psychot jumping in onto Aboy. That might be a mistake. Annabelle looking for the plays as well. Aboy going to be taken very low. Lock and frozen earlier. Aboy with the flicker forward, but will lose his life. Now Brazil lazy to onto Vincent. It is going to be Vincent buying the mortality in time. Implosion from Dreams. Is it enough though to get them out? Vincent living with a sliver of HP. Chadera deals with Psychots. Vincent losing immortality, but it is still okay. Braz losing immortality. Chadera with the double. Chadera the carry.
Oh no, 1-for-3 trade. The minions are on the way as well. Granted, Vincent is low, but they have a Lord on the way. They don't have to deal with that top lane either. This is not looking good for the White Tigers.
And Vincent even bought the Sky Garden helmet to get a healthy amount of HP back right before the decisive fight. Can Evos defend this?
I don't think so. Vincent with a dive back into Winter Crown from Clocken, but it's a fracture as easily as that. Geekfam take the dub after a solid comeback.
GG to Geekfam on their final match of the regular season here at MPL ID Season 14. And unfortunately for Evos, they will have to bow out with a loss. For Geek, we will be seeing them in the playoffs. And with this win, wait, I forgot the scenario that you mentioned earlier on about tiebreakers.
Ultra Ego won't have a chance to get that tiebreaker against Geekfam anymore with this win.
Oh, there you go.
That's a door shut in the face of one of the teams, but Geekfam, definitely a great moment right there. And they've shown great adaptability. We were questioning how they're going to do with the new roster, with the new changes, but it seems like in this long and arduous match against Evos, both teams were adapting back and forth, trying something different again and again, but finally Geekfam come out on top right here, showing why they've already secured a spot in the playoffs, and they're gonna be aiming to do even better once that you know, the playoffs will come around.
But Evos Glory, they put up a huge fight.
Yep.
To the end of the regular season here at MPL ID Season 14, they performed so differently to how things begun, with Captain Psychots coming back in, with the roster changes from Evos Glory. It was an insane run for Evos, nearly replicating the success that they were able to get last season as well, nearly being able to get that Cinderella story for themselves. But unfortunately this season, once again, this team will have to bow out.
Unfortunate for Evos Glory to end the season off with a loss as well. After not making it to the playoffs just 2 weeks ago. Playoff contention out, but well played to Geekfam in the late game. Even though they didn't have the far lane, they were able to out-macro still just by being decisive.
And that's the classic Geekfam style, dude. The decisiveness whenever they do feel like it's time to go, especially with Beloyski calling the shots for the most part. This is why they're just so dangerous. Especially when it's comes to a macro showdown, you just cannot count them out.
You can't. Like you mentioned, an Evo scorned is a scary Evos. And with that, let's take to their final bow of MPL ID Season 14.
Tetap memberikan yang terbaik hingga titik darah penghabisan, sang macan putih akhirnya menyelesaikan perjuangannya di MPL Indonesia Season 14. So sekali lagi, Evos Fam, kita berikan apresiasi yang terbaik untuk Evos Glory! Dan tentunya inilah akhir dari perjalanan di season 14. Tapi masih ada season-season selanjutnya. Tapi silakan untuk teman-teman dari EVOS Glory, adakah yang ingin disampaikan untuk terakhir kali di stage season 14 MPL Indonesia?
Terima kasih atas waktunya. Pertama-tama saya mewakili seluruh manajemen EVOS dan juga players, manager dan juga seluruh coaching staff MPL season 14. Mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua EVOS fans, semua EGK yang udah mendukung dan dimanapun kalian berada, kami mohon maaf atas performa kami yang sangat-sangat mengecewakan di season 14 ini. Itu yang pertama. Kedua, mungkin saya ingin mewakili EVOS juga mewakili EVOS. Terima kasih kepada seluruh players dan coaching staff. 2 minggu lalu kami udah fix nggak lolos playoff, tapi mereka masih berjuang keras untuk menampilkan performa terbaiknya. Dan juga tahun ini juga kami juga saya juga mewakili mengucapkan terima kasih juga sama Valdo, Panzer, dan juga Doma, dan juga Fluffy yang udah hadir di season ini. Terakhir mungkin kami ingin mengucapkan ini adalah kali ketiga EVOS nggak lolos di playoff. Ini juga jadi tamparan keras buat kami, jangan jadi bahan buat kami untuk rebuild di next season. Semoga kami bisa kembali lebih baik dan semoga EVOS bisa kembali lagi kepada masa-masa ini. Terakhir mungkin mengucapkan good luck buat teman-teman yang lolos di playoff season 14. Semoga yang mewakili di Indonesia nanti di M6 bisa memberikan penampilan yang terbaik. Semoga bisa memberikan yang terbaik lah di level M6 nanti. Udah, kami EVOS, kami pamit. Terima kasih semuanya dan mohon maaf.
Sekali lagi kita berikan apresiasi yang terbaik. Inilah EVOS Glory. Tentunya kita berharap akan melihat EVOS Glory comeback stronger di season selanjutnya. Tapi tentunya hari ini ada yang begitu luar biasa di match pembukaan di minggu ke-9 hari yang kedua kali ini. Yang juga menjadi match terakhir dari tim ini di regular season menuju babak playoff. Kita melihat bagaimana begitu sengit 3 game, 2 game akhirnya berhasil menangkan 2-1. Dan kita sambut bersama congratulations untuk Geek Fam. Wow, menutup regular season 14 dengan kemenangan. Beloyski, bagaimana rasanya setelah membuat kita semua kayaknya wow jantungnya mau copot nih tadi.
Kurang seru sih, kurang senang sih karena kayak gak convincing lah menangnya. Tapi ya, we take it any day lah. Menang, win is a win.
Oke, tapi ini juga menjadi match terakhir kalian di regular season sebelum kalian nanti menuju ke babak playoff. Persiapannya ke babak playoff seperti apa nih?
Kita harus gantiin habit kita dan gimana cara kita belajar supaya kita bisa ngelawan di tim lain. Karena kalau kita main latihan yang biasa kita gak susah lah ini buat juara.
Oke, tapi kalau kita lihat ini kayaknya ngomongin line up, kayaknya Geek ini satu-satunya yang sampai di week 9 kita masih lihat masih agak gonta-ganti line up-nya nih. Apakah kalian masih mencari-cari kah formulasi sampai ke babak playoff yang terbaik?
Iya, karena dua-duanya jago juga. Jadi kayak kita coba-coba aja dan di playoffs pasti fix lah yang bakal main.
Anyway, balik lagi kalau Monica pengen ngomongin tadi game kedua yang bikin beneran jantungnya mau copot. Dan itu agak di luar prediksi karena di draft kita udah lihat wow ada Hellcurt-nya Baloy. Tapi what happened Baloy di game 2?
Gua jadi ingat game 5 lower bracket kemarin. Udah mau end aja terus kita yang kena end.
Oke, tapi ada juga yang menarik yang hari ini kayaknya membuktikan juga kalau salah satu caster kita, English caster kita ada Mirko. Ini statementnya salah besar kalau ngomongin bahwa Vincent adalah jungler terburuk di season 14. Coba Vincent, buktikan. Kalau ini kan udah kamu buktikan dengan kemenangan, dengan kata-kata dong kepada Mirko. Mana nih Mirko?
No comment sih, itu kan statement orang kan beda-beda. Jadi yang harus di-improve dari diri sendiri aja. Jadi fokus sama diri sendiri lah. Gak perlu ke distract sama hal-hal kayak gitu.
Gak perlu distract dengan hal-hal begitu. Mirko, udah dengar? Udah terjawabkah bahwa statement kamu salah? Oh, mungkin kita bakalan lihat nanti di playoff ya. Bakalan seperti apa Vincent akan membuktikan diri. Tapi kalau ngomongin kalian kan udah ketemu EVOS di leg pertama, kemudian di leg kedua. Mungkin Aboy ada yang dilihat nggak dari perbedaan EVOS di leg pertama dan di leg kedua? Apalagi leg kedua kalian ketemunya sama-sama di match terakhir kalian di regular season.
Sama-sama kuat sih. Ya. Bedanya ya Psychots yang baru, sisanya kan sama semua kan.
Oke, tapi tadi juga kan mungkin Monica pengen nanyain ada mantannya EVOS. Kalau tadi ngelihatnya kayaknya udah diangkat-angkat sama Coach Agi, digendong-gendong nih sebagai ex-EVOS. Veldora, gimana ketemu EVOS dan ternyata ya ketemunya di match terakhir yang juga akhirnya ini match terakhirnya EVOS di season 14. Ada pesan-pesan nggak?
Pesan-pesan buat EVOS. Apa? Semangat aja, good luck season depan.
Semangat, good luck di season depan. Dan tentunya itu buat EVOS Glory ya, semangat di season depan. Tapi anyway, kenapa kok kalian makin mundur sih? Maju dong biar kelihatan nih sama semuanya, sama Geek Community. Nah ngomongin kalau EVOS Glory kan good luck di season depan. Tapi kalian perjalanannya masih baru akan mulai nih di babak playoff. Mungkin Cadera bisa spill dikit nih persiapannya udah sejauh apa untuk Geek Fam menuju ke babak playoff. Karena kalau kita tahu kan Geek Fam 2 season lalu runner up, season lalu top 3. Tahun ini seperti apa season ini?
Persiapannya sih dari segi gameplay 80%. Nanti ada hero unik lah dari kita.
Wait, hero unik dari kita. Kitanya itu siapa? Kalau hero unik biasanya sih kita tahu ya, ini yang di samping Monica selalu unik. Tapi berarti ada persiapan surprise lagi nih ya berarti, Cadera?
Harus dong kan, namanya juga playoff, sistem gugur.
Dan belum dikeluarin, belum ditunjukin di stage regular season berarti?
Harusnya belum sih.
Harusnya belum, tapi Monica penasaran. Tadi kan katanya, oke dari sisi game 80%, berarti 20%-nya sisanya apa tuh?
Sisanya tinggal matengin aja.
Matengin aja, kita bakalan lihat nanti di playoff. Tapi itu dari sisi game. Kalau dari sisi mungkin mental kalian, Baloyski udah siap banget. Mungkin ada yang kalian persiapkan biar semakin erat chemistry-nya sampai babak playoff.
Kalau mental dari regular season udah okay sih, dan tapi kalau di playoffs kan beda. Jadi kita harus siap-siapin, dan kita kan gak ada 2 nyawa di playoff kan, cuman kita dari lower bar. Jadi kita harus lebih siap-siapin itulah. Tapi kita fokus sama gameplay kita dulu karena kuat-kuat tim season ini.
Terakhir, targetnya di playoff.
Yang pasti juara atau enggak M-Series itu aja. Kalau selain itu enggak bakal senang.
Selain itu nggak bakal seneng?
Iya.
Oh jadi harus ya?
Harus.
Biar dari M5 kemarin sekarang berlanjut ke M6 ya?
Iya, amin.
Oke, kita bakalan lihat bagaimana performance dari Geek Fam di babak playoff nanti. Tapi tentunya yang pasti hari ini Geek Fam telah memenangkan match terakhir mereka menutup regular season dengan kemenangan. So, sekali lagi Geek Community, mana suara untuk Geek Fam? Dan tentunya para caster akan langsung mengupas tuntas bagaimana kemenangan dari Geek Fam kali ini. So, silakan casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Mokoi. Congratulations once again to Geek Fam C1 playoffs. And as well, thank you to EVO's Glory for your regular season run. Better luck next season. Good luck next season.
Good luck. Unfortunate for EVOs again, man. It's really hard to see that for some reason they always do well in the odd seasons and then in the even seasons. The guy shot like, you saw the fan?
10,
show it? 10, 12, 14.
14.
They're mythical creatures in the odd seasons, always making it to the international events, but then, for some reason, these even seasons haven't been too kind to them. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially for the EVOS fans, it has to be a bitter pill to swallow, but honestly, they put up a great fight right here, but it really seems like something still is just missing. Individually, I do feel like the players from EVOS, you know, they're doing great, but overall, as a unit, that might be where the problem lies. And for Geek Fam, it's the exact opposite. Even with their shortcomings individually, together, they work together, but player of the match, BBB.
Triple B, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. On the Matilda, on the Hellcurt, and on the Hylos. Interestingly enough, he does still have that impact, because I would have thought that Hylos is not as mobile as heroes like the Hellcurt and the Matilda, and yet still a 94% TP.
Well, he's not mobile, but he makes the team mobile with the glorious pathway. This early pickoff, though, for a boy, really kind of set the tone, because afterwards, it's all just Geek Fam going in aggressive, and unfortunately, afterward, from there, Annabelle was just able to get double down on fights like these. Using the Fanny as more of a fighter, more so than an assassin there, just doubling down even without energy, basic attacking to victory. From there, EVOS was able to get so much more potential. They're able to shut down Chadera so often as well, with the combination of power coming in from Psychots and Annabelle. And that seems to be the tone that we're going to see all the way till the end of the game. But somewhere in the middle, there were some fights that just didn't go their way. Beloyski here was able to cut off Clockun, and maybe that was exactly what forced the response from the side of EVOS, and they all fell into that funnel, that death funnel of the Frigid Glacier and the damage coming in from Chidera. And there was at that moment that Eternal was highlighting, the Wind of Nature secured just seconds before it was completely necessary, and from there, it was just difficult. EVOS tried different things. They even tried going for the pickoff, the trading. They had base turrets, but even then, the decisiveness coming in from the side of Geek Fam was just too much for them to deal with. You can see them hesitating in the back, you know. The players who are done already were still kind of waiting around to see if they can kind of do something, go back in. But unfortunately, against Geek Fam, you stick around too long, you get punished.
Yep. And we are going to see what the comms were like for Geek Fam in that earlier match. So let's get to the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Jangan bareng guys, jangan
Solar dong. DTG konsul.
Gua stun nih. Tiggernya.
Gua aman.
Kena. Claude Winter.
Kena banyak ya mereka.
Gua aman.
Depan dulu.
Mati nih rata.
Fanny ya, ingat Fanny ya, Chan.
Gak ada picker ya back sana.
Gak bisa. Mati Fanny. Enggak.
Mid guys.
Go freeze.
Mati nggak, Chan?
Balik.
Awas Fanny lagi.
Winter ya. Udah di sini sih
Tigger. Gua mau bawangin.
Tiga dulu.
Aman gak?
Kena dua.
Gua cover gua mati.
Cover tanda.
Gua aman. Gua ada nice. Mid.
Sabar.
Paninya.
Aman.
Bisa lord.
Kasih dia masuk aja.
Kasih masuk.
Kenapa kayak dia?
Bisa sih, bisa adorator aja.
Boleh, ayo.
Gua kena 3 orang.
Dapat. Balik boy. Balik aja.
Dapat Fanny. Nice.
Masih bisa gak?
Balik.
Bisa.
Gua gak ada ulti guys.
Nggak ada ulti Cloud.
Menang nih. Kiting ya.
Udah mati Psychots kan?
Mati.
Santai komsnya.
Ini Claude.
Santai komsnya.
Nice one.
Atas yuk.
And there was the calculated shot calling coming in from Geek Fam as we took a listen to it in the previous golden moment by UBS Gold. But now 22 minutes and 33 seconds, Arashi.
It's quite a long game, and you see adjustments coming in, even from Chidera. The guy who was kind of standing out there doing all that damage, waiting for the tenacity instead of the bargain hunter that he did in game number 1. Changes like that really make or break big decisive moments. And going for the Athena shield, switching it out afterwards, just to ensure that, worst case scenario, nothing really does happen. Nothing can really spark another flame of hope for EVO's glory. And man, both games, I think even the first game went pretty long. So both teams, I don't know, man, is this their style, or does the nature of both teams kind of inevitably lead to both leading a game to 20 minutes plus every single time?
Yeah, you can see it here as well, man. The damage dealt was already there, but the damage taken from the Hylos. This is why the Hylos is actually still a very, very scary pick, despite the nerfs coming into him. In the later stage of the game, Beloyski was tanking everything up, and no one was really able to kill him, except for Claude, right? And even that takes time. It isn't a carry like you mentioned, Arashi. The Claude is better against the Natan, but against the Hylos, with them having too many burst types of heroes like the Vexana and also the Vanny, no one was really there to fully target the Hylos. Whenever Hylos walks up, it was either Brands gets distracted and the enemy backline depleting from the burst damage, or it went fully perfect for Geek Fam.
Oh! Wait, what's this?
Whoa.
Oh, what? Congratulations to the Indonesian continent on their
Congrats.
victory at BWF World Junior Championship 2024. That's so crazy.
It's that badminton.
Yeah, I hope we can find the same success.
Yo, come on, don't say it
I'm
like
sorry,
that.
I'm sorry.
Evo said it on stage, right? He's like, whoever represents Indonesia, we wish you the best of luck. Hopefully they can lift the trophy. So,
like they did.
Like they did.
Amazing.
Let's take it as Indonesia setting the tone here.
Oh, Arashi, you want to say something again?
Nah, I'm gonna reserve some words for
Did
later.
again.
Nah, not right now. Not yet.
Because after he did it, I got like really good engagement after
Oh,
as well because of him.
He got too. He got really good
Oh,
engagement
he's
too.
number one, but like we
Yeah.
got also.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Quite a
I
bit.
didn't. No one.
Oh, really?
Because I wasn't on the desk. It was you, Gani, and
Oh.
Arashi. So I didn't get any engagement.
That's
Wow.
pretty lame. But did you get tickets?
Oh, of course I got tickets. Well, technically, I got tickets without getting tickets because I'm casting.
Oh, true. But for your family?
Oh yeah, I got them tickets. I got them a whole lot of tickets.
How?
What do you mean how?
How did you get the tickets?
On the website, bro. Snap my fingers, and the tickets just suddenly appear in front of my face.
Well, that's great, but if you can't do the magic that Mirko was doing, use the GoPay app and you can still get like a 10% discount, you know, and it's quite sizable. So make sure that you get those tickets, but you also get the playoffs tickets. I think that is where a lot of people, even the teams, have their sights on right now.
Because the playoffs is always so fun. There's so many things that you guys can actually engage in. Activities, there's so many merchandise booths that you guys can get your hands on. There's just so many things that even when I'm not casting, I usually come to the venue just to explore the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, again, right? Even if you don't have tickets, you can actually come over because the festival is full of moments that you can enjoy there. I mean, there's a free watch party for you guys that was also there last time. There is this tournament right here for you Magic Chess enjoyers. MCNC is back.
Oh, I'm excited. I might want to enter one, maybe this time.
Okay, turn out with the big brain Magic Chess play.
Are you calling my forehead big?
I did not say that.
That was so rude,
I did
Arashi.
not
That was
say
so
that.
uncalled for.
That is
like
not what
actually,
I said.
Staying out of this.
Somebody
What was
verify.
that?
That is not what I meant.
That's, you know what? Shout outs to KB because he chose to just sit in the sidelines and cast. Because if he was playing, then all of you
he
wouldn't
would
have
lose
a
to
chance.
me.
I would. Sure.
You know,
I win in the early game.
Is that because you have a bigger head? Than KV? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is true. But the sad part is I already have a bigger forehead, and yet I still can't win against him.
But you just said you will destroy him.
I said in the early game.
Oh, she's
Because he has like 3 layers of tactics in his
You know
head.
what KB stands for?
What?
Knowledge, bro.
I thought KB stands for break because we're going to a break before we enter the second match. Our
Pinhead
match of the
KB.
day, ladies and gentlemen.
Ka-break?
So we're going to
Kadia?
see you right after. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hold up.
Where are you?
I have no idea.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. So let me circle it.
Pagdaman murah, dia kasih gopay samurai, dia kasih gopay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti Kasih gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 poin penting.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
Ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
bersorak menantang terang. Hei kawan coba teriakan, bersorak kita pemenang. Hei kawan coba teriakan, bersorak menantang terang. Di tengah badai kita berdiri, bersama kawan tak pernah sendiri. Langkah demi langkah kita jalani, dengan harapan yang selalu menyinari. Berangkat melawan, senang kita relakan perang. Bayar semua kekalahan, berlari menuju legenda. Hei kawan coba teriakan, bersorak kita pemenang. Hei kawan coba teriakan, bersorak menantang terang. Hei kawan coba teriakan, bersorak kita pemenang. Hei kawan coba teriakan, bersorak menantang terang. Hey, aku MPV di sini, jago tak terkalahkan, tak perlu pembuktian. Yo, ku tak tertandingi, lawan bergemetaran, cukup satu pukulan. Tiap kali aku masuk arena, tak perlu banyak fikir, semua kotak kacil. Sangat sudah biasa, victory depan mata, akulah si pasti juara. Hei kawan coba teriakan, bersorak kita pemenang. Hei kawan coba teriakan, bersorak menantang terang. Hei kawan coba teriakan, bersorak kita pemenang. Hei kawan coba teriakan, bersorak menantang terang.
Where are you?
I have no idea.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Samurai, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
MPL Arena, mana suaranya? Wow, selamat datang kembali di MPL Indonesia Season 14 dan hari ini di minggu ke-9, hari yang kedua, kita masuk ke match kedua yang akan mempertemukan dua tim papan atas di klasemen sementara. Ada tim Liquid Indonesia dan RRQ Hoshi. Yang mana kita tahu ya kalau tim Liquid Indonesia udah mengamankan tiket di upper bracket menuju babak playoff. Tapi ada satu target yang belum tercapai di regular season kali ini oleh tim Liquid Indonesia, yaitu mengalahkan RRQ Hoshi. Dan kita akan lihat apakah kali ini tim Liquid Indonesia bisa berhasil dengan target tersebut atau sebaliknya. Karena RRQ Hoshi jika menang pada match kali ini maka langsung secure upper bracket juga. Jadi Super Fans, yang manakah yang akan menang hari ini? RRQ Hoshi kah? Ataukah tim Liquid Indonesia? Bakalan sangat seru, tapi tentunya ini juga selain memperebutkan gengsi, tapi juga ini menunjukkan regenerasi mana yang paling sukses. Karena kita tahu ya tim Liquid Indonesia dan juga RRQ Hoshi sama-sama di season kali ini begitu kuat dengan kehadiran para rookie-rookie. Jadi sebelum kita akan melihat pertemuan mereka di Land of Dawn, kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol dikit, kita akan pertemukan dua sosok rookie dari kedua tim ini di stage MPL Indonesia. Sama-sama kita sambut Favian dan Idok. Wow, Favian, Idok. Kayaknya jalannya udah mantep banget nih, percaya diri banget nih. Tapi kayaknya ada yang beda gak sih dengan Favian hari ini? Kayaknya gayanya hari ini apa yang beda ya? Apa tuh yang beda, Favian?
Pakai kacamata.
Pakai kacamata, oh iya. Ini ada apa dengan kacamata Favian?
Soalnya di MPL ID Season 14 ini yang sefek pakai kacamata semua, jadi pengen ikutan sefek.
Oh gitu ya. Idok nggak ikutan pakai kacamata?
Masa romer sefek?
Oke, masuk akal. Tapi emangnya Favian hari ini bakalan ketemu dengan sosok Idok yang juga adalah rookie yang sama-sama kalian memperkuat tim masing-masing nih. Kamu ngelihat rookie-rookie di season ini seperti apa sih Favian?
Rookie-rookie season ini ya seru lah, ibaratnya juga menantang buat diri aku sendiri. Jadi ya seru aja.
Menantang,
ya.
Tapi kalau Idok menantang nggak buat Favian?
menantang juga, soalnya kan dia di top klasmen 2 ya. Jadi ya bisa dibilang rookie yang GG juga.
Rookie yang gigi juga, tapi menurut sosok Idok, gimana Idok? Setujukah dengan apa yang disampaikan Favian? Enggak, kenapa?
Favian yang paling jago.
Favian yang paling jago. Loh, kok ini jadi saling memuji sih? Soalnya tadi di backstage mereka peluk-pelukan gitu. Gimana tuh? Pada cie-cie nih. Jadi kenapa menurut Idok Favian yang paling jago?
Ya, dia Rookie of the Week ya, udah banyak Player of the Week juga.
Rookie of the Week-nya udah banyak, Player of the Week juga. Tapi coba kita akan melihat ada yang ingin ditampilin nih di layar. Coba kita akan lihat sama-sama. Ada apa nih kalau kita lihat? Oh, Rookie of the Season. Kalau tadi kan Idok ngomongnya Favian udah 5 kali Rookie of the Week. Idok juga pernah kok sekali Rookie of the Week. Ini kalian di top tuh Rookie of the Week. Kalian lagi balap-balapan kah? Emang ini ada target kah supaya bisa jadi Rookie of the Season? Apa gimana? Ada target nggak?
Ada sih, nggak ada kejar, main aja.
Nggak ada yang kejar, main aja?
Ya.
Tapi kayaknya Favian beda nih, ada yang dikejar nih.
Enggak juga sih, enggak ngincar apa-apa. Yang penting main, kasih game yang terbaik aja biar menang.
Biar menang?
Ya.
Ngejar ini juga tapi Rookie of the Season berarti?
Enggak juga, cuma ya kalau emang dikasih Rookie of the Season ya rezeki berarti alhamdulillah.
Oke, karena kan di season lalu juga ada King Gugun jadi Rookie of the Season. Siapa tahu sekarang mungkin Favian mau mengikuti jejaknya gitu kan?
Ya kalau misalnya emang rezeki ya udah bersyukur aja.
Bersyukur aja. Nah kalau tadi kan Idok bilangnya Favian jago banget, rookie yang jago banget. Boleh dong Monica nanya ini, Favian kalau ngelihat sosok Idok yang ada di RRQ itu gimana sih, sekrusial apa sosok Idok di RRQ?
Mungkin sosok Idok ya bikin RRQ bisa jadi bisa jadi tim kuat sih. Dan terbukti juga kan dia di top 2 klasemen sekarang, jadi ya makin jago sih RRQ.
Makin jago RRQ. Idok, kalau Idok sendiri ngelihat Favian kayak gimana? Dengan kehadiran Favian di tim Liquid Indonesia, nambahin apa sih di tim Liquid Indonesia selain nambahin kegantengannya Favian ya?
Ya dia bisa bawa Liquid win streak aja sih.
Oke, itu ya singkat padat jelas. Tapi kalau misalnya kalian ngelihat mungkin apa yang ingin disampaikan kepada masing-masing? Mungkin Favian ada yang ingin disampaikan kepada kompetitor Rookie of the Season kamu, seorang sosok Idok?
Nggak ada sih, mungkin ya good luck have fun aja buat Idok.
Good luck have fun, mantap kali ya. Tapi kalau dari Idok apa nih yang ingin disampaikan ke Favian?
Sama paling kasih game yang terbaik aja, sama suruh mewing.
Oh, coba dong sama-sama ya kita lihat. Coba dong biar Idok seneng nih mewingnya.
Apa?
Mewing katanya.
Mewing?
Disuruh mewing. Oh iya, Idok mau ikutan juga?
Enggak.
Ya. Dan itulah mewingnya dari Favian, sekaligus juga kita akan mengantarkan mereka berdua biar bisa siap-siap dengan timnya. Thank you Favian dan juga Idok.
Thank you Cimon.
Thank you. Good luck. Dan tentunya ini bakalan sangat seru melihat mereka di stage, kayaknya udah seru banget. Apalagi nanti di Land of Dawn. Dan tentunya dengan kehadiran super fan semua di sini menambah keseruan dari MPL Indonesia Season 14 hari ini. Dan thank you banget untuk MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports Kidia, Official Gold Partner by Ubas Gold, dan tentunya thank you untuk partner in esports ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, ada Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome dan juga Widring. Dan gak lupa juga thank you untuk suppliers kita ada Erigo, Klik Indomaret, Yummy Choice dan juga Saturdays, dan tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 14 supported by PBSI. Tanpa berlama-lama kita bakalan ngelihat kedua tim ini beradu dan melihat apakah RRQ Hoshi akan berhasil mengamankan posisi di upper bracket atau tim Liquid Indonesia yang akan berhasil mengamankan menuju targetnya untuk mengalahkan RRQ Hoshi yang belum dikalahkan di regular season kali ini. Dan inilah match kedua hari ini antara tim Liquid Indonesia dan RRQ Hoshi. Silakan casters.
Udah selesai, udah clear masalahnya. Jangan bela Iron cok kali ini.
Tapi sebenarnya itu kebanyakan di Indo sih, karena mungkin dapat banyak fame, banyak followers. Jarang banget di Indonesia tuh yang bertahan.
Pemain-pemain baru, rookie-rookie yang begitu bersinar di MPL Indonesia Season 14 ini membuat kita semua terbelanga.
Karena sekarang ya banyak rookie yang kena spotlight, jadi hati-hati aja kalau mereka lupa daratan. Jadi harus tetap fokus sama gameplaynya gitu loh. Misalkan kalian dapat momen ya make play atau apapun di klip ya, jangan terbuai dengan hal itu sebenarnya. Ya udah, kita fokus sama apa maunya tim lu, apa maunya coach lu, supaya lu tetap fokus ke goals lu gitu.
Jangan kayak terbuai oleh komen-komenan nanti netizen di IG kalian ya, kayak jago banget bla jadi kalian lupa cara main kalian.
Tapi sebenarnya itu kebanyakan di Indo sih, karena mungkin dapat banyak fame, banyak puji, terus banyak followers gitu. Makanya tuh jarang banget di Indonesia tuh yang lama banget, yang bertahan.
Iya. Kesel nggak lu denger ya?
Kesel lah, gila lu. Belum juara aja udah star syndrome aja tuh bocah.
Siapa tuh kalau boleh tahu?
Irat. Wajar sih. Kayak lu pasti ada lagi setiap pro player ada masa star syndrome itu pasti ada.
Menurut gue sih paling penting ya untuk rookie kalau misalnya mereka mau stay konsisten. Ya satunya tuh jangan cepet puas. Kalau dia cepet puas, satu season juara pun udah mungkin next seasonnya udah nggak jago lah mungkin bisa dibilang ya, karena hilang dari rasa mau juaranya. Tapi secondly menurut gue ya itu, jangan star syndrome. Sesimpel itu sih. Dan ini menurut gue tugas dari coach-coachnya untuk ngajarin mereka juga. Bukan cuma strategi, tapi mereka harus bisa menjadi father figure. Harus bisa ngajarin attitude-nya. Karena dengan coaching staff yang baik, mau rookie-nya menang di season pertama, harusnya juga masih aman.
Udah selesai, udah clear masalahnya.
Emang Iron salah lah kocak lawak lu.
Jangan bela Iron cok kali ini.
Dari yang awalnya gue kayak gitu tuh, yang pas sama Evos itu kan berlebihan, terus kayak gue banyak yang ngasih tahu. Nah gue coba buat kontrol. Gue tahu gue pasti bakal bisa star syndrome, tapi harusnya gue bisa nge-handle. Ya walaupun gue di stage tengil atau apa, tapi itu cuma sekedar entertain buat gue, kayak besarin nama gue doang, gak biar orang-orang pada tahu. Di balik itu gue tetap respect sama musuhnya, gue tetap kayak dengerin orang, dengerin coach, jangan so jago. Sama jangan pernah ngerasa lu tuh di notice sama semua orang. Jadi kayak narsis kali ya, terus deketin cewek sana sini, kayak lu baru naik MPL, terus lu kira lu keren, harus membuktikan dulu tuh.
Kembali lagi, tujuan kita tuh apa nih? Tujuan kita kan pasti kan juara kan, terus M-Series juga segala macam. Cuma ya gua harus ngingetin lebih detail lagi sih, terus juga biar dia sadar diri aja.
Saran dari gua selalu kritis sama diri sendiri aja sih. Dibanding lu harus dengerin netizen yang lain atau dengerin yang apa. Dengerin aja kayak teman sendiri atau pelatih. Jadi lu nggak cepet puas sama sesuatu hal yang udah lu dapat. Lu lebih gali lagi potensi dalam diri lu tuh kira-kira kurangnya apa. Jangan cepet senang karena ya di e-sport tuh bisa dibilang umurnya nggak panjang sih. Nah kalau udah kayak gitu, goals lu tuh nggak cuma menang dunia doang. Nanti ada lagi. Karena lu udah kebiasa ngasah itu dari awal. Kalau dulu sih gua kayak gitu. Makanya menang.
RRQ are one match away of securing the upper brackets, but the only thing that is standing in their way is TLID. TLID, that was the first team to secure the upper brackets, and the TLID that is sitting at a 10-time win streak right now and are looking for their revenge, as RRQ is the only team that they have yet not conquered throughout the regular season of MPL ID Season 14. So this is the match, the highlighted match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the English broadcast with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arachi, between RRQ, Hochi, and TLID.
Oh, man. I mean, it's crazy to see that after the change of the full rookie lineup here for TLID, they haven't lost a single match, except the one against RRQ. The first... So in total, in the standings, they have 3 losses. First 2 losses came through with still the Yaoi, James, Kabuki, and Gugun lineup. But after the change of rookies, they've only lost 1 match, and that was against RRQ Hoshi. In the second leg, they have avenged the first 2 losses as well to BTR, and also in their first match. So I mean, looking at it, this is another EVO's Glory situation from last season. It's another miracle run that they have been able to create for themselves. It's really mind-boggling.
And it's crazy that they've overtaken RRQ themselves, actually, because we were all saying RRQ was going to secure upper brackets, but then Team Liquid just swoops in and overtakes them. Now there's a bit of a difference right here. Win streak mission versus the upper mission. RRQ wanting to get to the upper brackets. They have already lost their impressive win streak, but now for Team Liquid, it's about maintaining that momentum. It's about proving to themselves, more than anything, that they can defeat RRQ, because this is the only team like right now that has any kind of weight behind an argument. You know, if anyone's saying that, hey, Team Liquid is still beatable, they point at RRQ. So if they can actually get their vengeance in this match, it's gonna be a massive statement, man. It's really lining up for Team Liquid to just, I don't know, man, boost up even higher than before.
And speaking of statements, I think the rookies have also made quite a statement, especially now that we're centering our focus on these two teams. RQ have found this much success with two, right? They have Rins, they have Idok, two new faces in the league, as well as on the other side for TLID, they have three. They have Weedy, they have Aaron Shinky, and they also have Fabian, who has also found a lot of success this season too. So it's like the battle of rookies between both of these teams. And what do you think about this, right? Because we are nearing towards the end of the regular season, which means that we should be crowning the Rookie of the Season, right? That's the title, Rookie of the Season?
Rookie of the Season and the regular season MVP,
there you
technically,
go.
right? And hey, Fabian is on top of both. I think for Rookie of the Season, he's basically already claimed that. I would just vote for him instantly. But the MVP of the regular season, this could change a lot with the performance of RRQ Hoshi in their last two matches. Sutsujin and Skylar trail very close behind to Fabian at number 1.
So it's almost a weird situation where if they want to really get a definite win in those standings, they got to pick and choose who to get the MVP, because they can't split it, you know, and still compete. So we'll have to wait and see, right? That's why it's still exciting. There's still things we want to find out all the way till the final day, I would say, till the final match, because RRQ, I believe, is playing that one.
Tomorrow, right?
Against Rebellion.
Yeah, against Rebellion, the
that's
final match of the season.
Oh, that's spicy.
Oh,
so
yeah.
let's talk about this, right? So let's say, just an example, Arashi, RQ lose this match.
Okay.
And they win against Rebellion. Do they get upper brackets?
Yep. Yeah. They win one single match that are in upper brackets.
So even if Bigatron win
doesn't matter.
their next matches, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
They just need one. That's it.
All RQ needs is one match.
Unless they lose both and then Bigatron win both, that's how they would move up.
Oh, so those are the conditions that have to be met if Bigatron want to get the upper bracket. Does Bigatron want the upper bracket?
I think he already mentioned in the interview, he's like, we don't really care at this point because we're going to have to rely on RQ to lose. We're just going to do our best to win both of our matches and then look at the results later.
Okay, that's
But
fair.
obviously, yes, they do. Even with upper brackets, they got dropped twice, remember? So, second life would help. Yikes.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
It's always the play-ins are always just so brutal, man.
Arashi felt it, how brutal it was, man. Geek Fam knocked his team out. He was the first team out in the playoffs just last season.
Boom, just like that. And arguably, this season's playoff is going to be even scarier. Have you seen the teams playing?
Yeah.
I mean, just today, this roster is going to move up.
That is true. So let's see what the Kings of Kings have to say about this today with their full lineup with Dairen, Sutsujin, Rins, Idok, and Skylar. They're looking for the upper brackets, one match away to claiming that second life in the playoffs. That will be very important.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Kings of Kings. The soldiers rally behind the king. The new era of Rex Rigum Kaon.
They've been performing out of their minds, but they've been in a slump. And a lot of people are saying they're showing signs of weakness, and that's a dangerous thing to have when you're on top of the standings. Showing weakness here can lead to everyone just targeting you down as an easy target. So RRQ need to establish their dominance once more. They're going to do it up against one of the greater teams in the season right now.
Au contraire, if you're showing strength, you also have a target on your back. And this is exactly what TLID have had on their backs, especially being the first team to be able to secure the upper brackets. With Aran, with Fabian, with Yeheskel, with Weedy, and with Aaron Shiki. They are looking to find their revenge against the Kings of Kings today.
Who better than to claim the crown for themselves than the usurper? Fabian will look to try to achieve that today. Welcome the cavalry. The charge undisputed still, undefeated in leg number 2. It's Team Liquid Indonesia.
The literal unstoppable charge coming in from Team Liquid. All the momentum, all the flexibility, all seemingly the right tools to succeed and just come out on top in Season 14. But right here is where the real deal gets laid out. Our Marshall Daynang brings in Coach Saint DeLucas and Facehugger up against Coach Keskut with NMM. This is where the chess match begins here. The drafting phase has always been so important, but never has it been as important right here when both these teams have shown insane flexibility in the drafting phase.
This has got to be one of the most anticipated matches for especially the second leg of the season, right? And we're finally getting it in the second last day of the season. When you're talking about chess matches, I am all for it. We are super excited, and I'm pretty sure the audience are also very hyped. But Mr. KB from the Indonesian desk has a message for RRQ and TLID. You can be satisfied, but don't go overboard because there is still playoffs and even M6 that we have to push forward.
Yeah, this is what we've been saying for a lot of them. Oh, even more.
Bulung is handing over M6 to RQ. As for me, don't forget to watch the Malaysian, Cambodian, Myanmar, Turkish, or even Singaporean regions. PH, you've already met them often in scrims, haven't you? This is actually a message from Pak Bulung.
Yeah. The first part, right? Oh, do I read it?
Yeah.
Well, you're special, and that's undeniable. But don't act excessively just to impress others. You're already special. Don't need to try even harder.
Wow, dude, sounds just like you.
Yeah, and remember, the road to the top is tough, but only a few teams can stay at the top. What we need from you now is to lift Indonesia's name back up.
This is a looming target for a lot of teams. It's not just about winning in the local scene. We've had those. We want to try and get back what is, you know, arguably ours in the international stage as well. That is where the end goal is. And I think this is all... Well, Mirko,
Continue.
Please make sure that it's your names I shoutcast for an international title. Please don't make me yell another foreign team's name in the finals again.
Is that biased, Mirko?
Well, in a way it is, as long as you know the delivery is professional. I don't think anyone cares.
What was the latest one?
Bren Lang Malaka. Oh no. The latest one is Gideon's line.
Yeah.
So I didn't yell it. It was him saying his countryman's line, so it's okay.
It's a great moment. Well, in this match though, the rival showdown right here, as you can see, the race for the regular season MVP. Wow, man, whenever you see the numbers for Fabian, it is just absurd. At the same time, Sutsujin has been so calm, so calculated, and so consistent as well. So, I think a lot of people still have great belief that this man can wrestle it away from the hands of Fabian.
It is a big possibility. And it really does depend on the course of this match, right? I mean, if RQ can win this, then maybe the points for Sutsujin might increase, or even for Skylar, right? Because they are top 3, I believe, right now on the scoreboard. But it looks like TLID will have first pick that they don't necessarily have the best win rate on.
I think with the shift in the patch, it makes sense. And there's also a chance that they have something special cooked up for RRQ. Again, for both these teams, there's an abundance of moments to study for both these teams when it comes to the draft, when it comes to the execution, the rotations. So I think there's definitely going to be some kind of idea. And even for RRQ, for Coach Keskut, being on the second pick selection doesn't mean that they're always at a disadvantage. In fact, you can see that the win rate for the second pick ain't too far behind from the first pick. And we've seen how flexible he can get when he's allowed to actually pick up several prio picks, 2 at once in the second picking phase.
Speaking of this, I was wondering actually, have you had rumors about Weedy being the one that is helping drafting?
not rumors. I think we've heard it from himself in the
he
interview.
mentioned it.
Yeah, he mentioned that he's been the one reading the patch as well, helping the coaches and helping giving advice to what picks to go for.
So is this a Cascute versus Weedy scenario that we're looking at?
It's a Cascute and NMM versus St. Lucas Facehugger and Weedy.
Weedy, okay. So let's get straight into it, ladies and gentlemen. The first drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. With TLID first picking here in game number 1, we have the Khalid and the Hayabusa being banned out. Meanwhile, RRQ go for a Chip as well as a Fanny.
Chip and Fanny, presumably the Ling as well, but so far it's been a pretty straightforward draft coming in from RRQ. You don't see them do a lot of crazy respect bans. They seem to always kind of stay template, and that's why it's kind of hard to read them sometimes. Whereas for Team Liquid, the Khalid, usually it's first picked, so the fact that they're banning it away means that they are looking at something even more valuable than that Khalid in theory.
And now also, going for the Edith ban up against RRQ honestly makes a lot of sense, but now they're actually leaving the Mathilda open, the Phobius open as well, and technically also the Alpha. So TLID, they can first pick the Mathilda, force RRQ to maybe deny the Phobius and Alpha together, and then they'll still get a pretty good pick with the Mathilda. But if RRQ go for the safer choice, which is just go for Phobius and something else, then TLID will get the Mathilda plus Alpha. So there you go. That's a best response. Get the Mathilda out the way.
I think it has found so much value. I think Weedy has found, in particular, so much value on the Matilda. Being able to aid and escape for these team fights for TLID has been, it's a bit too much, but man, if we're talking about too much, TLID have actually secured Fabian's Ling. Now, what do you think should be the response from RRQ?
Well, a hero that was banned away very often earlier was the Gatotkacha and the Phobius, so I think one of those might make an appearance. But along with that, I do wonder what the idea is to deal with the Ling, because at this point there's so many different ways, right? You can go for a suppression, you can go for just a lot of crowd control, or you can even go for something that's a bit more aggressive, like another assassin to just go toe-to-toe with. But no, actually it's both. Phobius and Gatotkacha left open, immediately picked up by RRQ. No flex required.
Was this a worth it trade?
Oh yeah, for RRQ it is, man. The Gatotkacha has been finding so much success recently. I think it only lost 2 games last week and was first pick almost every single game. Oh, TLID, this is a signature move from them. But we saw it exposed just previously, so it is going to be an Angela mid. I believe that is a high lows that I heard. Yeah, okay, so they're changing it up a bit. Yesterday, or not yesterday, last week when they picked this up, and previously when they picked this up as well before last week, when they go Link Angela, they go Ruby Gold, and they put the Angela as a roamer, not a mid laner. But now with the high-lows, technically it's still possible. The high-lows can be flexed into the XP, but I like this more if it is an Angela mid over the Angela roam.
And if that's the case, then they still need magic damage. Could it potentially be a mage in the gold lane?
Could be, could be.
Mage in the gold lane could be an option. RRQ though doubling down on the sustainability. We've seen Rins perform very aggressively on this Faramis before. And technically, if the idea is to abuse the sustain and damage from the Gatotkacha and Phobius, I guess a Hylos and Angela, that's a lot of regeneration. In theory, probably assisted with the Revitalize as well. So going with the Netherrealm as a solid tool to counter will be great. If they fear that the Angela will be moved to the roaming position though, Mirko, they can ban away the Valentina still. But if they really believe that the Angela might be going mid, like we were talking about earlier, then they can just use that ban on something else.
For TLID, the gold lane is a pretty good lane, I think, to start targeting down, especially if you want to go and set up for Aaron Shiki. We have seen him play the Atlas before. With the Angela, technically you can also still utilize it, but it'll definitely be a bit confusing for the Angela to choose between the Ling and the Alice. We'll see though. It is going to be a Bane ban. Alright, so respect towards the utility side of Mr. Sutsujin. That's what's scary about Sutsujin. The man's been able to play so many different heroes, the Bane, the Alpha even. So TLID have to respect not only the assassins, but they gotta respect things like the Bane too.
But why Bane in this regard?
Because they want to go for a proper front-to-back with all this beefy frontliners for both teams, then the front-to-back becomes the go-to approach right here. And even with the Netherrealm available, right, it's not really realistic for the Link to just go in 1v3, 1v4, especially against all the crowd control available to the Phobius and the Gatotkacha. That's what makes this composition so terrifying when it comes to a front to back only though. And immediately, that's the Tsushin that we haven't seen actually pop up at all since the change coming
Tsushin
through in the
being
bans.
banned out.
It's interesting.
Is it a hint towards a utility jungler?
I don't think so.
Why Zushin? Why not Valentina like you mentioned?
Yeah, I'm not too sure either here, honestly. I think
maybe the laning.
Maybe the laning.
Right, because they banned both the Yeet and the Sushin, both notorious for having a very powerful laning phase, good clear as well. And if they want to use and abuse potentially this roam Garotkacha with a lot of ganking potential, they need to make sure that that mid lane, you know, flows well in their favor.
So RQ now
Dead
first pick.
patient is a good
Okay,
patient.
they're gonna go for the Roger. Wow, yeah. I mean, RQ are the only team so far to actually utilize the Roger in the jungle and still make it work out. I think Setsujin is still sitting at 100% win rate on the Roger. This is also the Roger that got a savage against the defending champions Fnatic Onyx. So TLID, they go for a standard gold laner or they go for something crazy. I think they can still go for Harith too, right? They have a Ling in the jungle. Makes sense to go for some more magic damage, especially if the Angela is going to be the one going mid lane.
I mean, technically Alice can still pop up, right? Alice Ruby, and then they pick up a mage. Vexana is open.
A lot of possibilities here for Team Liquid. It all depends on what kind of play do they want to make. If they go for the Harith, that is shown through. But along with that, it's going to be a Cho actually.
Oh,
an interesting move there. Considering that there's a Netherrealm in play and a lot of crowd control, the Cho is a very bold pick. A big statement from Team Liquid.
Is it to shut down Sutsujin? What's the idea here? Or are they anticipating a big pick from Skylar?
They might go for something a bit more carry focus for Skylar, but
Bruno.
That's going to be a Bruno. So wow. It's not going to be a proper front to back. I think Team Liquid are the ones who are really forced to go for something a bit more crazy. RRQ can just play this front to back and have a relatively good time. They just have to be careful about the macro play, the Ling maneuverability and the hard guard that can throw off their calculations and make the rotations hard to read for Team Liquid.
How is the Bruno though in this current patch? Is it still the Bruno that requires snowballing from the early game to pop off?
I think it still snowballs harder, right? You have a huge power spike at 2 items rather than 3. So it can be used to really be a bully, but Aaron Shiki and Skylar, this is definitely a gold lane you want to keep your eyes on, man. Both these heroes technically can come out on top here. It all comes down to how they're laning and how the roamers can come through and influence the outcome of that lane.
So let's see the mission for the upper brackets for the Kings of Kings and the mission of revenge for the Cavalry for TLID in the highlighted match of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 and welcome into the land of dawn.
Will TLID gatekeep RRQ from getting to the upper brackets with them? Or will RRQ be able to win out with their front-to-back 2MM setup from Kescu?
Oh man, you can feel the pressure in the building, man. There's so much at stake right here, and both fan bases are just going wild, trying to fight off the pressure, trying to make sure that their team has the morale support that they require. But for now, it's gonna be a bit of a slow game. Generally, both teams don't really go for anything too crazy. They usually see a spike in action when the contested objectives are on the map.
Interesting. Faramis, Rin's Lethal Ignition. Faramis.
That aggressive Faramis style we've seen Rins use, and he's not on the flicker this time. He's respecting the chance that card control tools can kind of ruin the whole team's game plan. So he wanted to purify, but look at this.
The mid lane actually already winning Rins. Just a bit of damage placed back down by Edok onto Yehezkiel.
Looking at the emblems by IndieHome, it tells the whole story, man. 3 tenacities, including 1 for Rins. RRQ are setting up for a brawl, and Team Liquid ID, they want the cooldowns. The 2 inspires for Angela and Harith, and a weapon mastery as well. Everyone believes this game might go late.
This might be a solo kill. Skylar, one last shot, unable to get the crits. Woo. Dashing forward, sliding tackle, Skylar. Trying to get that last hit. Oh, both the flickers burnt out already, but Sutsujin is on the way to the bottom lane. Aaron, you really want to stay here. Clears out the wave. Weedy's right there to scout. Okay, he recalls.
They don't go for it, right? I mean, we've been highlighting so much about both of these junglers, Sutsujin as well as Fabian, and We failed to mention how interesting things will get in the gold lane too, right? Aaron Shiki has been finding a lot of success as a rookie this season, and the only person that he has ever mentioned in the interviews as a person that he looks up to was Skylar. So this 1v1 in the lane will get quite interesting later down the line, but we are going to center back onto the neutral objective take that it looks like RRQ have set up for first.
In theory, they have a lot more staying power, good sustain and damage from both the frontliners, and with the Netherrealm, that's an extra factor to consider. But look at Ran, man, cutting the waves, having the vengeance, he feels it's secure to just go in like this.
Yeah, Darren's already a level down. Witty, a little bit of damage back again onto Edok. Wow, it's quite a bit. Edok forced back all the way. He does have to revitalize. He can't enter the fight with the avatar of the Guardian. Sutsujin on it. Glorious pathway plays out to the back as Witty goes in to zone Sutsujin away. Has the way to Dragon, clicks it, and Fabian won't be able to secure this for free. And meanwhile, that's another round coming down from Riz, but still it's all in for Fabian. Picking up one kill now, assassin the infernal pursuit to the back. Fabian now with a ton of the blades, knocking him up. Dyron gonna be caught in all of the blades coming down, but now the avatar comes around. But Witty, Aran, and Fabian are too slick with it.
Really nice zoning coming in from TLID for them to secure the first neutral objective. And Arashi, was Yehezkiel on the Angela the one zoning away the Gato Kacha, zoning Edok away? Was that what I saw?
I think it's just a clash of frontliners, and the Angela is just a massive problem there with the hard guard, with the constant healing. We saw that Rins tried to hold off on the Netherrealm as long as possible. Hang on a second.
Is this wrong?
The NKB have swapped sides, man.
Arashi 2-1?
Wait,
TLID?
Arashi?
No, what the heck?
Arashi? Did you accidentally?
No, I'm pretty sure I did not.
I guess we'll have to check that later. It's okay.
Okay, don't believe what you see, folks.
It's a fact.
No way.
Okay, Arashi's a little bit upset now, but it's okay, Arashi. Let's continue. We all know where your heart lies.
Yeah, that's interesting. I saw it. Arashi voted for RRQ, but it is what it is. Hopefully the Kingdom don't take it personally. And Aaron Shiki now taking the gold buff away. Skylar down a bit, but remember, there's still a cannon in for him to take.
Oof. On the top side here, you're seeing the weakness of the Phobias highlighted a bit more. You can see Aran has more to say on how to go around, but look at Fabian.
An invade already being one level up, and it is going to be Sutsujin who secures it, despite Fabian using a red tree, and despite him being a level up. Witty dealing some damage onto Edok again. It's a slow game.
I don't know. I guess in the early portion of the game, I would imagine that TLID do have a little bit of an advantage unless people start corralling around the neutral objectives and they form up together. Because technically, Fabian's kill pressure can still be utilized without the presence of Rins, right? But as soon as Rins is able to utilize the Netherrealm, again, this 1v1 is so interesting. But yeah, back to that. As soon as the Netherrealm is able to be utilized, then it can negate Fabian's kill pressure, which is why I'm worried about this next neutral objective take. Wait a second.
2v1 Skylar, slide tackle, flicker out. Yehezkiel gets the kill on the King. Meanwhile up top, Fabian coming in. That's a good taunt. They're trying to zone him away. Sutsujin in the back, going to be targeted down, but that's going to be the Netherrealm. Now it's time to blaze. Will be able to connect as well. Fabian waiting to displace his sword. Going in, back and forth. Fabian getting him with the avatar of the Guardian. Locks him down. And Sutsujin wins the retry battle. The horse all alone, isolated against the soldiers of RRQ.
They were banking on the fact that they were able to get that 2v1 against Skylar, but TLID still committed, still believe that they could get it.
Oh, no Finch, boys! One last shot to do it. Aaron Shiki walking up. Sutsujin gets the Lycan pounce, but Rins will fall. Aaron now popping his on force, getting one kill. Now it's another Lycan pounce as Skylar joins in the fight. Aaron still jumping back and forth, kiting away. Sutsujin going back to the human form, but Witty comes in, way the dragon, kicking him back. Aaron Shiki with a pounce, and now it's a kill. Witty still able to escape. Another trade happening.
For both of these junglers, Arashi, break it down for us. Who was it worth it for?
I think overall, it still might be worth it for Team Liquid. They're still setting in a gold advantage. They were able to get the neutral objective and even the tower on the bottom side. So they're winning on a lot of different phases here, but RRQ definitely unwilling to let go of the early game. Still trying to contest in some of these fights. You can see that if the backline members, the damage dealers for RRQ, can actually play a proper front-to-back and not get roped into a massive skirmish in the front lines, they do have a better time in these fights. But Team Liquid are doing a great job making it confusing because they have the Ling, they have the Cho as well. So many ways to make things like mixed up in the formations.
All right, so they're looking for these chaotic team fights, right? Because with the layering of skills they have, it works that way. But in a pure 5v5, does it favor RRQ?
As of right now, I think it might. It also depends on whether or not most of the big card control tools from RRQ lands. Team Liquid have a better time bursting someone down, I believe. As long as Rins, I think, stays alive long enough so that his Nether Realm doesn't really pop for everyone at the same time, I think RRQ still has a decent chance at winning in some of these fights.
And now TLIT, with the space that they have been given, this is a 2k gold lead now held on to them. Yeah, Skill is clearing that top lane, should be able to enter this fight. And here it is, the 5v5.
Blurridge pathway on the Sojin. Good Nether Realm coming down as Diamond distracts in the back line now. Away the Dragon, locking him down. Skylar's gonna be the one caught. The Avatar comes in as Fabian. Wins up the Red Tree battle. Really taken out, but Skylar will fall. Some on-force not there, but Aaron Cheeky's able to flicker back again. Getting the shots down. Fabian versus the world and Sojin. Aaron shut down by Dyron. It's another fair trade in kills, but TL get the turtle.
Wow, they're able to get the turtle. Trade equally, technically, actually with one extra member, but the gold lead, it just stays static at about 2k. Looking at the items right now, Berserker's Fury and the Has Claws for Fabian, as the mid tower actually falls to Sojin, who has the War Axe Thunderbelt combo. Definitely sustainable and doing a lot of damage. Skylar is getting shot down quite heavily, but Sojin is still definitely on the board.
Which is, that's always been the problem, right, with teams that are going against RRQ this time around, right? You shut Skylar down, but there's still that underlying problem that Sojin holds, especially now that he's on a Roger, right? So that damage can still be supplemented with the damage that Sojin can have on this Roger. And if we take a look at the items, Arashi, does anything stand out that we need to take note for?
And take note of the fact that the 2-item power spike for Skylar, that should be his strongest point, was delayed quite significantly. So at this point, Aaron Shiki, 4 kills to his name, actually can kind of match his presence in these fights. But the longer the game goes, the more burst damage technically RRQ will have access to due to the crits coming out of Skylar. So these hard guard plays might not be as effective the longer the game goes.
Witty. Stampede. Ooh. Fabian already with the Red Tree. Sojin taking some damage. Look at Rins. Already losing out a lot of HP. Force use Nether Realm now as they all try to collapse Avatar to peel for Rins, but Fabian has too much damage. Tempest Ablaze, as that's the way the Dragon to isolate Edok from the rest of RRQ. Fabian gets caught by the Lycan Pounce just a bit there, but it is a 2-0 in favor of Liquid.
And it looks like they're pressing the tempo a little bit harder. The bottom lane is going to be pushed in. It should be able to get that tower. And Aaron Cheeky, always quick, looking for the next objective.
Dyron jumping over the Infernal Pursuit, zoning them away and actually keeping the turret in the mid lane intact for RRQ.
It's a Phobia's threat, the damage and sustain. But now with the Lord coming through, Dyron jumps in once more. His team is behind, but can they go for a pickoff?
Look at that damage from Skylar building up with every single hit. Remember this, Bruno. That's why it's good against the Hylos.
Just chunks him down again and again. And it's still a slow take from RRQ. They've kind of lost a bit more ground when it comes to the gold. Almost 3k at this point. But the bottom side wave actually is pushing in favor of RRQ, it seems. So they can kind of be creative with how they want to go for a pickoff here. And who do they want to target in these fights? Because Fabian is a bit too tanky and too invulnerable with the Tempest of Blades at this point.
And right now he's 2 levels ahead of Sojin. So I don't know, do RRQ really want to go for that 50-50? Technically Fabian can still just go for a flyby, right? It's not a drive-by, it's a flyby that he has been notorious for. And with this level lead, it should pose a problem. RRQ looking for something elsewhere.
Oh, Sojin getting dove on. Tempest of Blades, locking him up. Now 3 Blades. Sojin trying to survive, but gets picked off by Fabian and the Angela. With no Sojin, this should be a free lord for the Cavalry.
Didn't even matter. That 2 level lead now for Fabian never even mattered for him. All he needed to do was take him out altogether, and he doesn't even become a factor at all.
Man, this is tough for RRQ, man. Team Liquid are playing the macro game so well. They're gonna try and defend the mid-turret, but Oran goes in alone.
Yeah, trying to zone. He wanted to go with Aaron, but unfortunately, the rest of RRQ just ignored the horse.
It seems to be a really okay way to deal with the Hylos pressure, but the topside turret barely surviving. RRQ hanging on. It is still only the first Lord, so they can still recover from this. Team Liquid still needs to be very careful here. They are having the advantage, the gold lead as well, in the right hands, but they want to make sure they don't make any massive blunders, because RRQ's combo can very easily turn a fight in favor of the Kings.
Is this the infamous charge of the cavalry now for TLID? They are working so quickly. How are they doing this again?
Just by having the early game pressure to just make plays around with the Harith, the strong laner, with the Ling and Angela combo that has been notorious, and having a run on the high list to back up the whole team. But look at this.
Blur's pathway to the side. It's an off angle here to try to get some space for them to head the Lord. Fabian doing a lot of damage. Rins might be forced to use the Netherrealm, and he does. Netherrealm baited out. Now Team Tyra jumping with the Infernal Pursuit, and the Avatar on the Guardian coming out as well. Aaron Shiki going to be helped up, and Skylar will be able to free hit all the way from the back. That's a double for him. But it's a base turret cracked for the bottom lane.
And that's a kill onto Aaron, and that's great, but the main threat still is going to be Fabian on this lane. And so far, already building through the BOD and the Malefic Roar, Fabian is still definitely a problem. Even earlier, we saw that a single dash in with a Tempest of Blades is enough to really force Rins to use the Netherrealm. And the longer the game goes, the more important fights are going to be around for that Netherrealm to be saved for, right? They have to save that Netherrealm for the moments that really matter. On the other side though, Sutsujin kind of behind, but he's caught up in levels, and he's finally gotten the Great Dragon Spear. So behind by about half an item, 2,000 gold behind though. He has the chase potential and the damage, but so far he's been zoned out just by danger, right? He can't really go in forward because he knows he can't survive jumping into the mix of Team Liquid.
So this feels like a very similar situation to the Hayabusa Faramis, is it not? I mean, like, face value, you would think that the Faramis is the counter towards the Ling to be able to deny that shutdown. But like you mentioned earlier on, Arashi, Fabian goes in with a Tempest of Blades, and it's already enough to bait in the Netherrealm. Is that the situation we're looking at?
It's that, and the fact that when the Netherrealm does get popped by Rins, you can see that he's immediately targeted. Team Liquid knows that it's coming, so instead of trying to bait it out or just trying to fight through it, every single time Rins uses it, he's just always focused down by everyone. And there's more than enough burst damage to really immediately deplete the HP bar coming in from that Netherrealm. So far, Rins has to play a bit more carefully here, but man, this macro threat, the Angela on the top side, Team Liquid, playing this textbook, but it's really working well.
Skylar up top, Baran instantly pulling the trigger. Witty looking for the pick, maybe onto Tyrant, goes into the back line, able to find a way to drag in his Fabian, will still be able to be on the Lord. That's a free retreat for him. Netherrealm defensively as they try to maneuver away. No Netherrealm to play with. Rins already very low. Fabian, that damage. Rins got taken a half HP.
It's a lot of burst damage, and the fact is, Team Liquid, they actually want the members of RRQ to corral together. That's where Aaron Shiki can kind of hit everyone at the same time. Yeskiel can kind of hit everyone with the waves and slow them down as well at the same time, I guess. And it's all facilitated by the kill threat coming in from Fabian. That's the big problem right here. Now with the Netherrealm, with RRQ behind, but only by 4,000 gold, in theory, they should still be able to defend. And now there isn't any pesky side flank angles that Witty or Fabian can use. But I think Team Liquid definitely have a plan here to restartle and surprise RRQ if they want to go for the end.
Glorious pathway again. Fabian jumping in the midst of it all. Good taunt coming down as the blades will be used up. Fabian picking up all the blades now as Enoch will be isolated in the back. But it is going to be Witty traded over with Fabian very low. Aron has to run away, but now gets caught by Tyra with a Infernal Pursuit. 1 HP, Tyra unable to find an Aaron in the midst of it all. Still able to flicker out together. So it's with a chase, but now to the Via Blade, and it's Fabian again. One more from Aaron with a Synchro Vision. 3 for 1, only Witty dying from the side of TLID. That is 3 base turrets taken out. Aaron Shiki has the Saman Force, jumps out to Skylar, who cannot defend alone. Now it's Rins, Aaron buying the immortality. Rins cannot defend alone either. TLID starting things up with a 1-0.
That shouldn't have been an end angle. Even you mentioned it, they had the wave clear. RRQ should have been able to defend, but wow. 16 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. TLID picking up this first game in this best of 3 convincingly.
Wow, dude. It's like RRQ. It's like Team Liquid cannot got a read on them and expected a counter-aggression, a counter-attack coming in from the base. And with that, they're able to bait it out. They were using all the mobility that they had. The glorious pathway, the Finch poisons, the hard guards even for the extra movement speed. They're able to just go in, burst one member down, and get out clean every single time. And RRQ, who are gearing up for a full-on committed all-in, just don't have the same tools or the same preparation to use some of those tools in a more chase type of manner.
We're gonna take a look at a replay at the final moments there. How did they crack that base open like that?
Widdy, man. Widdy, the sacrificial lamb.
And then the chase from everyone else afterwards. The fact that Aaron Shiki now was the one getting protected by the hard guard, and Fabian just waits on the wings for the right moment. Again, this is a back and forth. Skylar wasn't even present there. He was clearing the Lord, so there was a bit of miscommunication there as well.
There it is, Rin's the final person that they needed to take down. And that's why I mentioned during the drafting phase, I asked you guys, this trade, was it worth it or not? Ling for the Phoveus as well as the Gatot. And I honestly meant it for TLID, as in like, is it worth it to trade a Ling for two? Both the Gatot and the Phoveus?
In any other case, maybe not, but it's Fabian's Ling. It's the
Fabian's
usurper.
Ling.
It's Flava Fave.
And it's Aaron Shiki on a Harriet as well, a strong leader. We
Signature
talked about
pick.
that being a very important part of his playstyle, right? Being able to bully in the gold lane laning phase was just so good. And I have to say, I think the Faramir also wasn't really that effective, right? Even though they have the Netherrealm, it just kept getting popped again and again due to all the burst damage. So, you know, when you fall as a Faramis, everyone else in the Netherrealm also gets resetted with you. And I think that kind of played against RRQ instead, actually.
That makes sense.
Time.
Yeah. The Faramis initially looked like an amazing pick because the Faramis is... You know, I got this from Mr. Beloy, by the way, at MSC. We were talking about the drafts during every single match when we were watching together, and he would always say, whenever the Angela gets picked up, he's like, Faramis, 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 because the Faramis does well against the Angela. But in this case, again, like you said, the burst was just too much. They were able to maneuver around the Faramis so well, and the targeting was just crisp clean from TLID.
So what do you think that RRQ should change? Was it execution problems? Because was it the drafts?
I would say
I don't know.
There could be some things fixed in execution, but before we get to that,
our player of the game, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. I wonder if he's getting bored of winning the MVP at this point.
Whoa.
How many times has he won MVP?
I mean, he is still competing to be, you know,
that's true.
Season MVP, but let's look at the player of official gold partner, player of the game highlights here by UBS Gold, where early on, again, with all this frontline, you would expect the fight to go in favor of RRQ, but Rin's got chunked really low there already, even before the Netherrealm. And because of that, you can see that it really wasn't an optimal fight. And not to mention, not everyone from the team for RRQ is there. If they were all together in the right moment, they could have gone differently. But even here, you're seeing that RRQ failed to engage, and then Team Liquid ID just go for the punish and look at who they target first every single time. It's always Rins, and it forces out the reaction, the Avatar of the Guardian from EDOC as well. So the overall plan on how to deal with this diving composition of Team Liquid ID doesn't seem to be effective enough. Maybe it's a miscalculation on KSQ's part, but towards the mid-game, at that point, it's just Team Liquid playing with their strengths, with the macro that we always chalk up about whenever an Angela and a Ling is in the picture.
And every single time, whoever dives first or whoever gets targeted first by RRQ, there's always going to be the hard guard. Initially, you would think it's Fabian, but man, I gotta give it to Yehezkiel as well, because KB actually voted for Yehezkiel as his player of the game. In a way, I gotta agree, but I still give it to Fabian. But Yehezkiel, man, always so calculative with who to target in these fights. Not damage-wise, but healing-wise. Who does he place the hard guard on? He always looks at the guy who gets targeted or the guy who can actually initiate and deal damage.
It's not just template, right? It's not
No.
just always Fabian.
Nope.
Flavian.
Flavian.
It's not just Flavian. It's also not just Aaron. It really depends on the circumstance and the timing, and that requires discipline and knowledge and awareness. So yes, a big round of applause for Yehezkiel with that one. But also Witty on the Cho did not expect that kind of performance either. I don't think the Cho has found as much success in this patch right now. But with Witty being able to pull it off like that, it's also something quite exceptional.
There's two massive wins for the Cho here. He was able to match the Galatacha in aggression due to the just default strong early game damage coming in from the Cho. He has sustainability as well, and he has a lot of mobility. So he can go in, beat up the Galatacha and then get out afterwards. Something that not a lot of roamers can do against the Galatacha, who wants to kind of do a more all-in kind of trade. And on top of that, they were able to use it to really zone out Tsujin. So a lot of these early game neutral objective fights were actually difficult for RRQ Hoshi, because you can see the Cho just roaming around on the sides, being annoying because there's no real particular requirement. There's no clear target for Team Liquid to go for there with the Way of the Dragon. And with the way Witty was using it, it's so flexible. You can use it to go for a pickoff. You can use it to displace Rins maybe to force out the Netherrealm, and of course to kind of push Tsujin away from the neutral objective. So that flexibility, I think, shows again for Team Liquid. And to a degree, the point about the Angela just being on the right place at the right time every single time, I think you can say that Team Liquid were also the ones dictating who starts the fight, who is going to dive in, right? They were alternating, sending Fabian in for the dive, with Iron Shiki, and sometimes you just don't know in the middle of a chaotic fight who exactly is the one being buffed up by that hard guard.
It's a tough call to make, man, for RRQ, who to target even, right? And it's always because Yehezkiel is not telegraphed at all. Like you said, Eterna, it's not template, makes the decisions on the fly, and really we could say it about not just Yehezkiel, but the entire team. This team, when they actually, debuted in MPL, what was interesting about them is they actually adapt on the go. And that's not something we see from rookies. Usually it takes these seasoned veterans. It's something you would see from, a BBB, maybe like Vin back in the day as well. We're looking for trades, but yeah, they're able to do it. Witty, Yehezkiel, together with Aaron and Fabian. Don't forget Aran. This entire team has been very, very impressive.
That's why friends are important.
Friends are important?
Friends are very, very important.
True.
Community is also
important. How do they
important.
get friends, because a lot of people can't get friends.
Oh, it's super easy.
Wait,
what? How?
You guys, we're in week number 9 already.
Yes.
You know, like Kadia. Oh. The gaming Discord.
Are you talking about Discord or the location, the destination?
Both.
Both?
Both. Yeah, this is when you continue.
No, I'm thinking about it, right? Because both. Do I join the Discord first, or do I go there first?
Go there first.
Does it matter?
I go there first, I feel the sensation of entering the world's first gaming city, and then I check out the most complete facilities in the gaming city, and then I join the Discord to make friends, or do I make friends in the gaming facilities?
Or you can make friends in Discord and then go there together,
Honestly, both works.
It doesn't matter.
No,
Both are just
she
equally
said
good.
we have to go there first.
No, because you're rich. So it's like you might as well just go first.
Okay.
Amen.
Okay.
But like,
I would love to go there first. Kadia,
you guys want to save
play life.
money, just go Discord first, find friends, and then you go to the city, Kadia City.
Discord is free?
I was gonna say something, but I forgot. Oh, I was gonna say it's not template, like Yehezkiel.
So you can make your own decisions? You don't need to follow other people's instructions?
Nope.
Well, you guys need to follow our instructions, so go ahead and join the Discord and head over to Kadia. And also, if you want good hair, Eterna's got the solution.
I got the solution. It's Marky. I'm just kidding.
What?
Because Marky's the solution.
Yeah, a
he's in
couple
Team
seasons
Evo
ago.
now.
Huh?
Yeah, he's in Singapore.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It's been 9 weeks,
My
Eterna.
twin. I miss you. Anyway, head and shoulders, right? Because don't let your match become a mess due to dandruff and itchiness.
Yuck.
Move on over to Head and Shoulders Lemon Fresh Gatot Kacha for 100% dandruff and itchiness wiped out and protection from itchiness. This is the Tigreal one, though.
That's a Tigreal one. That's Ghani's favorite one.
Oh, we never get the Tigreal one, actually.
Exactly. We always usually get the Gatot Kacha one, Arashi.
Smells really good.
Arashi's a
lemon
big fan of
flavor.
the lemon one because he's an RQ fan.
You're so trusting. Luckily, I'm nice today.
Oh, so I don't think you're able to do that.
I was in danger.
But she is the danger, it seems, Arashi.
She is the
Wipe
danger.
me out.
She's the one who knocks. especially in the talent room. She keeps on knocking on the fridge of our Campina. We have to lock it away from her because she keeps on eating. Listen, you can have one, but having 4 a day is excessive.
I'm sorry, I have a problem.
You can tell her what to do, Mirko.
Well, technically it's not a problem because it is Campina. It's just that good, but...
True.
Too much of a good thing is a bad thing too.
It was almost a problem because I was almost late to the desk because I was still eating my ice cream
That is
earlier.
fine because you need the energy for this matchup and you guys can get that energy with the double energetic god level caramel ice cream with double chocolate. What's it called? It's called the Tropicana Double Crunch.
Double Crunch.
Not the crunch, the quanch.
Quanch. So hurry up, what are you waiting for, ladies and gentlemen? Go and buy it right now.
Check it out anywhere. Get it.
If you're at the venue, you guys can actually check out the Campina booth. But if you're at home, you know, we already mentioned click Indomar and so on and so forth. So double crunchy. Take it to the god level, guys.
Double your
level.
energy like Arashi here. He always is sleepy, but whenever he gets the Tropicana double crunch, boom, or maybe is it RQ match? Both.
Both.
Okay.
I think it has to be both. Well, I mean, I'm certainly nervous right now. I mean, it's looking tough, man. Team Liquid are really good.
Say it to her face. She's been waiting for this moment for like years.
What? I've been very transparent. I've been fair with my judgment.
That's true.
No, I don't want to celebrate too early.
Oh, she's
because
evolving.
I've seen teams do so well, Arashi, in the regular season. And they flop at playoffs.
Hey,
You know?
why are you talking about Fnatic Onyx Philippines like that? You talking about CFU? Yo, CFU fans, Fnatic Onyx Philippines fans, they literally just said that our teams, you know, the same teams that
I thought
do
she
well
meant
in
like
the
a
regular
red
season.
team.
That's why I don't want to get ahead of myself right
Yeah,
now.
all three of our teams, CFU, FNOP, Bigatron, you know, we all like to choke in playoffs, but hopefully that this
Not
changes.
aware.
Hopefully
Not
that
aware.
changes.
Not aware.
Hopefully this changes.
Not aware. But are you guys aware that Mobile Legends has been nominated for 5 categories at the Mobies Awards?
5?
5! Mobile Game of the Year, Mobile Strategy Game of the Year, Mobile Competitive Game of the Year, Developer of the Year, as well as Live Event of the Year. Can you imagine that?
I can, because it's here.
It is!
And I
That's
already
why!
voted.
Support MLBB by voting at
Right now.
www.mobileawards.com/vote. It's actually below us right now. Oh, it's on this. Oh, it's gone.
Well, it's easy. When your Samsung phone, all you need to do is double
Rewind
tap.
the thing.
Rewind the thing.
Okay, rewind. But RQ, how can they rewind and turn it around in game numero 2? We will see what you guys voted for.
I personally agree with number 1.
Number 1. Okay, watch TLID's kiting. What do we think about that, Arashi?
I think I have to agree, man. Like, we saw several moments where they just overextended, right? The whole idea about RRQ is that they have a all-in composition. That's where the Phobias comes in. That's where the Garot Kajo comes in. When we're talking about fights that goes in and out, you know, forwards and backwards again and again, the Garot Kaja and the Phobias really lose a lot of value. So either they kind of augment the draft to really be more effective at dealing with this kiting, or, you know, they play more aggressively when it's in their ballpark, you know, because we saw when they were playing for the neutral objectives, in theory, they are the ones forcing Team Liquid to kind of all in, to kind of commit. But it just didn't play off the right way. So maybe something can change from the drafts in the mid lane as well. We've seen that Team Liquid knows how to deal with the Faramis. Or in execution and in game plan, something needs to change here. And see, Coach Keski is still looking pretty confident, still all smiles. And now they're actually going to pick the first pick selection here, RRQ, switching it up.
All right, there you go. I guess that's the change, right? It starts from here. TLID now have a second pick as they are going to be on red side. I believe that TLID have a better win rate on red side. So, did I remember that correctly? We'll see in just a few. But, you know, going back to the audience votings earlier on, I don't think it's as straightforward as that, right? There you go. See, TLID 77% on red side. I don't think it's difficult, right? Because like you mentioned, if the composition is more for the all-ins, then obviously they would play towards that. If they had a composition that was more for kiting, then they would also go for the kiting game.
You have to find the right tools.
Exactly. So I don't know. I don't necessarily think that RQ made a mistake either in that previous game.
When it comes to drafting.
Just everything. execution more so though.
I think execution is where some of the small moments, like even the end game sequence there was a split in the communications, presumably. So there are moments like that that can really be ironed out quite efficiently. But I think what we have to highlight right here is the fact that Team Liquid are just so good at drafting right here and so unpredictable because the players are involved, right? They themselves are familiar with these strategies, and so it's a lot easier for the coach and them to kind of talk to each other, bounce ideas off each other, and go with something that the players themselves are very confident in pulling off. That's something that I think only Team Liquid can really say.
So let's see how that actually pans out here in the drafting phase for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. And this was one of the things that was glaring for me, right? TLID have found so much success with the high-lows. Now that RRQ have banned out the high-lows, as well as the Angela, by the way, now that they are on blue side, actually no, TLID, they're not going for the priority bans either. Khalid as well as Edith. What's the last ban you think, Mirko?
Chip? Yeah, it should be the chip, right? Unless they I don't know. We haven't seen RRQ play the chip, but that's because no one has really been able to leave the chip open. Or actually, didn't RRQ beat Geek Fam with chip? Like Geek Fam picked the chip. RRQ ignored it.
Always on the way.
Oh, there you go. I guess Team Liquid don't want to ban the chip. They think the Mathilda is a bit more prio, and they think maybe the chip's overrated.
Potentially so. Now for RRQ, what's the idea here? They went for the Godlord Phobias previously. Now they are going for the chip. As predicted, very scary of a hero here, almost never left open. But Team Liquid, they've been performing so well that deep down you kind of get the feeling that they know some way to deal with this. We've seen the Carmilla being used to try and deal with this. We've seen this AoE, the Gatot even used to really cancel out, right? Threaten anyone who walks into the portal. Those options are still very much open for Team Liquid ID.
The Ling is also open?
Yeah, exactly. The Ling is still open. Honestly, right now, what do you think? Ling Phobias, Ling Gatot?
Well, the Gatot's going to be locked in for sure there. I think the Ling would be pretty good, honestly. But, oh, whoa, Luo Yi. So, trying to match that global presence, I believe, with the Luo Yi's diversion. Yehezkiel on a hero that he is pretty damn good at, you know? Last season, it was him and Yaoi together with the combos.
They're fighting fire with fire.
What season is this? You know, with all the global plays being executed here. A chip Luo Yi trade. In the past, at least, it seems like the chip is a bit more flexible. It's a bit more dynamic. But man, now for RRQ, what do they want to use to really guarantee that this chip will have the desired effect? They want some early game pressure, that's for sure. They want more damage here. Do they want to go for something with true damage, like the Alpha, I was about to say? And Phobia still, okay. It's still a bit all-in-ish, but I guess there's some more ways to really force a fight. They can go for a massive flag. The 1-1 though, interesting.
Yeah. I like that pick. I like that pick a lot.
Have we seen 1-1 for Eren yet?
No.
This is the first time, right?
Exactly. Man just keeps on debuting new and new picks over and over again. He was the first guy to pull off the Alice, and he was the only guy to actually make the Alice work in the gold lane. Now he goes for the 1-1 that Eman and CW have already found success on. But again, in this position, it's great because there are no assassins for RRQ. When you have a Hayabusa, even a Julian, we saw it was pretty difficult to pull off the 1-1. But here, there are no assassins. It's an Alpha Phobias, and even a chip. You can get away from the crash course just with your built-in Purify.
To see how they want to approach the situation right here. In theory, range becomes something that's very valuable dealing against the Luo Yi. Because if you get close to the Luo Yi, it's quite dangerous. And as you were calling out earlier, Mirko, the ban to the X-Borg here against all of these tanky, sustainable heroes can be it's a great pick for the side of RRQ as well.
Does Natan win lane against the 1-1? Is that why the Natan was banned?
Yeah, 1-1 struggles up against anyone who outranges her. Technically, the 1-1 should still win in the early game, but Natan can just free farm. He can just look for last hits. He doesn't need to fight. So it'll put pressure on the 1-1 to actually get a snowball. And Natan, obviously, if it becomes a non-lane, will scale better in the later stage, especially with the frontliners that RRQ already have.
Magic is my life. Your team is banning.
I thought that the Harith would be okay against the 1-1, but they go for the Harassment?
It's like a strong laner, and Mirko already talked about how the 1-1 wants to get rolling in the early game, abuse the mobility. For RRQ finally betting with the Carmilla. But again, with the Gatot Kacha already there, half Team Liquid secured enough to really be a menace against the massive portals. They have already two very annoying, right, heroes to deal with the 1-1 and the Gatot Kacha. And technically with all this front line, there's so many ways for Aaron to be able to proc the crossbow of Tang right here. So they're gonna be forced to show their hand a little bit for now. Might be the EXP lane first though.
Have we already seen the XP lane is my question. Because so far for TID, Weedy has never played the Gatot. He can try to debut it here, but it's always been on the hands of Aran. So maybe, well, there's no horse here. Against the chip, usually you would go Carmilla. If you want to go Carmilla, never mind, they go Cho. Wow, Weedy.
Doubling down on this Cho pick. It's quite crazy now for RRQ. What is it gonna be? More damage? More crowd control? With a composition like this, going up against the 1-1, the Cho, I think RRQ are almost forced to try and find more ways to lock them in. The Yeve comes to mind, but even then, that's a bit dangerous against all of this dive potential that Team Liquid ID is flashing at them.
What is it then? Aurora? Aramis, Valentina?
I don't know, I don't like the Faramis, but turns out it is going to be the Yi.
There we go.
Irithel. What a throwback, dude.
I've been preaching about this pick when you're up against a 1-1. Irithel is the best choice to counter the 1-1 in lane. Not the Natan, not the Hereth, it is the Irithel. But how strong or how weak is this Irithel in the current meta? There's a reason why no one wants to go for the Irithel nowadays. And hey, the jungle, they can still go for Ling. They can still go for Haya.
What's it gonna be here, man? So many options available. Technically, if they want a big burst of damage, I guess the Nolan, good old Nolan, can still function for Favian. But against the Alpha here, I mean, that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
This fast clear to match the Alpha.
Time to drop the beat of
Joy?
Wow, that I did not expect. The Joy. So,
what?
I mean, looking at it, they're just trying to kite against RRQ. That was the audience topic voting #1, right?
Yeah.
Well, they have ways to actually just kite back and forth, back and forth. Look at the amount of movement that they have in their lineup.
And for RRQ, you're going to be relying a lot on the slows coming in from the Yave, and the Joy is still immune to the slows. No longer immune to the hard crowd control tools, but RRQ don't have a lot of those anyways. So now this could be the way for Team Liquid to really find a window to the backline. But even then, if he's going to be trying to assassinate a Yeve that's kind of, you know, fast with the Void Blast movement speed boost, and Skylar on a sprint Irithel against a Phoveus, a Chip, so many targeted crowd control tools, I feel like he's gonna have a tough time.
Well, with TLID now leading this best of 3 series 1-0, RRQ have brought back a hero that we haven't seen in seasons, the Irithel, to look for game #3. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn for the second game in the series as RRQ continue to look for a match to get the upper bracket slot.
It's a dangerous game that RRQ are playing. The Irithel with a sprint up against a lineup that can lock you down. The Gatot Kacha, the Cho even, Weedy and Aran. They have their sights set on Skylar, but also Sutsujin. Wow, that's a killing spree, Alpha.
A lot more aggressive of an Alpha than we're used to, for sure. That's now for the early game, RRQ trying their best to pressure, as they really should be doing, but man, Weedy on the Cho is a very massive risk to try and go up against.
I would agree. I mean, we saw what he was able to do in that first game, but in the second game, with the chip being a factor, how do you think it's gonna pan out?
Ooh.
Like that, I guess. What?
I mean, the benefit is that the chip can actually kind of sustain due to the passive. The chips, literally, that he can eat up. And, you know, that's going to allow him to match the Cho's, you know, sustenance in the Land of Dawn. Looking at the emblems by IndieHome, though, like we mentioned earlier, Mirko, that's going to be an aggressive build on the Alpha for Sutsujin. It's going to give him more clear speed as well, technically. So let's see how well he can kind of snowball with that. For Edok on the chip, though, he's going with the Firmness and Wilderness Blessing. Same thing for Rins. So the dual pillars of RRQ are going to be rotating around. And for the side of Team Liquid, Cho and the Lo Yi are going to be trying to do the exact same thing.
Good read by Fabian there. Spawning them out as they teleport down below.
Very aggressive by Rins, though. Look at his positioning right now.
Wow, up top too. Well played by Aaron Shiki. This man's laning has always impressed me, but now with the help of the Cho, just a bit, he was able to actually out-trade Skylar with the Inspire.
Great moment for Team Liquid ID, but RRQ already doing a much better job going in for the Turtles. But we know that Team Liquid likes doing this, right? They are so content in letting go some of the initial objectives because they know that there is a time and place for everything. Look at Fabian, though.
Witty's not level 4 just yet. Fabian's just chunking Skylar down and expect this to happen a lot. They need to try to give 1-1 space to win it out. Witty try to jump in. Yehezkiel has already utilized the diversion in the bush. Gonna try to do it. Yehezkiel the flicker forward. Wow, well played! Aaron Shiki with the crossbow attack now flying by. But Edok surviving just with a bit of HP there.
Oh!
And that's gonna be Fabian still able to survive, getting the kill outside of it. Dire with a jump, but now it's the Avatar of the Guardian marching forward. Away the dragon to kick him to the wall for Aran to punch down.
And at the end of the day, that's a 2-4-3 trade, ladies and gentlemen. But this time, who would it favor? Who do you think?
Considering the Team Liquid were playing it safe, playing it passive, I feel like it kind of favors RRQ. They're the ones who are supposed to get the big jump, the big surprise with the chip global presence portal play. But Team Liquid ID, they preemptively moved Yehezkiel into position and they were able to get the pickup onto Skylar first. So again, this is one of those fights that just did not go RRQ's way and they kind of tried to salvage it. So overall, the result of the fight, I think, might be equal, but the fact that Skylar got picked off before the fight means that Team Liquid still got a bit more value. And we saw Aran earlier kind of zoning Rin solo. Expect the same thing to happen again and again, dude. This Gatot Kacha, this is the kind of issue you can deal with when you have a Gatot. He just does so much damage, technically, and also a lot of sustain. So if you're a single damage dealer 1v1ing against him, you might lose out there due to the passive.
So far, so good, honestly, for TLID, because we have to remember that RIQ are placing a lot of resources to get the Irithel ahead. Right now, it's Aaron who's ahead, maybe in gold, because in XP, it's actually still Skylar holding that lead. Edok spotted up top, and that's why I guess the Cho finds a lot of value here. You can actually just Shunpu out of the Crash Course initiations. Fabian starting up this turtle. Dyron jumping in with the Inferno Pursuit. Fabian able to outmaneuver. Dyron, Edok rotating over, get the shortcut down. Skylar walking forward, heavy crossbow, good! Peel from Yehezkiel. Witty walking up, Aran still surviving, doesn't have to revitalize. Actually, he does, but he decides not to use it. Sutsujin claiming the turtle. Edok with a Crash Course, and it is going to be a diversion towards the top side of the map. Witty has the way of the dragon, but decide not to go for anything just yet. Witty gets spotted in, pops into Shunpu, and RQ are leading with 1,000 gold of that lead.
That was a big win for RQ, wouldn't you think? I mean, so far, TLID have not found a successful take on these neutral objectives. The zoning coming in from RQ earlier on was also brilliant. Didn't give TLID even a chance, but there you go. Even Witty here gets caught really low, unable to find this. Might be a pick actually onto Rins. Onto Witty rather, by Rins.
Good angle of attack. Real world manipulation. Witty! Oh! What a snake flicker forward though from Rins. Aaron unable to punish him. Well played.
Wow. And while that is all happening, look at the pressure here. The Alpha is winning it out, having so much more damage, and being a much more of a real legitimate threat. Even though Witty and Aran are tanky, now with the extra true damage, they gotta be a bit more careful. So RRQ getting more of the pressure all around the map. And even later on, we talked about the kiting game being what is used by Team Liquid. With Skylar being on a Irithel, technically you're like the best kiter or the best chaser.
That makes sense with the sprint as well to add into the maneuverability that the Irithel has in her kit. So the big question is, what's the idea for TLID? They've been playing it quite passively, very different to how they were playing in game number 1. What's the plan? When do they? Is there a portion, a moment in the game that they get their power spike? Is that what they're waiting for?
might be it as Idok kind of gets caught out right here.
Pops into Purify too. Unable to get much there. It's just a little bit of poke onto Aaron Shiki. I'm guessing just trying to bait out some of those resources, but Aaron is holding strong to that Inspire.
All right. I think they have to go for massive plays like this, but look at Widdy.
Good heavy crossbow utilization. Widdy not going to be locked down as the Avatar comes in as well. Widdy unable to get the crossbow, or sorry, the way to drag it into the crossbow tank there. He already popped it in, but it didn't come through the kick. Now RRQ utilizing the space to... Oh, it's actually Skylar. Don't know if that was intentional, but a turtle is a turtle.
Still counts. Widdy now grabbing the Radiant Armor. It's going to be great. Very useful at dealing with Dyron and Rins. But for now, man, the fact that they have the high ground as well, they have the range advantage with the Yeve, that's something that's really bothering Team Liquid ID. Even if they want to go for a big dive towards Rins, it's said and done. Oh, Fabian.
Shortcut, Fabian taken out, shot down by a heavy crossbow, Skylar. Spear off, catching Heskio, forcing to flick around. Skylar tries to go for the chase, but Aran is able to peel for the back. Widdy unable to get the way the dragon here. Will be forced back by Dyron. Rins pushing out in this mid lane. That's purple buff. A purple buff stolen by Sutsujin with level lead. Real world manipulation. And the Spear of Alpha. Widdy caught even with the flicker. And now Aaron Shiki will be able to fly down with the crossbow attack. But Sutsujin, no problem at all to tank it up. Dyron with the flicker out. Aran getting stunned by Crash Course and the Spear of Alpha once again. This time Aaron won't be able to dish out damage. And wow! Skylar came in through. Fabian now trying to look for the damage, but Skylar does too much with the heavy crossbow.
They go in one by one, and one by one they fall. Amidst all the chaos from game number one, amidst all the dominance from TLID in game number one, it looks like now TLID are falling into the battle zone of the Kings of Kings as we take a look at this game fact by Gope. Skylar's debut with Iritel in MPL ID Season 14 makes Iritel the 77th hero to appear in MPL ID Season 14. It really just reflects on how flexible this meta currently is. And technically Skylar right now on the Iritel, he has been finding success for 1-3 so far.
It's a lot to say about Cascade as well to find a draft like this. And man, did you see what Sutsujin was doing earlier? He used his skills backwards, so when Fabian goes past him, he actually gets hit by the extra damage, and it allows him to sustain as well. The foresight on Sutsujin is just absolutely crazy, but now can Idok do the same? Almost getting trapped by a Heskio, but now that's a play onto the Lord by RRQ.
Wait. Edok has the shortcut. Is this a mistake? They got the Lord. Now he has skills compromised. Shortcut Fabian cannot run away from the crossbow shots. Those bolts of Skylar.
This is almost a 9,000 gold lead from RRQ in game number 2. Look at how much they're controlling everything. Look at Ron now, running away with his life.
Oh, crossbow tank ready. Aaron Shiki popping in with the Inspire as well. Aran able to escape with the Avatar of the Guardian, but now Aaron Shiki is in a tough spot. Skylar with the chase. Aaron surviving with a sliver of HP as Skylar sets his sights onto the tier 2 top lane.
Wow, man, RRQ bringing in all the aggression, but they gotta be careful here. If they clump up too much together, there's a lot of damage in the Joy in the hands of Fabian, and there's a lot of combos available for a Heskio. You have to remember the amount of damage possible for a Lo Yi is a lot higher than other mages in those short engagements where everyone's clumped up together. So far, they're playing it chill, calm, collected, and they're using this chip to its maximum potential as well. Quick item check shows that there's a Windtalker, Berserker's Fury, and has Claws for Skylar. Already 2,600 gold ahead, and the Great Dragon Spear, just for good measure, just to ensure that nobody can match him in a marathon.
The natural counter to 1-1.
We were talking about his spell choice.
Wow. Gotta be careful still, like Arashi mentioned. Heskill's damage is quite ridiculous.
He is standing only on a enchanted talisman, and that's the amount of damage he can dish out. Imagine if he gets a couple more items and starts scaling. RRQ definitely feeling the urgency, wanting to get back at Team Liquid, but they're showing that disciplined side that is shown with the new roster here. 10,000 gold ahead, still unwilling to even stick around near the base of Team Liquid, still focusing on just farming up, making sure that this is going to be a clean victory. They have 60 seconds to try and continue this this farm denial, and Team Liquid, you have to wonder if they're planning on doing something unpredictable in the next couple of minutes before the Lord is up.
Do they have the gas to do it? I guess technically they can still use Yehezkiel, diversion play, look for that kind of, you know, angle, but even then, Edok can still match it too, so...
Look at the poke. Ooh.
It's tricky though.
Look at the burst as a result though for Rins. The fact that they have the Yeve right here is just so good because they've been able to spam out all these spells, the Void Blast, the Void Crystals, to really check out the bushes, but Fabian...
What happened?
Okay, he's able to juke away from the chip. That could have been scary for Fabian.
Did he outplay, or did RRQ feel like, hey, hang on a minute, Lord is up in 9 seconds, let's save the big play for when this is available? That could be it, man. Now with Team Liquid still relatively stuck into their own base, not having any pressure, RRQ, are they gonna try and bait out a fight? Are they gonna try and just nuke down this Lord?
I mean, either way, Fabian is 2 levels below Sutsujit.
Ron's opening it up, but look at the chip. As always, all alone here, but he can pop in the shortcut, and then 5 members can come through. Aran, Avatar, the Guardian, but Skylar knows exactly where he's going! Heavy crossbow bolts of Skylar.
A clash in the Olympic disciplines there, the long jump against the marathon. But obviously Skylar was able to cover more ground with a hop of his own. Now with a 11, almost 12,000 gold difference, RRQ, this is their moment if they want to really take full advantage, the full benefit of this gold difference, and they're setting up the waves just exactly to make that happen.
There's no way that TLID can defend this, right? They don't have the wave clear.
They don't. But we'll see. Lord charging into mid lane. That's base turret number 1 taken down. Fabian gonna be caught in the crash course. Still able to pop into electrifying beats as Yehezkiel gets poked down. TLID trying to survive. Only 1 base turret left to utilize your arrow. She can get caught in the real world manipulation. Rins getting it down. Skylar is godlike. Now it's Ida with a crash course onto Fabian. And Skylar shows that it is not that easy to take the Kings down. An equalizer from RRQ Hoshin.
Welcome to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. A 12,000 gold lead by RRQ in game number 2 to settle the score against the Cavalry themselves. What a game, what a draft. We're back to a best of 1.
All the potential tools we were discussing, we said has potential. Somehow Coach Kescu, he's wiretapping us, man, he knows. Bring out the Erythel, bring out the Yeve, the Alpha, the exact things that we said could be a solution for them. Dude, that was a 12,000 gold difference by RRQ. They have returned the favor in full.
Honestly, it just boils down to that chip pick, honestly, right?
And the Erythel.
But I don't think the Erythel would have found that much space had it not been for Edok on the chip.
Sure, we could try to say that as well, but in this lane, it's almost impossible for the 1-1 to win anyways.
I guess we need more samples.
That's the big problem here.
I feel like from game number 1, the aggression that TLID was able to have was because they had more information, had more pressure around the map. But in game number 2, with the chip always roaming around, there was no way for TLID to look for these macro plays that we saw them make in game number 1. So had there not been a chip, I wonder whether or not Erythel would still have been a factor, because I'm pretty sure it would have been punished.
I have to remember that back then when the Erythel was really falling out of the meta, Skylar somehow was able to actually make it work, sort of. So I think he's comfortable on this hero for sure. So I think without the chip, it won't be as dominant. Let's be real here. Several times there, RRQ were able to completely turn things around due to the chip. We're seeing again why it's so prio. And again, it kind of nullifies the choke pressure as well. Because Widdy would be chunking down Edok again and again, and he just walks around and just starts snacking on the potato chips.
Yeah.
And it's all good. Just stands there and kind of matches the pressure. And I think pressure is the main word here. Because you see RRQ, when they have pressure in the lanes, in the drafting phase, right, in the team fights, they do so much better here, right? All these issues that we were talking about earlier seem to be fixed, but that was RRQ's turn to adjust. Now, in theory, this should be Team Liquid ID's turn. So now, I think it's still kind of scary.
I think it's already a good start, no? I mean, technically, KSQ put TLID in a position where they had to pick up 2 new heroes, right? The Hylos was banned out. They had to pick up, they went for a Luo Yi pick. The Joy was kind of weird to me as well.
For me,
And what's the other debut pick? 1-1. There you go.
1-1. I don't think the 1-1 is a bad pick there. You know, I can't blame them either for not banning the Irithel because we've never seen anyone play the Irithel this season. But yeah, it is the natural counter. Chip, though, was the biggest factor for sure. But I think there's a lot on top of the chip. The chip, the Irithel pick to counter the 1-1, and even the Joy pick. The Joy pick is... It's like we were talking about Ling, Haya. I don't think anyone mentioned Joy, and when Joy came up, we were all like, Joy? I mean, okay.
Again, in theory, there are some moments, some situations where the Joy does excel, able to ignore most of the slows, have a lot of mobility. But at the same time, you know, mobility doesn't seem to be the issue here. Fabian isn't the one kiting in and out, and he can't do so because he gets punished so heavily. And this alpha pick, dude, Sutsujin is just doing so much, and with that aggressive emblem pick, dude, he completely leveraged it. Take a look right here. I think this was the moment where it's gonna be a counter play attempt from Fabian. Goes for Sutsujin. He uses the skill backwards, heals from the jungle minion, but also from Fabian. So there's a small little outplay right there, and the neutral objectives, dude. There's no control over vision, over the bushes near the neutral objective, and even on the far side, the chip nullifies anything Team Liquid can do on the other side as well.
Yeah, I mean, TLID leaving the chip open against Alter Ego, sure, right? In the interview, we also heard from them that, yeah, Alter Ego play with their mechanics, not really with their macro, so we were able to just out-macro the chip, but against RRQ, against a thinking team like this, a very disciplined team in MPLID, I don't think it was a wise move, but even then, it was KSQ also just impressing us with the Irithel and the Yve. I gotta give props as well to the Yve because I just realized the Yve and the Irithel were the last 2 picks, and those are literally the 2 counters to the 1-1. We were talking about how anyone who outranges the 1-1 will give 1-1 trouble in lane. Well, you have that Yve, and then the Irithel, the best counter to the pick. Boom, bang, bada, bing.
I believe it's 100% win rate on Rins, by the way.
Yeah,
Is Yve
5-0 now.
Crazy. And he was so effective. Not just, again, for doing damage, but also for scouting. Every single time Witty was trying to set up something up, whether Aran was in the bush waiting to try and trap someone, a Void Blast, a Void Crystal comes through, and they're forced to back away every single time. This was a one-sided game. No neutral objectives, no turrets given to the side of Team Liquid ID at all.
That's why I posed the question, right? When we were in the middle of the game, it's like, what is this? Like, what is TLID waiting for? Is there a power spike that they were waiting for? Because they completely ignored all the neutral objectives, and it was very similar to what we saw in game number 1, but the toss and turn was they were able to punish Skylar in the side lane, and Fabian was able to pick up a lot of pickoffs, right? But here, there was absolutely no fighting coming in from TLID whatsoever because they couldn't.
No, they could not. They could not. They literally couldn't. They were looking for power spikes, but every time they would hit, let's say like their mid-game power spike. Yep. RQ would already passed that. They would have already outscaled that power spike. And then the next time they get the power spike, the game's over.
And technically, at 13 minutes right here, this is like the ideal time. I think right before that last final fight, the Winter Crown was completed for Sutsujin. So as he reaches full item potential, that's where they try to end the game. It's just so intelligent. Like Mirko was saying, this is a team that thinks and is intelligent and disciplined. So you can't really give them the tools to really play the way that they want to play. And look at the cards, dude. The rich guy and the carry. Skylar on the Irithel. Kiting? What kiting?
You think you can run? You think you can dash? I can sprint. The Irithel has 4 legs. Well, actually 6 if you count the person riding the...
Yeah.
Leo is a tiger, right? Is a tiger called Leo?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's Irithel and Leo versus 1-1. I mean, to be fair, it's a 2v1, so I don't know.
It's a leg gap.
Yeah, but honestly though, right?
2v6.
Isn't Chip just so broken?
For sure.
Like, this hero is just so broken. We gotta nerf Layla next patch.
Exactly.
Huh?
That's the, logic usually for patch
Yeah,
notes.
he's broken,
super
so
broken.
let's even,
let's nerf Mia.
Yeah, nerf someone else, give him a bit of a buff actually, like a readjustment even. So yeah, this Chip, we haven't seen it, I think aside from 1 or 2 times in MPL ID Season 14. And when you do, it's almost like it's a hit or miss, but I think for the next game, I don't think any team's gonna let go of that chip, dude.
I honestly think it really depends on your opponent.
Yeah, I agree. Like, up against RQ, you might not want to leave the chip open.
Exactly.
But they did win against Alter Ego by leaving the chip open.
Yeah.
TLID. Yeah.
There you go. So it really depends, I think, on...
Chip is broken, but
The
you gotta
pilots.
be able to think. It's a macro man.
Because it's tricky, because it can be used against you too.
That's why Beloy always leaves it open. He's like, hey, I'll try to beat it. Or I pick it up. But
There you go.
he lost on the chip. Never mind.
So maybe TLID want to revert back to blue side in the next game? Maybe.
Makes sense. So far, Blue Side has been finding a lot of success, you know, except our first match. Let's not talk about that. You know, Evos did lose on Blue Side, but other than that, yeah, this game, Liquid Blue Side win, RQ Blue Side win, and it actually does force RQ to ban out the chip. Or maybe...
Leave it open.
It's a bit too risky to give
For
Weedy
Weedy.
the chip, I think.
Professor
the
Weedy.
Wise, they gotta have like perfect connection, perfect coordination if they want to try to beat Weedy the Wise on the CHIP.
So all they need is indie home, right? If they want perfect connection.
That's a bit too good. Like, we're talking perfect, not perfect. Raise to the power of
S-tier.
9,000. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense because you know what, ladies and gentlemen, you guys can actually get internet for up to speeds of 100 Mbps
100.
for only 375,000
So
rupiah.
cheap, man.
Can you imagine that? No
I
lag.
don't need to imagine. It's right
no
here.
nothing.
No nothing.
Fast, stable connections.
stable
It's
connection.
called the Packet G21 if you guys are curious about that. But if you guys don't understand what I'm saying, that's okay too. You guys can actually check it out on tcell.id/national or on the app, My Telkomsel.
Go ahead, check it out. It's as easy as that for you guys to get the 100 Mbps, up to 100 Mbps internet with 375,000 IDR.
So affordable.
It's actually so affordable. I personally want to swap and switch. That's why I said
Swatch.
to IndyHome. But there's something that I already have. It's I really don't want to tell you guys because I want to gatekeep this for myself.
What?
So that I can be the one elevating my game every single day. But I'll share it. If you guys really want like good audio quality, right? And you know how all the other earbuds out there, they have, it's just the buds. You can't see the battery of it. You have to open it up and you have to see in your phone, if the battery's there, like how much battery it has.
That's all, dude.
Well, there's an indicator on this one. So you don't need to check it. It's very easy to use, very accessible. And you guys can check it out. It's Airbuds 4 or Raimo. This is a special collaboration with MPL ID, as you can see, because the Brody's right there, and he's an MLBB character, I believe. So LED digital display, so you guys can see if it's 100%, 50%, 20%. If you need charging, you don't need to check it in a weird way. And all you need to do to check it out for a very cheap price is visit the official Oraimo store and get yours now. And then you can just go wherever you want with the Oraimo because it's wireless.
That actually reminds me of something.
What? Wherever you go? Or Oraimo?
Eric Go, wherever you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Eric?
Oh, you're talking about the brand.
Yeah, Eric Go, wherever you go. Like I saw, I think the Marshalls are using the Erigo
Yeah, they are.
drip. That's so cool.
Everybody got the Erigo drip. Our
Is it
Marshalls-
custom?
It is custom. It's
That's so
custom
cool.
MPL X Erigo collaboration. And if you guys want to join in, you can. We got the jerseys, Arashi. I don't know what Eterna got, but she got something different. We got the varsity too.
Exactly, the varsity is fire, dude. That pattern on the bottom, on the most right T-shirt, is what is there on the varsity as well.
I like that.
And dude, the material, man.
Okay, yeah, okay, whatever.
Sorry, I'm getting overhyped here.
Whatever. Sorry, I'm salty because I didn't get one.
Well, maybe if you had ordered it sooner, then you would have gotten it. It's sold out.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What took you so long? Were you ordering groceries?
Yeah, I had to like walk to the supermarket.
You still walk?
Yeah,
You still
I
go
walked
out
to-
of your house to actually go to a Arashi, tell her the
What do you
technology.
mean?
Tell her the tech.
I don't have a car, so what's my option?
With Click
need a car.
Indomart, you
do
get
you mean?
free delivery.
Exactly.
And
Free
not just
delivery.
free delivery, you can be ready to receive your groceries in less than an hour, Eterna. You're
You
wasting
walking
time.
to the grocery store, right? You walk into a normal Indomart would already be around, 30 minutes when you choose everything. But here, it's all with a simple tap, or maybe I should say click, of a button that you guys can actually get your groceries very fast, very quick. And honestly, this is a bit of false advertising. It says in as little as 1 hour. I got mine in 20 minutes. So, yeah. They're setting the bar real low, but then they're exceeding all their expectations set by themselves. W, click Indomart.
You can also set the delivery time, by the way.
Wait, I
if
didn't
you're
know that.
So if you're gonna order now, but you're like, oh, I won't be home in 20 minutes or an hour, you can set them to deliver exactly as you arrive home. I tried it once, and I thought, okay, there's gonna be some leeway. I'm gonna get someone to actually receive it for me.
Okay.
I parked my car, and there the guy was. Like, ew, you got take Indomart? I'm like,
wait, he was waiting for you?
He was there on the dot.
That's so cool.
Wow. So if you get Campina, usually it would just melt if you buy it early and then you come home late, right?
Exactly.
That's so cool.
If you time it, there's no delay.
That's actually so cool.
Nah, there's something cooler though.
Really?
I mean, not cooler, but maybe as cool.
I know what you're talking
As cool?
about. Are you talking about the MLBB 8th anniversary?
Well, not just the MLBB 8th anniversary. The MLBB 8th anniversary celebration, because it's a bit about the event there, man.
Yeah, I was late to this, so I'm not going to be able to get my hands on the Akai's 8th anniversary exclusive skin, Marvelous Maestro.
Skill issue.
Nor the spawn effect, okay? Nor the killing notification, or the avatar border, or even the battle emote, which kind of sucks.
You can.
And
you can.
there
you
are
can still
actually
do it.
more epic skins
You
that
can
are
still do it.
available. Are you serious?
You can still do it.
My thingy is, what do you call it?
The dice roll thing?
Yeah, my guy is level 2.
Level 2?
All right, maybe you don't have a chance anymore, but for everybody here who's already been in touch with, modern times, if you don't live under a rock like someone here, you guys can celebrate MLBB's 8th anniversary, enjoy many exciting features. Like she said, there's a roll dice that you guys can get to get those little boys to higher levels.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do it now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna give you over titip, to Monica Ko on the stage. So we'll see you after for game number 3. Bye bye guys. See you soon.
Who's Monica?
Indonesia, halo. Wow, rame banget hari ini. Cantik-cantik banget. Ini ada apa nih kumpul-kumpul hari ini selain mungkin buat ngedukung tim Liquid Indonesia hari ini?
Jadi hari ini kita punya personil baru nih.
Personil baru? Iya, karena kalau dilihat-lihat kayaknya ada 2 wajah baru. Boleh dong dikenalin?
Halo semua, perkenalkan nama aku Audrey. Nickname aku Audrey. Aku adalah new talent dari tim Liquid ID. Yeay, welcome Audrey.
Halo juga semuanya, kenalin nama aku Saibil. Aku juga new talent dari tim Liquid ID.
Wow, welcome Saibil and Audrey. Ih, keren-keren banget. Tapi boleh dong, Monica pengen tahu nih, selain kalian kan udah tim Liquid Indonesia udah secure upper bracket, pasti seneng-seneng banget kan? Terus ada wajah-wajah baru, ada talent baru, ada apa lagi sih yang baru?
Ada event baru juga dong.
Wait, event baru? Boleh dong dikasih tahu event barunya apa tuh Audrey?
Jadi event barunya itu kita bakal adain Road to Playoff with Team Liquid ID dari tanggal 15 sampai 20 Oktober nanti.
Wow, itu ada eventnya apa aja? Activity-activity-nya?
Jadi di situ kita bakal ada mini quiz, fun match, challenge, dan giveaway merch sampai giveaway tiket playoff.
Itu udah dikasih tahu ya infonya, tapi pastinya ini banyak banget The Cavalries, kemudian juga super fans. Monica juga jadi pengen ikutan. Gimana tuh caranya ikutannya?
Caranya kalian bisa pantengin Instagram Tim Liquid ID dan join Discord Tim Liquid ID.
Wow, jadi ada menariknya tuh pasti berarti ada hadiah-hadiah ya. Ada hadiah-hadiahnya apa aja tuh? Hadiah-hadiahnya tuh ada kan kalau tadi ada Road to Playoff nanti 15 sampai dengan 20 Oktober. Terus katanya ada merch-merch gitu
Nanti
atau ada apa
hadiahnya
tuh?
bakal ada dapat diamond juga karena lumayan kan diamondnya bisa dipakai buat gacha recall TLID atau TLPH.
Wih, dapat diamond. Ini diamondnya berapa banyak tuh kalau boleh di spill dikit atau masih rahasia biar surprise?
Gak cuman dapat diamond 80.000 buat cavalries yang beruntung nanti.
Wih, 80.000 total diamondnya. Aduh, ini bukan cuma The Cavalries, tapi kayaknya semua super fans jadi pengen ikutan. Terutama juga The Cavalries, Monica juga jadi pengen ikutan. Tapi kan kalau ngelihat yang cantik-cantik ini kayaknya jadi makin semangat buat ngeliatin gimana nih perjalanan ini hari ini match terakhir di regular season dari tim Liquid Indonesia. Sekarang udah 1-1. menurut kalian game ketiga match pointnya bakalan sepanas apa nih?
Oh, kita langsung nonton aja kali ya.
Langsung nonton, udah gak sabar ya. Udah gak sabar. Jadi sama-sama langsung aja kita bakalan ngelihat inilah the match point antara Team Liquid Indonesia dan RRQ Hoshi. Silakan Casters, take it away.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 3 between RRQ and TLID, our top 2 teams right now in the regular season standings, and we're down back to a best of 1.
We're back to a best of 1. That first game, that second game, well, technically it does matter still, right? They had to win those games to get to this point, and that could be a bit more of a read. TLID losing in game 2 could be a way for them to get a reality check that, hey, you're really good, but if you leave these heroes open, then yeah, RQ can still punish you, top teams can still punish you.
So let's ask the audience what they think.
Okay.
How can TLID win game number 3? This is kind of biased, right? Why only TLID?
Because they lost game 2.
Oh, right, okay. I thought even the audience were also cavalries. But anyway, win streak almost broken. How can TLID win game number 3? 44% ban chip. I agree.
Yeah, I think this should be
100%.
around like 80%, not 44%. But yeah, do you agree too, Arashi?
I think so too, man, because...
No. Give us a real answer, Arashi.
Oh, you're trying to make me say like, oh, it won't matter.
No, I was about to say, no, like don't ban the chip, you know? Like RQ won't do well at all on the chip.
Yeah, I mean,
just to leave it open, you know?
Dude, Edok is not a signature chip player, okay? Any hero can do the same thing. Don't mind it, bro. My point is that... Man, I lost my train of thought. Never mind. Eterna, continue.
Okay, well, sorry Arashi, but I just want to say it was good knowing you. And maybe next time you can get upper brackets because TLID's back on blue side.
Hey, listen. They can still get upper brackets to do a win against Rebellion.
Yeah, but maybe next time, right? Not this time. Maybe tomorrow.
Okay.
I see. So tomorrow
That's
is
what I
next time. I see.
Yeah.
Living life in days is Eterna's meta. but we'll have to see, man. Again, there's a switch in the pick selection, but I wonder if RRQ have something cooked up because Coach Kescue, sometimes you just wonder what's going on inside his head. And I think what's really telling is the fact that Team Liquid ID, even when they lose so far, they haven't ever lost in a stomp, in a dominating fashion. I feel like every time they've kind of lost, they've always had moments as well where they're able to kind of make it competitive, make it kind of close. So now the question is, faced with such adversity, how is Team Liquid going to react as a team?
I don't think it's that rare to see that because Liquid against Alter Ego, they were dominated in game number 1 when they went for the one-dimensional Ruby Gold, Angela plus Ling. They lost quite fast on that one. I think it was also like around 12 minutes. So they should be able to, mentally at least, be fine in game number 3.
For me personally, I think TLID are very strong when they're given their comfort picks. So when they're forced to explore kind of out of that, it seems like they find it difficult, right? Because last time the Khalid was banned out there, you didn't have their hands on the high-lows. They had to experiment a lot. So we'll see how this goes in the drafting phase. Like you mentioned, Arashi, Kescue always has something up his sleeve. So we'll get to it. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. And the chip gets banned by RRQ here alongside with the Fanny and the Matilda. TLID, Khalid, Edith, as well as the Hayabusa. And now TLID are open. They want to pick up the Ling again, but they don't. They go for the Angela first pick instead.
Oh, interesting. Hey, where both teams are really, quarreling, dueling it out for the early game dominance. We've seen that the Angela becomes such a valuable pick right there, especially now that the Matilda also isn't in the picture. Now for RRQ, faced with this potential hard guard play once more. The same hard guard play that kind of ruined their whole game plan in game number 1. What's going to be the response?
I get it, because RRQ now, if TLID go for the Angela first, right? They're setting up for an Alpha. So if you want to go Ling, so be it. Go for the Ling. We'll get the Alpha. If you don't want to go Gatot, we'll get Gatot and the Alpha. So RQ respond with the... Whoa! Hylos and Faramis, they don't bite on the bait.
What?
I think like Angela can be paired up with a lot, like you mentioned. But if you pick up the Ling first, they have the possibility of taking away the Angela. And technically, when you talked about it earlier on, right, with the Beloyski insight that he said that when you see an Angela, you go for the Faramis.
Yeah. Maybe for Liquid, I wonder if they want to pull off a Bigatron strat here. You know, the Angela Gatot Alice combination.
Ooh. All the regens. Well, Gatot and Ling definitely makes the picture. Double RRQ, we saw that this Faramis, they can get shot down pretty hard without the adequate backup. They're going for the Natan though. Against a Ling, certainly is quite dangerous. But now they have the Hylas to kind of augment the healing. So almost sustained with the Glorious Pathway and the Netherrealm. In theory, it makes sense, but I fear the late game where if the Gatot goes 1v1 against the Natan, never know how much passive damage is going to be poured into those strikes. So for RRQ, I feel like it's... they're showing a lot of cards right here, but I think it's because they want to hide the more important cards instead.
Let's see though for Team Liquid now. The Hylos is the flex pick. I guess the safe choice would be to just ban out the jungle. Try to put Sotsujin on a hero that he's not comfortable on. In game number 1, I believe it was the Bane that was banned out. No, they actually go for the Phobia, so they're actually not convinced that the Hylos will be going XP. They think it's going to go to the hands of Idok.
Roam Hylos then, against an Angela Ling, against a Gatot even. It's going to be quite difficult to contest the early game unless they get some more early game muscle of their own. The Alpha technically is still in the picture. Again, can match with the clearing speed, and we saw the aggression that Syzygy was able to bring with that Alpha. But I think we have to wait and see, because I think, depending on the circumstances, something that's as immobile as the Alpha with only a single movement tool, the Spear of the Alpha, I feel like it could be a bit dangerous and could be punishable by Team Liquid ID.
Justice in the world.
But here we go. RQ go out and ban out the Cho. So I guess the Cho in game number 1, it was a big factor, right, as to how they were able to find that momentum. There was a lot of information with how much mobility he was able to have. The kiting game that they were able to have as well in game number 1 for TLID was also because of the Cho. So TLID respond with the Arlet ban out. RQ go for the Bane instead.
I like it. The Bane is a very good answer to a composition like this. That deadly catch displaces the Ling a whole lot. When you use the Tempest of Blades, if you get caught by the deadly catch, it's hard to actually catch these blades. So TLID will have to play it in a different way. But four bans towards Zyron, putting a lot of respect onto the playmaker for RRQ.
Here's a chance he's still going to be going with the Hylos, but if you know Dyron, it's probably something a bit more aggressive, someone that wants to take matters into his own hands, especially against Aran, right? I don't think RRQ is going to give him a pushover in the lane, something aggressive, most likely. But for Team Liquid, what's the answer for the Natan matchup? What are they going to try and use to shut down? Ooh, it's going to be the Ruby, and they're taking the Yve away as well.
Wait, so Ruby gold lane?
Yeah. Ooh, this is the one-dimensional composition that we've been talking about for TLID that usually they deploy in game number 1, but they're, wow, taking a big gamble here with this composition because RRQ, that's the Franco signature pick for Idok.
Interesting. Getting a pick-off tool and a suppression from the Franco, and on the off chance that the opposition tries to save their guy, you have a solid front to back. In theory, it's a solid game plan, but in practice, in the Land of Dawn, who knows, man? Team Liquid, seeing that this is the situation they're in, they gotta be really thinking, trying to crunch out some plays, some ideas, how to really shut down this front to back. Maybe try and get the snowball from the early game using that Angela.
That's the only way that they're able to win, right? Technically, TLID with the Ruby in the gold lane, they're on a countdown timer. This is a ticking time bomb that Skylar needs to get to. TLID, they need to address this from the start. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, back to a best of one. The mission to the upper brackets and the mission for revenge. Who will reign out on top? RQ are just a game away of getting to the upper brackets. Let's see if they're able to pull through.
It's a team fight composition for TLID. They need to team fight. They need to look for the Ruby to participate, maybe all the way from the first turtle.
On the mid lane though, you can see that Team Liquid ID has more to say about the situation. Especially if you look at the matchup here, Faramis against Angela Yee. You're seeing Edok and Wins both is struggling to match the presence, and that might just bleed over into the jungle where Sutsujin is trying to farm up a storm. That could be the angle here for Team Liquid to abuse the trio mid. For RRQ though, the pressure that we were talking about earlier that allowed them to play so much more aggressively isn't going to be on their side at this point. They have to be the ones who played smart.
Oi! Oi! What a hook! Threading the needle! Wow, Edok!
And this is going to be a problem, right? If he's as accurate as that, there's no purifies on the board. Sure, you can't purify out of the suppress, but you can purify out of the hooks earlier on. But there's no respect there as we take a look as the emblem.
Wow, it's a bargain hunter for Skylar, so not really concerned about the aggression coming his way. And for Rins, knowing that he's going to be all the way in the front, running the lethal ignition as well, goes for a bit of tenacity and agility just to get around in those fights. But Edok is all about the roam, but he might be jumping instead.
Wow, Fabian, Times of Blaze used up already. First blood, deadly catch coming down, but Fabian will just disengage.
Immediately, the aggression coming in from Team Liquid. You're seeing it again, Fabian on the Ling. Definitely no pushover. And in this laning phase though, I feel like Skylar and Aaron, this might just turn into a bit of a bro lane, right? Unless Skylar gets caught with the waves kind of pushing, not much she can do.
Oh no!
Shadow Stampede, Edok concussive blast! And Rins will be forced to flick around. Fabian dodging away from that iron hook. Sutsujin on the turtle. It will be for free, it seems, unless Fabian walking up, the avatar coming down, Aran looking for the top now, but Sutsujin wins out the red tree battle. And Aran won't be caught. Sutsujin, can he get the kill? No, it's Dyrant.
There you go, a big lead in for RRQ and Skylar.
Iron hook canceled out by Diamond Bender, but Winnie is still able to survive. Rins walking up, those boosters, Winnie surviving. Aaron Shiki doing his best to peel for the team, and Fabian will still be able to get his purple buff.
So it's not as bad as you would. Oh, not again.
Another iron hook, and the hard guard comes through. Fabian looking for the kills now. Aaron doesn't have time offended just yet, but Fabian should be able to get the kill, and he does. Going for the dive against Skylar. Aaron Shiki with a tank up as well. Fabian makes the play. Shadow Stampede, Fabian with a pitch point, gets caught as well. Skylar caught under the RWM, won't be slain. It's a slugfest here, folks, and it's Jehezkiel who gets the double.
Wow, okay, at the end of the day, that's a 4-4-4, so TLID have traded back with the kills, but again, right, unfortunately, Aaron Shiki got taken out. We saw that Skylar was also taken off the board too. At the end of the day, who was that worth it for?
I gotta say, considering we were concerned about the early game safety of RRQ, the fact that they're able to trade evenly and even get a kill in the hand of Skylar might favor them, but look at Rins with the happy feet. Sidestepping away from the I'm offended. Man, RRQ, you're kind of sacrificing Edok again and again by using it aggressively, but it's okay. They're kind of funneling all of the aggression from Team Liquid ID to their roamer instead of letting it bleed over to the mid lane, to the gold lane as well. This is running kind of okay for RRQ.
The hooks are scary, guys. And the hooks are landing really, really accurately. This is a problem. This can definitely mess up the tempo that TLID are known to be able to execute. Wow. And even there.
Yeah, good usage of the second skill there, Skylar. And I don't know if it's just an RQ thing, but they always are able to fight Franco gods. Finn, Naomi,
That's
now
true.
Edok.
It's like a prerequisite to join the team almost, but look at Dairon zoning everyone away, and Edok kind of zoning Fabian.
Avatar the Guardian, oh, bloody hunts from Edok. Sutsujin claiming his deadly catch coming out around with the Revitalize. Won't be able to survive, not against 5 members of RRQ. Fabian with the hard guard, can't even collect the little creep in the jungle. Sutsujin wants to continue this, putting the pressure down on the Bane. This is why you gotta ban out the Bane. Look at how broken the Bane is.
This is a huge problem. I mean, TLID, they were banking on the composition that they could potentially look for a snowball in the early game, close it out as soon as they can. Understanding that Skylar on the Natan is still going to be farming, and the fact that RRQ have been holding all the objectives, what leeway does TLID have to work with now?
They still have the macro pressure, the maneuverability tools as well, but they're kind of getting sucked into the tempo of RRQ, going to all these fights where, in theory, they don't have the advantage just yet. It's a far cry from the more disciplined, the more tactical style they were using in game number 1. And look at this, Edok, man, the front row pressure just by standing there, just by him not being on the map. You can see Team Liquid ID corralling together just in case.
And I guess that's what we're seeing as well. Earlier you mentioned about the mobility. Fabian is clearing there in the bottom lane. Oh, Skylar again, being able to juke things out. Deny that pick from happening.
Oh, Shitsujin waiting to push. Oh! Beat Deadly Crash, forcing to come in ways around the back line. Going to be able to actually catch Shitsujin there. Purple up taken, Netherrealm painted. Skylar very low with entropy. Unable to escape. Aaron kicking him into the ball. Now getting the Dobro walking. Fabian getting the kill back. It's a trade over. Dyron the horse trying to stop TLID from getting towards Rins. But man, jungle and gold lane down for nothing.
They just played by RRQ right there, going in, funneling into the kill zone. Gotta be a bit more careful, even though they've been making great moves across the map. They have to remember that they need the Iron Hook as a surprise tool initially in order to get the full value. But look at this, Aaron Shiki already committing onto Diamond.
Just a pull back there.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to take him down just yet. Fabian now trying to work some wonders. Oh, so close. It's too close. But now it looks like TLID are on the setup for the neutral objective. Fabian level 9, meanwhile Sotujin level 11. Do they even stand a chance?
I don't think so. Bane is almost 100% when it comes to directed hell. They go onto Edok. And offended used up. Aran taking a whole lot of damage. Now Edok getting the hook and the bloody hook onto Yehezkiel of all people. Oh! Dyron still surviving with the revitalize. That bottom of time. Rin's able to flicker out to safety, but man, that is the damage coming in from Fabian with the Tempest of Blades. Finding one, now looking for more. Sutsu-Jin low. That's another hook from Edok! And Skylar cleans him up.
3-for-1 trade before they even go for the neutral objective. TLID were banging on the fact that they had more kill pressure, but look at this!
Everything can run. Another hook for Edok. Give us the stats already. How accurate is this man? Skylar steals the purple.
What is going on, dude? What was that damage? We thought that Arashiki on the Ruby is going to be able to kind of sustain a bit longer than that, but he got blown up immediately. Wins all across the board for RRQ, but they did lose a turret. But now they're going to be trying to equalize it, and Edok just angling away, looking for a play, but look at this.
Now the top of the guard is catching two. Now with the Amazon as well, the couple of plays will be used up, and Rins was able to buy some time. Now Fabian with the Divine Blaze, back and forth around zone in the back line. That's a double, that's a triple! And now Fabian goes wild. Skylar is next to the topping block. It's a maniac for Fabian, but he'll be punished by Skylar. Dyron unable to get the trade. It is another 4 for 2. It just keeps on giving this game.
This is a match for the ages. Wow, all right. A maniac being brought in by Fabian, but that's a big shutdown given over to Skylar. In the grand scheme of things, was that okay to give over to Skylar? Wait a second.
Dyron trying to run away. That's a revitalized immobilization coming down. Aaron with the Dobro walking. Yeah, Yehezkiel gets the cleanup.
That's a lot of resources burnt down, and the mid turret still is standing for RRQ. But look at the gold difference, dude. It's just bouncing back and forth. It's so good, this game. RRQ definitely have control, but at a single flick of a switch, Team Liquid ID can just go and make a play like that. The longer the game goes, though, Skylar will be able to pick up something like a Wind of Nature, like a Winter Crown, and really shut down this burst potential. That's the weakness of having an assassin. The same can't be said for Sitsujin. He's just gonna be there doing damage, doing utility for the team the longer the game goes on.
I believe in that team fight, Fabian did all that without a purple buff. What the heck is this guy on?
It's crazy, dude. It really shouldn't be possible, but look at this. He's showing on the top side, RRQ. At this point in time, they have damage, but not enough to go for a full-on burst. Aran
all the way in the front, the revitalize already used up. Sutsu-Jin taking a bit of damage. Netherrealm used up. Is this wise from TLID? Don't run walking coming out as Yehezkiel's able to go for the real rub manipulation. He does! Right in the hook. but now Fabian, oh, 1-2, but he had to lock it down. Fabian will not be able to do much here. Aaron with the I'm offended getting one, but Skylar will be able to free hit now with Getopy to gun him down. Yehezkiel gets hooked by Enoch again. Aaron getting fed to the sharks, getting fed to the bullets of Skylar.
That was essentially a wiped out for RRQ, but Iran is back in the land of Dawn, and the Lord is still for them, but Iran again.
Whoa, going in now with the help of the hard guard. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Iran! Wow, with the help of Winnie. Now with the flicker back, Sutsujin and Ida forced away. Fabian goes in onto Sutsujin, no, just to get to camp.
Oh, Arashi, please break this down. What a past few minutes.
I mean, that's crazy. Gotta talk about balanced heroes. What is that Gatot Kacha damage? Yes, Witty was helping him out with the Angela, but still, he was able to just frontline against Skylar, and that's the concern. The longer the game goes, the tankier Aran gets, the more we can see moments like that unfold. Even though it was an all-out win technically for RRQ, the Lord did go in the hands of Team Liquid ID. It's still the first Lord, so RRQ can clear it. But that was a great move from Team Liquid ID to kind of punish the overconfidence of RRQ.
But I don't know, with Iran stepping in the fray first earlier on, was that intentional? Were they looking to bait resources from RRQ? Was that the plan, or was Iran just going in too early?
It might be planned out, honestly, from Team Liquid ID. I wouldn't put it beyond them, past them to try and make a play like that happen. But here comes the tricky part for RRQ. No base towers taken just yet, but they've been losing a lot of these objectives, and they just can't stick around solo, right? They have to kind of group together as a team to get maximum value. That's where this front-to-back composition really gains a lot of value. So if Team Liquid get a bit crafty with their positioning, with their traps in the jungle, this could be a tricky situation for RRQ to be in.
What about the items, Arashi? Now we're entering the 12th minute. Is there something that we should be keeping an eye out for?
I think Skylar is building towards a Bloodwing, so not even concerned about getting the Wind of Nature. Just believing that he can just out-damage and outburst everyone. And we've seen it happen before. Late game Natan against an Assassin, the Assassin disappears first. But now with the Tempest of Blades, with the Heart Guard as well, that might be a bit of a risky situation to be in, as Yehezkiel picks up the Wishing Lantern on top of the Divine Glaive. So it's going to be very helpful in dealing with Tyron and Edok and Sutsujin, the main frontline utilities for the side of RRQ. Now with the Bloodwings completed, Skylar, still going to be very dangerous, but they might just go and rush this Lord down. You know, if Team Liquid isn't careful about this, RRQ has the damage to make that work.
Slow game. It feels like it's been forever, this game, but it's only been 13 minutes. So much action. Oh, the hook almost connecting to Aran. Walk it up. Now Aran, Tyron, trying to get some space for the team, and up top, Haven has dealt with the wave, but Skylar will be sent to deal with it as well. Rins pulling Aran back. Oh, some damage plays down. Tyron losing half of his HP, more than half. That's Yehezkiel's Wishing Lantern poke damage.
That's actually going to force him to go for a recall, which means that TLIT should have the man advantage. Actually, never mind.
Gorge pathway coming down. Aaron cheek with the I'm offended, and now with the hard guard as well. Able to go in the back line. Fabian wins out the wrenching battle against the Chin. The Iron Hook connecting, but only onto Aran, who's able to utilize the help of the real world manipulation to get him down. Aran in the midst of it all, the Avatar coming down, but Tyron will be taken out. It is a 2-for-1 trade in favor of TLID, making 3 with the Lord.
Great retry for Fabian there to secure it for his team. But man, the Gatot Kacha presence once more becomes a big problem. You saw it earlier. Skylar is desperately trying to move forward, trying to deal damage for his team, but with the Gatot Kacha in the picture, it's just not possible. It's almost like a trade, right? You can see Dyron zoning everyone away, but so does Aran on the other side. So now, with the base on their backs, RRQ, they should be able to defend this. Gotta be careful though, something crazy might come up from Team Liquid.
They have such good wave clear, right? With Skylar and Natan, I mean, that Lord just gets instantly taken out. They don't even get the orange buff as well. What was TLID's plan there?
Wow, I mean, Team Liquid, I think they're gonna try and make use of the waves a bit more than just like the main massive Lord. RRQ though, I wonder what the idea is for the next neutral objective, because they're really struggling to deal with the dives coming in from the side of Team Liquid. Maybe if they really just went for the pickoffs instead, the punish instead, we all know the longer the game goes, once those death timers reach the 30-40 minute mark, it gets a bit costly to trade multiple members for that Lord. As we take a look at the items, Divine Glaive for the final item of Skylar. Again, full damage, not really concerned about surviving as much.
Mortality, oh, Edok tried to go for that angle. Aran now stunned up, unable to get that taunt down.
And it's the waiting game. Both teams know that it's getting kind of crucial right here. Gold advantage really isn't that much, but for the most part for RRQ, most of that gold is in the pockets of Skylar that's equalizing this whole thing. And so far, Edok, that has performed so well early on with the Franco, hasn't been able to land a big hook so far that can change the game. And I think that's what RRQ needs to really get an advantage here. A single hook into Skylar's burst damage would be enough to force Team Liquid ID to respawn or even over-respawn, and that could be the moment they're waiting for.
And it just takes one moment, right, to turn this completely around. And without any purifies in the hands of TLID right now, there is a big chance that Edok can land in that. 2 for 10 right now on the Franco, has been finding a lot of success. Dyra now opening up the map, giving information for his team as Fabian picks up that Malefic Roar.
Both teams just farming around, but you can see again, Team Liquid ID has more liberty to move around, not moving against an assassin, but against a Franco though. RRQ are the ones kind of corralling together just in case something happens. And for Team Liquid, they're doing a great job pressuring the other side of the map as the Lord is up right here. Most likely, they're gonna leave that wave half pushing, and now they can kind of...
Whoa! Edok getting the hook, not going for Bloody Hunt. Knows that Aran has the immortality. Should they have gone for that, Arashi?
I think they should have. The fact that Skylar popped the entropy as well, it won't be available for the next fight. But without the Garakacha, Team Liquid ID has nothing to really stop the damage of Skylar from pouring out to the rest of the members too. Seems like an equal trade in the end of the day. That's a great move by Edok. One more hook and really seal it for his team.
Yeah, entropy probably only like a 10-second cooldown here in the late game, so no problem there. But the Lord is at 20,000 HP. Oh, that was close to getting Aaron. Aran looking for the taunt, unable to find it here. Lord reset again.
Oh, another reset here. Oh, so there you go. Skylar finally picks up that Wind of Nature. Should help negate the damage coming through from Fabian as well as Aaron if it does get to that point, as well as from Aran. So there is a little bit more survivability that Skylar has to utilize and to manipulate when things go south for him. But again, TLID with the Ling should be able to utilize that mobility to work on these side lanes.
I think the damage of RRQ is what's negating that macro play, but Island,
half HP. Edok with the Iron Hook again. No Bloody Hunt this time around. Aran still able to dish out some damage in the real world. Inflation gets placed out, but Diamond's going to be isolated here by everyone. Aran jumping with the Avatar of the Guardians to the back line. The top of the blades used up. Rin very low. Edok finding the Bloody Hunt. That was what he was waiting for. And a hook to get witty.
The 3-4-1 trade, ladies and gentlemen. Fabian jumping in, not knowing that Edok had the Bloody Hunt, the beginning of the end. That should be a free Lord given over to the Kings of Kings, and this might be the end angle that they need.
Wow, Edok. Wow. The Bloody Hunt saved all the way through Skylar. And to be forward, Aaron Tricky can't get the I'm Offended down. The cannon minute will be cleared out. 13 seconds on Aran. A wave down below, but RQ won't utilize it. They know that Yazkiel can clear it out. Lord spawning in the game. Super minions for RQ Hoshi.
A lot of resources were used in that fight as well, though. Skylar, the Wind of Nature also allowed it to survive that much longer. In theory here, it's a proper front to back, and they have a way now to really force force Team Liquid to engage them 6v5 with the Lord. Ooh. As Edok is still angling for something here, but Skylar absolutely aggressive on this Natan.
Wow. Unable to utilize the super minions effectively so far. But Fabian won't have a purple buff. That will be a problem, it seems, for TLID. Lord Evolve now in the bottom lane. RQ, can they even utilize this? Aaron Chicky, the midget dog, is stunned up right now. Grim's going to Reflector, but it might be a mistake. Then the round coming down to Winter Crown. As the Hard Guard comes in, that's a Bloody Hunt onto Aran. He has to give the real worm manipulation, zoning them away as the Lord will be dealt with. Subsugent getting the turret now on the Crab Claw Cannon. The Yazkiel is back to the stage. It's stunned up. Aaron Chicky with the I'm Offended. Finding two, Subsugent, Winter Crown. Aaron looking for more, getting the dome roll. Wolf kick, so Yazkiel can shut him down. Skylar Entropy, what a game of MLBB!
What a defense! What? This is a late game, Natan. RRQ, wait a second, Fabian's going in for more?
Good glorious pathway to slow Fabian down. He has the tempers in place, but remember, no purple buff, so he can't just utilize these Defiant Blades randomly.
Again, back to that, right? TLID. They have a composition that does not necessarily favor them in the late game. With Aaron Shiki on the Ruby in the gold lane as compared to Skylar on the Natan. They don't necessarily have the best wave clear either. The way that they were able to manipulate and create that defense was impeccable. That should have been an end angle for RRQ for sure.
It really could have been. And even the chase afterwards could have been punished, but both teams are just hanging on to it. Again, the gold lead is just so meaningless in a game like this. A single moment can end everything right here, right now. And from the looks of it, with how RRQ are able to just dish out more damage more reliably, Team Liquid are the ones who have to try and do something crazy. You gotta do something that's just so unexpected, because otherwise it's a slow, painful grind towards the end by RRQ.
I agree, and this time around, TLID, they have to work with no inhibitor turrets whatsoever, right? So all these three lanes will be pushing in favor of RRQ, and that's a big advantage for them to utilize as they go in for the Lord Dance. As the Lord has spawned back into the game. Wow.
All right, bit of a breathing moment here for everyone. I mean, that was a crazy turn of events. But now RRQ, with all three base turrets down, in theory, they should be able to really dictate the terms of engagement here. And Edoc still just angling away on with the Iron Hook. Team Liquid are getting control over the Lord here. It's looking kind of dangerous.
They gotta be decisive. Glorious pathway by Dyron around into the back line. Getting them down. Real worm inflation as well. Used up. Aaron Shiki in the midst of it all. Now we're around with the Avatar. The Guardian. Fabian goes in. But Aran loses his life. Fabian coming back and forth. Gonna be slain by Rins. Aaron is low. Yeah, Hesiod gets pulled back. He has the flicker. Who's going to get the Lord? It's Skylar. Aaron has the flicker. Aaron Shiki finds the aim of friendly to perhaps save the game once again.
2-for-3 trade. The Lord is still for RRQ. But how was that possible? Aaron Shiki in the final moments.
RRQ is not respecting the late game Ruby on the hands of Aaron Shiki. This is a gold lane Ruby with items. 3v3 technically if you count the Lord, but 13 seconds till Aran is up. RRQ working against the clock.
They can't do it. They can't end the game. We've got another round. We've got another rally between the top two teams of Indonesia.
The upper brackets, they were already smiling at RRQ at the end of the tunnel, and yet TLID are still able to shut that chance away. 23 minutes in, it looks like we're looking at full items, but uniquely, Genius Wand in for Weedy Arashi.
At this point, with all the magic damage being done by Yehezkiel and Aran the Battle Kacha, I guess having an extra bit of magic damage reduction there can kind of go a long way in the middle of a long fight. For RRQ though, if you look at it, it's all about one decisive moment, man. But for Team Liquid ID, identifying that perhaps, they've been switching out their items for the Winter Crowns. And we've seen how a single Winter Crown can really confuse and ruin the whole pace of a team fight. Team Liquid still trying to find ways to be tricky, to be crafty. They have 80 seconds to go here, and it is a painful wait for both teams. Definitely feeling the pressure. But it seems like Team Liquid, they kind of got a read on Edoc. These hooks aren't landing as consistently as they were in the early game.
But even the Bloody Hunt is enough to really prevent things from rolling the way that TLID wants, right? And this time, Fabian doesn't have purple buff. So look at the trap set in by RRQ. Oof. No purple buff for Fabian.
So Zojin takes it away with the Retribution. It's gonna be a long time until the next Lord really spawns. And they leave it up as well. The camp is actually still standing there, so Team Liquid gonna be denied from that purple buff for even longer. It's a smart move from RRQ. But for the most part, again, they're just using Dyron as the main sentry there. Just stand in the front. And if anyone overextends to try and punish Dyron, that's where Edoc will make his move. It's great coordination between the two the players here, the roamer and the EXP lane. But finally now, with 15 seconds to go, who's gonna make the first move, man?
Wave-wise so far, does seem like Liquid have the hold. Because for RRQ, unfortunately, it's just Skylar who can clear out these minion waves. Rings is gonna struggle. Hylos obviously is gonna struggle. Maybe Sutsujin, right? But you can't afford to have him on the other side of the map when the Lord is there. He's not mobile, this Bane.
Not mobile at all. And you wonder if there's gonna be a, an assassination angle by Fabian here to try and 1v1 Skylar. Get spotted. Oof. Okay.
And now, TLID technically they have two, right? They can utilize Sweetie to try and clear those side lanes, and they can also utilize Fabian.
Idok, walking up, good stun. Man, the poke from Yehezkiel. Darren's already at half HP, this is a Hylos.
That's the max HP damage being done by the Wishing Lantern. And you can spam away so easily on the Eve. Look at this RRQ. Wave on the top lane, I think has settled closer to RRQ. It might push for them as well. This is the trap set up by RRQ.
Flicker, Bloody Hunt coming down. Aaron Chiki buys immortality! Now he goes into the midst of it all. Fabian also jumping in. No Nether Realms to help him. Fabian going for the play. But the real world manipulation is placed down. Only on the Tyrant. Aaron Chiki! In the midst of it all, finds Skylar! Now it's really doing some damage. Aran buying some time, but Sutsujin carries when Skylar cannot.
2-for-1 trade. Skylar gets taken down, but I don't know. With Dyrant caught so low, with Idok caught so low, that's actually going to buy still some time for TLID to rehash into the land of Dawn. What was that?
Folks, we are playing around with a 60-second death timer, man. RRQ only down one member. They still have their jungler available too, but Team Liquid now, with Fabian having a purple buff, what's the idea? They're going for the Lord right here. Team Liquid, are they gonna risk it?
It's super slow though. It is super duper slow without the Natan. Fabian cleared up top. Yehezkiel cleared down bot. Fire from the Bloody Hunt. Fabian now jumping in the midst of it all. Yehezkiel gonna be caught right now, but he buys immortality in time as Fabian jumps in onto 4. Can he do it? The miracle play with the Finch boys back and forth. Idok trying to get him on the wall. No Skylar, no problem. This is the new RRQ.
And RRQ pick up the Lord in the 27th minute of the game. Neither of both of these teams want to go down without a fight, and RRQ are putting the biggest fight of them all. The biggest fight to the upper brackets. One more slot is available, and they are a game away, and here they are. Like you mentioned, no Citizen, no problem. No Skylar, no problem.
They go for Idok here. Bloody Hunt onto Aaron. Fabian looking for the blades, unable to find the kill. Aaron now with the help of the hard guard. Can he do it? No, I'm offended. Skylar walks up with the entropy. Around in the midst of it all, now jumping on the Skylar. 1v3. Sutsujin clears the game. The Kings prevail up against the Cavalry.
The 10th time a win streak for TLID, #1 in the standings. The first team to secure the upper brackets. No longer RRQ. They remain elusive to the dominance of the Cavalry, and they will be making it to the upper brackets for playoffs. MPL ID Season 14.
Everything settled in one fell swoop, man. It could have gone either way at every single point in the game. But in the end, with the superior late game draft, with the objective painstakingly taken in the early game, the 3 base turrets, RRQ has put a stop to the Cavalry charge.
100% win rate for Team Liquid ID. In the second leg, undisputed, undefeated. But RRQ were able to take that down 2-1. What a performance from the Kings. Just a season ago, if Skylar falls, if Skylar dies, you know it was over. You know it was just inevitable that the game would go to their opponents. But now, when Skylar dies, there's Dyrant, there's Rins, there's Idok, and there's that goddamn mercenary, Sutsujin.
What a journey for the Kings of Kings this season. If we take a look at the replay, oh man, did they play it so well. Rins on the Paramis. They had so many tools that they were able to really layer with one another. With a Stampede coming into Edox. It's amazing. Let's talk to them. Let's see how they were able to break that win streak and make it to the upper bracket.
Sang Raja melaju dengan nyaman di upper bracket menuju playoff. Kingdom, mana suaranya untuk RRQ? Wow, game ketiga sekaligus match point tadi begitu menegangkan. Wow, dan RRQ kali ini menjadi juara di regular season. Congratulations pemuncak klasemen di regular season. Tapi Monica mau bahas tadi di game ketiga. Upper bracket juara regular season di game ketiga. Tadi itu Sun Sujin. Gimana komunikasinya tadi sampai tiba-tiba kalian lagi team fight. Kamu tiba-tiba split push. Tiba-tiba udah winning aja, udah victory aja.
Awalnya tadi nunggu Lord sih, cuma merekanya ngegas jadi ya dilawan aja. Cuman guanya tadi lagi dapat momen split push ya, jadi gue suruh teman-teman yang lain lamain aja.
Wow, ternyata itu yang terjadi. Dan gimana kalian ngadepin sekarang congratulations udah di upper bracket. Gimana rasanya melaju di upper bracket kali ini?
Ya seneng sih, seneng aja. Tapi kedepannya ya di playoff bakal ini lagi, try hard lagi.
Di playoff bakalan try hard lagi, tapi ngomongin kalian tadi ini benar-benar game ketiga ini kayak, ini apakah ini preview grand final Skylar?
Apa tuh?
Apakah ini preview grand final tadi? Kalian dan TLID dengan tim Liquid Indonesia?
Kalau di regular season iya, mungkin kalau di playoff ya kita juga kan harus berusaha ya. Semoga lah kita bisa mencapai grand final lah.
Oke, dan semoga mencapai grand final. Tapi kalian sekarang menjadi pemuncak regular season, juara regular season. Gimana rasanya?
Alhamdulillah lah gue ngelihat mereka yang se-try hard ternyata. Teman-teman gue yang try hard ya, walaupun ya kita kalah-kalah kemarin tetap mereka ya cari solusi gimana caranya menang gitu.
Ternyata memang jadi chemistry dari kalian semua yang membawa kalian bisa menjadi juara di regular season.
Ya, mungkin chemistry sama ya kita in game juga ya. Sama lagi balik lagi kita dibantu coaching staff, ada Abang Kesko sama Bang Kevin yang support kita lah.
Tapi ngelihat Skylar hari ini kayaknya begitu senang, terharu. Apa yang membuat seorang Skylar hari ini kayaknya benar-benar senang bisa jadi juara di regular season kayak ini?
Kalau bilang senang mungkin ya kita ya dari pribadi gue semangat karena ngejar upper bracket juga sih. Gue nggak mikirin yang juara regular season ya. Gue mikir ya menang kita upper gitu.
Upper bracket. Karena memang begitu penting upper bracket bisa membuat RRQ melaju lebih nyaman. Tapi kalau tadi kita lihat juga ada Idok. Idok gimana nih? Kalau tadi kan sebelum ketemu di Land of Dawn udah ngobrol-ngobrol nih sama Favian. Favian kata Idok kan rookie terbaik nih. Tapi kayaknya di hari ini kayaknya udah ngalahin rookie terbaik menurut Idok nih. Apakah udah berubah pendapat Idok?
Ya kalau rookie kan itu achievement pribadi lah. Ini kan mainnya tim. Jadi aku juga dibantu sama teman-teman.
Tapi ngomongin juga Favian kan kemarin Favian sempat ngomongin tuh ya top 3 junglernya dan ada nama Sutsujin di teratas Sutsujin Acu. Boleh gak sih Monica tanya sebaliknya nih, tanya lagi ke Sutsujin, kalau Sutsujin tuh top 3 junglernya di MPL Indonesia urutannya seperti apa?
Kenapa?
Aduh, oke. Lagi seneng banget soalnya Sutsujin nih. Jadi Monica lagi nih. Kalau kemarin kan Favian sempat ngomong tuh top 3 junglernya menurut versinya Favian tuh ada Sutsujin di nomor satunya. Sekarang Monica mau nanyain Sutsujin. Sutsujin top 3 junglernya ada siapa aja sih? Termasuk Sutsujin ya?
Satu Favian.
Loh, oke. Satu Favian Acu.
2 Kairi.
2 Kairi.
3 Sutsujin.
3 Sutsujin. Wait. Kayaknya Kingdom gak setuju nih. Kenapa Sutsujin di urutan ketiga?
Nggak tahu sih.
Pavian di leg kedua seperti apa?
Ya dia jago banget lah. Tadi juga kan ini, dia main laning-nya tadi kayak nge-carry banget gitu lah.
Nge-carry banget. Jadi memang menurut Susujin, tapi yang penting hari ini di match kali ini Susujin dan RRQ yang menang. Dan juga ada Dairen, kalau kemarin kan kalian di leg pertama dengan skor 2-0. Tapi hari ini 2-1, kecurian poin loh, kecurian 1 poin. Berarti ini apakah tim Liquid Indonesia yang semakin kuatkah di leg 2 dibandingkan dengan leg 1?
Iya sih, Liquid kuat juga, semua tim juga kuat sih gitu.
Semua tim kuat juga. Idok apa nih? Ada yang mau ditambahin?
Apa?
Idok ada yang mau ditambahin tuh?
Ya mungkin kami masih ada kurangnya lah.
Masih ada kurangnya? Coba kurangnya apa tuh menurut Idok?
Ya terlalu terburu-buru ya tadi sama... Ya pokoknya terlalu terburu-buru lah.
Terlalu terburu-buru. Tapi yang membuat game 3 tadi begitu jadi long match banget menurut kalian apa?
Bangler sih itu.
Coba.
Apa tadi?
Kenapa tuh game 3 tadi bisa jadi long match banget?
Harusnya menang cepet kalau gua nggak di geng sih.
Oke.
Itu ya.
Tapi ngomong-ngomong ya kalian kan udah melaju dengan nyaman di upper bracket nih, juara regular season juga. Tapi ini masih ada tim-tim yang berjuang untuk bisa ngedapetin tiket terakhir menuju babak playoff. Ada kalian kira-kira nih, menurut kalian tim terakhir yang akan ke Bandung siapa nih? Alter Ego, Dewa? Wah, kayaknya bang.
Apa tadi?
Jadi menurut kalian kan udah nyaman nih di upper bracket. Tapi masih ada tim yang mengejar tiket terakhir. Menurut kalian yang bakalan ke Bandung siapa? Alter Ego atau Dewa?
Ya mungkin bisa jadi Alter Ego ya. Semangat juga lah buat Alter Ego bisa memenangkan tuh 2 match terakhir ini. Dan ya buat Dewa juga jangan lupa semangat lah.
Jadi milihnya siapa nih?
Dua-dua.
Dua-duanya. Tapi sebelumnya ada sesuatu yang pengen kita lihat nih di layar, ada apa nih? Klasemen sementara dan RRQ Hoshi tim Liquid Indonesia melaju di upper bracket. Dan yang paling penting sekali lagi RRQ Hoshi tidak mungkin dikejar lagi dan menjadi juara di regular season MPL Indonesia 14. Dan gimana setelah ngeliat ini klasemen sementara, kalian udah gak mungkin dikejar. Menurut Skyler dan teman-teman, apa yang mungkin menarik dari klasemen ini?
Mungkin ya klasemen regular season ini ya jadi pelajaran lah buat kita. Nah, ya kita kan masih ada playoff juga ya. Semoga kita yang di regular season ini konsisten kita ke bawah di playoff. Itu aja.
Setuju Kingdom? Yang terakhir pesan-pesan untuk Kingdom karena Kingdom dari tadi begitu luar biasa. Wah. Begitu semangat dengan proyek pembangunannya.
Pesan buat Kingdom.
Buat Kingdom tetap support kita, walaupun kita kemarin kayak kurang lah mainnya, tapi tetap support lah.
Kingdom once again, mana tepuk tangannya untuk RRQ Hoshi. Congratulations sebagai juara klasemen di regular season 14 kali ini. Seperti apa perjalanannya dan bagaimana bisa memenangkan match kali ini? Akan dikupas tuntas oleh para caster di sana. Silakan casters, take it away.
Welcome to the upper brackets and welcome to number 1 in the regular season standings. There is no chance that TLID can actually overcome that because that was their last match of this season, regular season of MPL ID season 14. Congratulations.
GG, Oh, GG man. indeed.
I'm so mad.
I want to say I'm really happy with the whole thing, but it was so intense. My heart, dude. The whole time, especially in the third game, where it dragged on for so long. Oh man, it's just relief at this point. Maybe later on, I'll find time to actually rejoice about the whole thing.
Maybe. Well, we'll see again, folks, because it's not the end of the road for RRQ just yet. It is technically the end of the road in a way because, you know, they've secured the #1 spot, they've secured upper brackets, but they still have one more match to play tomorrow against Rebellion.
Ooh.
But that confirms it, no tiebreaker for upper brackets, and it seems like we're just not going to have the tiebreaker happening for Geek Fam and Alter Ego too. There's only one possible tiebreaker now.
Okay.
Dewa, Alter Ego for playoffs, but Dewa have to win against Fnatic Onic, and Alter Ego have to lose both their matches.
Oh, so the next match, but man, player of the match presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. It's going to go to Edok. Exceptional performance on the Franco for game number 3. The chip was absolutely impressive as well. He's a rookie again. Where are these rookies coming from, and why are they performing so
not
well?
A rookie. This guy's not a rookie.
Huh?
He's not a rookie.
He's not?
No, he doesn't play like one.
Exactly.
It's almost like unfair. It seems like he has so much experience knowing when to go in and out of fights. And dude, in the midst of chaos like this, he finds the right timing to just pop the Bloody Hunt again and again. Obviously, this was one big moment from Fabian that, you know, could be said to be worth it for Team Liquid ID. But again and again, when he's going in, when Fabian goes in with the Angela, you're seeing that Bloody Hunt always on point again and again, stopping him from going in the back line, stopping him from getting towards the turtle as well. It's just so good, dude. Finding the right moment at the right time. Even though towards the end of the game, these higher hooks weren't really landing the same kind of consistency, when it matters the most, he lands them and makes it just work for his team. And overall, even his damage taken there, what was it, 200,000? Almost? This was a long, long game. I think, honestly, the whole team, like I think Luis Susujin was mentioning it as well, the whole team participated in it. If any one of them kind of fell short in a game like this, it would have been over for them. But together, they kind of found the right opportunities. They're able to use the pick-off advantage, the crowd control advantage, the iron hook advantage to really force Team Liquid to fight it they don't really want to take and use that to finally end the game right there when they're able to cycle the death timers.
I don't know, it was an impressive performance from RRQ, and I'm wondering, with everything going on so chaotically, so scrappy sometimes, how calm were the comms? So let's take a look to the UBS golden moment.
Mid kirinya gelap ya.
Angela di sini, Angela di sini. Buka nggak? Mau buka nggak? Ren, buka Ren. Radio. Itu. Nggak gogit, nggak gogit. Gating. Lo tuh. Gua tuh ke belakangnya, guys. Udah masuk tuh, masuk. Lihat gua nih, guys.
Ya, lo banget tuh. Link masih ada ulti gila.
Yang ada aja. Gua dawan. Gua link.
Nice dong.
Mati dia, guys.
Lagi.
Go. Dia bisa ini ya.
Dia mau gas tuh, guys.
Berani. Gua berani.
Takutin dulu. Lihat Rubinya nih, mau ke gua dia.
Ini gua tutupin kau. Gua gambar dulu Ruby.
Aman gua. Orangnya
Nyalo.
Udah masuk Angela tuh.
Gua kolam. Mati raten boy.
Lo banget tuh. Linknya turun lagi tuh.
Gas. Keluarnya.
Santai.
Cabut.
Balik.
Beli Guardian aja kali gue ya.
Iya, Guardian sih bagus tuh.
Len nih Ruby clear mid di sini gue flicker ini.
Dia lagi nunggu link.
Tuh, udah masuk aja lah. Pelan-pelan.
Gua enggak ada ulti LR. Ya, flicker.
Dia ada flicker. Ruby gue start.
Ler.
Kena gue mati guys. Banyak deh. Nice, mati deh. Gue mati ya. Nice go. Pelan-pelan. Ya, cover Arthur.
Darah dulu santai.
Darah.
Ya, Feng enggak ada flicker.
Ruby flicker ya.
It's good to know that not only were we feeling the hype, not only were the audience feeling the hype, but it seems like the players were also feeling that hype. I mean, Skylar screaming out, gas, and everyone else just trying to, you know, sabar. It's pretty cute, actually. But yeah, nice.
I mean, they're definitely hyped, dude. Like when you play a game of such thin margins, a single second of hesitation can make or break the game, which is why you see them whenever they're making the calls. It's not enough to just say it once. You know, what if your teammate mishears or didn't catch it the right way? So you have to keep saying it, man. You gotta yell it out. I think you saw Skylar do that. You saw Edok do that as well several times. Man, that was a very, very tough game. And the fact that, again, shout out to Team Liquid as well for actually making that game somewhat close and competitive, despite the fact that they don't have a marksman. They had a gold in Ruby, and even in the jungle, technically the assassins are, in theory, supposed to fall off. Ling is a special case, but still, Team Liquid ID, their team fighting is just insane. And looking at the damage taken, this was a brutal game, dude. 820,000 for RRQ.
Yikes. Yeah, when you have someone like a Hylos with a Revitalize, a Bane as well, and a Feramis, that's how much damage you can take. By the way, 27 minutes and 51 seconds and a total of what? How many kills is that? 24 plus 28. It's 52. It's almost 2 kills per minute.
Wow. That's insane. And it really felt that that was the case, right? It wasn't a full-on game. It's a sequence of repeated attempts at supremacy where both teams were kind of going leg to leg, trying to get that much further away, pulling further away from their opposition.
It's like
wow, man.
Sheffin and Miracle on the same table.
Oh.
It's like Miracle says something unhinged, and then Sheffin wants to one-up that. And it just continues from there.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Oh, Pongski.
Oh, thank you, Pongski. I think TLID is playing really well right now. They might have just been unlucky against RQ, who are also in top form. Hopefully, both teams can deliver an exciting match in the playoffs. Thank you so much, Pongski, for your comment. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So, do you think that is the preview for the grand finals of MPLID?
I don't think so.
Oh, you don't? Ah.
Dude, I swear this playoffs this season, plot twist. Just wait.
It's going to be Geek Fam and Alter Ego. That's the grand finals.
Maybe not that far of a plot twist.
Wait, what do you mean?
I mean, for Alter Ego.
Okay, so you think Geek Fam can do it, right?
Geek can still, I think, maybe.
So
But Alter Ego, no.
What if they beat Fnatic Onyx and Bigachan next?
It's just Fnatic Onyx that's not performing well.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I mean, like the entire season, can you really say that Alter Ego has a chance to get into the grand finals?
If they play
I'm
the
not
way,
being mean. It's
if
just
they play the way that they played against RRQ, there's a chance.
Really?
Nile 1v4, man.
All right. I guess we'll see how they're faring in the next match against Fnatic Onyx to tell. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going straight into. Just kidding. We're going to a break. We'll see you after.
What?
Be right back, guys.
I thought we're gonna go straight to the game.
Or no.
Break.
There's a break first. You're hungry, right? Where are you?
I have no idea.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later. Time to go. Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 pompon
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
bergelombang. Tapi matanya tegas seperti kuda. Skor masih 4-sama. Apakah akan bisa melakukan epic comeback bagi desa legenda? Tidak ada yang tahu dan tidak ada yang mau tahu.
Di tengah badai kita berdiri bersama kawan tak pernah sendiri. Langkah demi langkah kita jalani dengan harapan yang selalu menyinari. Berlayar memburu lawan bersenang kita relakan perang, bayar semua kekalahan, berlari menuju legenda. Hey kawan coba teriakan bersorak kita pemenang. Hey kawan coba teriakan bersorak menantang terang. Hey kawan coba teriakan bersorak kita pemenang. Hey kawan coba teriakan bersorak menantang terang. Di tengah badai kita berdiri bersama kawan tak pernah sendiri. Langkah demi langkah kita jalani dengan harapan yang selalu menyinari. Berlayar memburu lawan senang kita relakan perang, bayar semua kekalahan, berlari menuju legenda. Hey kawan coba teriakan bersorak kita pemenang. Hey kawan coba teriakan bersorak menantang terang. Hey kawan coba teriakan bersorak kita pemenang. Hey kawan coba teriakan bersorak menantang terang. Hey, aku MVP di sini, jago tak terkalahkan, tak perlu pembuktian. Yo, ku tak tertandingi, lawan bergemetaran, cukup satu pukulan. Tiap kali aku masuk arena, tak perlu banyak fikir, semua kotak kacil. Saya sudah biasa, victory depan mata, akulah si pasti juara. Hey kawan coba teriakan bersorak kita pemenang. Hey kawan coba teriakan bersorak menantang terang. Hey kawan coba teriakan bersorak kita pemenang. Hey kawan coba teriakan bersorak menantang terang.
Where are you?
I have no idea.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay, pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legend memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak? Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss every unit. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Kadia. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Inilah match penutupan di minggu ke-9 hari yang kedua MPL Indonesia Season 14 MPL Arena. Mana suaranya? Wow, di match penutupan hari ini kita akan melihat Fnatic Onyx akan bertanding dengan Alter Ego, yang mana ini juga bisa menjadi match yang kita tunggu-tunggu untuk melihat siapakah satu tim terakhir yang akan mendapatkan tiket terakhir ke babak playoff. Karena kalau kita lihat, jika Alter Ego bisa memenangkan pertandingan kali ini, match kali ini dengan Fnatic Onyx, maka Alter Ego dengan secara otomatis akan menjadi tim terakhir yang melaju ke babak playoff. Tapi tentunya ini akan lumayan sulit karena Fnatic Onyx juga terus berusaha untuk mengamankan poin-poin agar bisa lebih improve lagi menuju babak playoff. Dan di sini Superfans sudah begitu banyak hadir di sini, sudah memberikan dukungan yang terbaik untuk tim tersayangnya. Thank you very much untuk seluruh Superfans yang ada. Dan tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Muntan, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports Kidia, official gold partner by UBS Gold. Dan tentunya thank you untuk partner in esports ada Campina, Head & Shoulders, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan juga Widring. Dan gak lupa juga, thank you untuk seluruh suppliers kita. Thank you untuk Erigo, Click Indomaret, Yummy Choice, dan juga Saturdays, dan tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 14 supported by PBSI. Seperti yang Monica sampaikan tadi, kalau kita lihat selama minggu ke-8 kemarin, week ke-8 kemarin, Alter Ego sudah menunjukkan improve yang begitu luar biasa. Tapi juga Fnatic Onyx menunjukkan improvement dengan 2 kali win streak. Jadi kita akan melihat bagaimana keseruan pertemuan di Land of Dawn antara Alter Ego dan juga Fnatic Onyx. Tapi kayaknya sebelum kita lihat bagaimana keseruannya di Land of Dawn, Monica mau dengar dulu dong, mana suaranya Alter Champs? Ada yang gak mau kalah, mana suaranya Sonic? Sonic dan Alter Champs sudah begitu siap, so langsung saja inilah match penutupan hari ini antara Fnatic Onyx dan Alter Ego.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the final match of the day. And here we are with Fnatic Onyx going head-to-head against Alter Ego. Now, there are certain stakes at play, but before we get into it, welcome to the English broadcast. My name is Eternal, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. And Mirko will kind of walk you through what is at stake, especially in accordance to a potential tiebreaker.
So, Alter Ego and Dewa, this is the only tiebreaker left that can still happen. Because GeekFam was able to win earlier, and RRQ were able to win. So no tiebreaker for RRQ Bigatron for upper brackets, no tiebreaker for 5th and 6th place for GeekFam and Alter Ego. But for Alter Ego and Dewa, it's still the battle for the playoffs. Dewa, they need to win their last match against Fnatic Onyx. If they win that, they're going to have to hope that Alter Ego lose both their matches against Fnatic Onyx today and against Bigatron Alpha tomorrow. If those two very specific scenarios happen, then yes, we'll have a tiebreaker match on Monday for Alter Ego versus Dewa United.
So regardless of what happens, Alter Ego here, their fate kind of relies on Fnatic Onyx. Whether or not they're able to actually...
Dewa's fate also relies on Fnatic Onyx.
Exactly, so Fnatic Onyx is literally the key here. In a way, right? They have control over who actually makes it forward to the next stage. So this is a desperate position for both teams to be in. But for Fnatic Onyx, I feel like for them it's just business as usual. Business.
That makes sense.
Grasping people's destinies in their hands. I mean, the Sky Kings have been doing that for a while now.
Look at this.
Oh, what's this?
That's Kyrie. Ooh. He didn't say it like that. He said, "Tunggu kita di playoff." That's what he said.
So he whispered.
Wow, that's so similar.
Okay. Anyway, for leg number 2, we can take a look at their match history, right? They were sitting at a 4-time lose streak, and then they were able to find their victories against Evo's Glory, as well as Bigatron Alpha. And like you mentioned earlier on, they are the gatekeepers. They are the keys to whoever is going to be able to take that last slot for the playoffs, whether it be Alter Ego or Dewa United.
And Fnatic Onyx, despite everyone's criticism saying that they are no longer in tip-top shape, they don't have plays available to them the same way that they did. They're showing here that, you know, you slip up often enough, you give them the right opportunities, they are still top-tier players, man. Whether or not they have improved or, I don't know, diminished, especially compared to the other teams in the MPL, you have to wait and see until the playoffs. I think that's where really people are expecting the full force of Onyx and all the other teams in the league to really be unleashed in the Land of Dawn.
And unfortunately for Alter Ego and Dewa, they're coming at a time against Fnatic Onyx where they've started to find their rhythm back.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Like, why couldn't they have met the early season Fnatic Onyx, the mid-season Fnatic Onyx? Why end season Fnatic Onyx?
Well, if you want to make it to the playoffs, you got to meet the best out of the best version that we have. And it does seem like, you know, at least Mr. Kyrie. You can hear the fans already here. Actually, it's the Alter Ego fans who are yelling for Kyrie. Interesting.
What is going on right here?
Are they mocking the so-called Ultra Sublak of Fnatic Onyx?
Seems to be a hint of sarcasm in the cheers for sure, but you never know with Kyrie in the picture. Maybe they're generally just that much of a fan. I don't know.
That's still a possibility, you know. And despite whatever everyone is saying, what everyone is thinking as well, Kyrie does still hold really impressive stats.
Yep.
Despite the performance of Fnatic Onyx this season especially.
I'd say Kyrie has been performing really, really well. I actually even said during their loss streak, it was literally jungle esports for Fnatic Onyx. It was Kyrie and Albert doing well, but then everybody else were struggling in a way. But against Pikachu and Alpha, they all really popped off, but some of them didn't. CW and Kyrie are back to form. Now we gotta wait for Keyboy and Sans to come back to form. Against Evos, it looked like they were also better. So maybe this is where we get to see the real Fnatic Onyx.
It's an interesting situation to be in there, but let's take a look at that game between Alter Ego and RRQ, the team that just showed us a very impressive performance. Earlier against, you talked about jungle esports. For Alter Ego, I think it's even more so, heavily so, when Nile just has to get going or the team kind of falls short. But we saw that against RRQ. There are moments like this, of course, where Nile was still the guy just making the plays happen. Oh man, that's a crazy play by Nile, abusing just how strong that Ling is right now. But the rest of the team also kind of assisted in that department. So maybe with that moment there, they kind of found something that clicked, that can kind of allow them to kind of match up more evenly against the members of Onyx. What is going on?
The Alter Ego fans are having a blast here. They're fangirling for both Fnatic Onyx, Kyrie, and Nile.
I mean, other than, of course, their skills in the game, they are two, they're nice to look at.
Oh,
right?
okay.
So maybe that's
because
why
they're wearing
squealing.
the same t-shirt?
Are they actually wearing the same t-shirt?
Well, both of them wore blue, this color of blue. What do you mean by nice to look at? Like the t-shirt or?
Maybe, yeah, sure.
They're just visually appealing people.
Visually appealing.
So whether it's the swag, it's the the physique,
The physique.
Exactly.
I agree. I concur.
Tip-top shape.
Good-looking dudes.
Especially now that a certain someone is not playing. So.
What? What could she possibly be talking about?
Anyway.
You're talking about the roamer of Team Liquid that won a world championship and got a skin on Cho?
Absolutely not.
Is his name Yaoi?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
That could be it.
Fnatic Onyx versus Alter Ego, right? Isn't there something else we're supposed to be talking about here? My mind's blanking out.
Well, they're one step closer to the playoffs. I guess we can touch on that a bit.
Okay.
Right? We can touch on their shaky performance, Alter Ego I'm talking about, because they're kind of a one-trick here in the last two matches. Against RRQ, they were able to win, but it was both on Gatot Kaca, on Owen. When he didn't get the Gatot Kaca, they failed to get the dub. And same story against Liquid. Game 1, got the Gatot Kaca on Owen, won the game. Game 2, Aran took it away from him, lost. Game 3, Team Liquid banned it away from Alter Ego, and they lost. So far, they're a Gatot one-trick.
And
based on stats.
You did see the potential for the Gatot Kaca just earlier in match number 2. We had Skylar being a full inventory slot. Natan was not able to melt through the whole Gatot Kaca, and in fact, Aran was able to actually threaten his life in some situations. So you do see the potential for dive-in zoning, and which is really in sync with what Alter Ego likes to do, right? Be aggressive, dive in, and just delete the backline. And if they do get the deletion in the backline, generally everything else falls into place.
So with that being said, are we looking at Nino regarding his hero pool?
I think Nino's hero pool has been, it does look underwhelming, but he has been able to make the Phoveus work really well. I think in some of these games, yeah, you're right. It's just really been the Phoveus, for Nino.
Let me
We've seen him shine on a lot of different
Phoveus,
picks.
Hylos, and an okay Edith.
Yeah.
An okay Edith.
Now, is that going to be a problem for their upcoming match?
I think it can be because, again, I think Fnatic Onyx are a team that really does well punishing the weaknesses of their opponents. A lot of times they play their own game, and the way they're able to find win conditions isn't by elevating their own win conditions, it's by retargeting the weaknesses that the opposition has. Especially with a brilliant mind like Coach Yeb in the drafting phase. Usually, we've come to expect something crazy in the drafting phase already for Fnatic Onyx by default.
So, before we get into it, we are going to welcome the official team lineup for both of these teams. Starting off with Alter Ego. We have Nino, we have Nile, Roundel, Owen, as well as Highs. This team, the playoff tickets, it's at the end of the tunnel. All they need to do is grasp for it. So let's welcome them up on stage.
Will they secure their playoff spot? They're gonna have to go up against the defending champions. 4 back-to-back champions of MPL Indonesia to try to secure that playoff spot. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the 3 faces of Alter Ego.
Trying to set up a tall order against mighty opposition with the experience, with the accolades to prove them wrong. Today, Alter Ego are going to try and beat the odds and surprise everyone the same way they did against RRQ.
Can they do it? It's a main question here. And let's welcome the official team lineup from the opponents. We have Rez in the EXP lane alongside with Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, and CW. This is the first season in a long time that they have not made it up into the upper brackets, but they are still a remarkable force to be reckoned with. So with that, let's welcome them onto the stage.
The 4P champions, the back-to-back champions, the Sky Kings. It almost seems like they're just bored of the regular season. This is just scrimming grounds for them. Let's see if they can make that happen and stop Alter Ego from making it to the playoffs. Let's welcome the Sky Kings, Fnatic, Onyx.
Every single player in this team can be a real carry in their own right. Despite the slump, they're still a fearsome opponent, especially with the playoffs getting ever so closer to concluding, to actually starting, the season concluding. This is where the Sky Kings usually take off and remind everyone again why they are feared as the rightful rulers of the Sky Throne.
It's eerie, right? The performance that we've seen from Fnatic Onyx is eerie. And we saw earlier on that quote coming in from Kyrie, wait for us during the playoffs, right? So is this Fnatic Onyx playoffs mode that we'll be seeing today, alongside with, of course, their coaching staff from both sides? It's going to be an intense battle, especially starting from the drafts.
And it's peculiar to see that Coach Aldo, a guy that we've hyped up for so long, so knowledgeable, even having a lot of insider knowledge on scouting as well, he hasn't been joining a team on the stage so far. So it seems like Alter Ego have a different plan, a different way to really get that victory. It worked once already. Now, looking at the rival showdown here, the jungler with the Sky Kings DNA, Nile. He was just really good so far, and you really see that when he's given the right tools, the right heroes has that outplay potential, the X factor for his team. Even when the team kind of falls behind, he can kind of lift everyone up. Technically, Kyrie can do the exact same thing. So will this be like a lifting match between the two junglers?
Wait, was Nile from Onyx?
Yeah. Ex-Onyx player,
that's
by the way.
why.
That's what Garni would say. Also, Owen, ex-Onyx, by the way.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess, again, that Sky King's DNA does flow into both of their veins as we take a look at a quote coming in from Kyrie. Nile is good, but in my opinion, he was even better when he was in Geek. Interesting take, interesting perspective. I do believe that he said this in his winning interview. Do you agree with this?
I agree in a way. Back in Geek Fam, though individually I don't think he is on the same level as he is now. I think individually Nile was better. But he had 4 players who played really well to enable him to. Now, it's Nile Esports, in my opinion, right? Like, if it isn't Nile, then they do struggle. So, in a way, I agree, but individually, I would say he's better now than he was before.
Like Kyrie was mentioning it in a more individual fashion. So far, I feel like, again, the team has so much to do with his success in Geek Fam. The fact that he's able to move over to Alter Ego and still have a great performance even without the same kind of consistent pillars that Geek Fam were able to offer him, I feel like it's a testament to his prowess, to his skill in the jungle. And obviously with the current meta really suiting his playstyle. I feel like Kyrie, he might think that Nile was better in Geek Fam, but he can't take the current Nile lightly either.
I agree. And if we take a look at now the picks and the sides that we're going to be expecting for game number 1, it looks like Alter Ego will have that first pick selection. The blue side, I think they had the better win rate on blue side up 2 for Fnatic Onyx. Red side, So it looks like Fnatic Onyx are back on their favorable side. Has anything changed with Fnatic Onyx and the way they like to opt in terms of their drafts?
I think they're still a very flexible team, and we saw earlier that, you know, whether or not you get the first or second pick, generally it just depends on how you want to try and outmaneuver your opponent in the drafting phase. If they're really concerned about the chip, then maybe, you know, if Fnatic Onyx want to use the chip pressure against Altrigo, then going first will really benefit them. But otherwise, you know, if they can secure two good heroes on their end as well, I think Coach Yeb really enjoys having that option as well.
I really wish I could actually understand what you're saying, Rashi.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you know, the fans are super loud here, and their support, the drums have been amazing. The support has been phenomenal. Atmosphere, as usual, in the MPL arena, especially in the last week, electric. But I did hear Coach Yeb in your sentence. So I agree. Coach Yeb, he goes for really unorthodox drafts that you wouldn't expect to be, you know, all that good, but that's Fnatic Onyx style. It always has been Fnatic Onyx style.
When I give the word.
And now we're going to the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Alter Ego on blue side have banned out the Harith. They have also banned out the Khalid. Fnatic Onyx go for the Chip and the Phobius. So these are bans that we regularly see. Mostly we do see the Ling being banned out as well in the first phase of the draft, but with both these junglers being top-tier assassin players, do you think that the Ling will actually be let go this time?
What's your command? I think it might. Oh, I was going to say it might if it's going to be matched with a Fanny, but now for Altrigo, after banning the Fanny, are they going to try and force that Ling ban onto Fnatic Onyx? That's the question here.
I don't know what ban that was. The Gacha is still up for grabs, by the way. I don't think it was... Okay, Fnatic Onyx last ban is the Gacha, and it's the Ling. Whoa! This gives the opportunity... Maybe this is a good bait, honestly, from Altrigo, because we haven't seen Kyrie play the Alpha. Usually, most teams would just go Mathilda Alpha. That's like the winning combination. But maybe Altrigo are saying, yeah, you're not going to put Kyrie on a utility jungle. You're not that crazy, coach.
Although we've seen Kyrie perform really well on the utility junglers as well. Now though, Edith is still a very flexible pick. Well respected as well just in the second match earlier. Could be used to kind of throw a curveball to try and confuse the opponents. Is it going to be Rez or is it going to be Keyboy? My money's on Keyboy so far, but with the higher boost here, Fnatic Onyx most likely going to look to try and be aggressive and try and snowball.
Ooh, I'm liking this already. A Hayabusa and a Ling showdown between both of these top-tier junglers. Very interesting. Alter Ego, though, what's their plan? Right, they already have the Ling. Remember, heroes like the Matilda is still up for grabs. Technically, it's not as well as it is paired with, like, let's say, with the Alpha, but it is still an option that they can go for Alter Ego.
If Alter Ego want to go for that, they can, but again, I feel like they want to be a bit more straightforward. They want to try and go for the straight-up dive, and that's exactly what they go for here. Terizla, along with the Valentina, going to allow them to just go in whenever they really want to and get a decisive engage, possibly to try and counter Fnatic Onyx mobility-based approach, moving back and forth, like the way we saw with Team Liquid ID.
This is essentially something that we've seen last season.
Yeah.
Right? When you see the Ling, you go for the Terizla, for the EXP lane. Is it still valid now?
Hey, I would say, yeah, it's still valid. You can still utilize it. It does the same thing, but the Terizla has been nerfed. That's the only downside to the Terizla now. You're not as tanky as you were before, and even though you are still very oppressive in the early game, you're not as oppressive because of the cooldown for his second skill. Anyways, though, what I want to talk about is, what happened to the Arlet? Didn't this guy get a buff, essentially, with him no longer needing mana? Like, we were hyping him up so hard, we were saying, oh, Arlet's gonna be first pick prio very, very soon now. That the Terizla's gotten nerfed, the Arlet's been buffed, but no, so far, we've seen so many games, and Arlet's fallen off the meta. At least in the pro play. I feel
like it's a shift in mindset for the EXP laner, because before, it's about making plays happen, it's about being aggressive, winning in the 1v1 trades, or even pressuring the rover. But now, if you look at the meta, quote-unquote, EXP laners, it's just massive walls of muscle, dude, that you can use to absorb damage. The Hylas, the Phobius, you know, the Terizla. It seems to be back to the enabling EXP laner meta, technically. But again, in the right hands, with the right composition, you you can still go for those aggressive EXP laners. And in fact, earlier, I believe we saw Team Liquid ID banned Arlott as well against RRQ for game number 3. So it's still definitely hovering around in the meta, but maybe it's a bit more situational looking at the development of the meta so far.
All right. The Moskov now gets banned out alongside the Angela. Alter Ego didn't pick it up in the first phase, and so it does get banned out. They don't want the Angeling combination to be paired in alongside with a Tigreal ban. So Alter Ego now with the Moskov being banned out, are they still going to commit onto this gold lane ban?
I feel like they want to go and just ban away all of the other gold laners here. It has to be a bit more targeted, because for Alter Ego, I think they're really banking on getting the lane to snowball and then using that pressure to delete the gold laner. So any kind of gold lane with a mobility, I was about to say, and crowd control can be an issue. But I guess taking a bit of a warning from the results of the previous match, they ban away the Franco right here. It's a great mix between aggressiveness and defensiveness as well.
Yeah, we've seen that, from Keyboy. That was the pick that he utilized to beat Bigatron Alpha in Game 2. But now, honestly, with the gold lane still being left open in the air right now, is it too crazy to say that Fnatic... Heiss is a pretty good Irithel player, actually, so I don't know if Fnatic want to go and bank on that 1-1 pick here. They can pick it up last pick, I think. That will be safer. But then they're going to have to show where this Edith is going to go. They can't utilize the flex.
Time and tide wait
They go
for
Beatrix.
no
All right, just a safer gold laner. No real pure counter.
But it's so peculiar that we see the Beatrix without the combo, right? Usually we see the Beatrix being combined with the Franco, with the Kaja, exactly. So, or is that a bait?
Could be a bait. It could be a really solid bait. Alter Ego could just try to counter the Kaja before it happens, and then it turns out Fnatic gonna go for something crazy like what? An Atlas now against Valentina. I don't think they're going to go for those big ultimates anymore. But I do think Alter Ego can still pull off the Hylos with Owen.
Whoa. The Hylos with Owen, I think it will work just fine if they want to bully away Fnatic Onic. They're up against the low Yi though, so the slower nature of the Hylos, in the rotations at least, can be a bit of a concern. But having a Beatrix also is a great solution against Assassins. If you remember, in a full inventory slot, the Beatrix can kind of delete an Assassin if the Assassin player isn't too careful with the positioning. But with the Ruby and the Kufra, we're seeing this kind of trend with the Ruby going into the gold lane. It can be very effective, especially if you want to go for the brawl approach, which is exactly what Alter Ego usually want to go for. So now Fnatic Onic seeing that threat, like another way for Alter Ego to try and get a catch onto the Lo Yi and Beatrix. I think they want some kind of frontliner of their own that can be a bit safer in the situation.
Okay, so no Kaja.
Oof.
I might not be a legend, but I do know my traits.
No Kaja, you're right.
Okay. So Edith for Keyboy, and we have Barats for Rez.
Yeah.
Does make sense. And remember, with the Ruby in the gold lane, it does kind of eliminate, not so eliminate, but filter the kill pressure that this Hayabusa can have, especially in the hands of Kyrie.
Yeah.
It's a lot more difficult, and it was a counter way back when, right? Ruby, Hayabusa.
It's still a counter to this day. Anyone that can stop, right? So technically, in a way, Alter Ego's draft is literally just anti-Kyrie. They took away the Ling. Valentina's good against these assassins. You have a Kufra, Ruby, and a Terizla to lock him down. Let's see if the anti-Kyrie formula can work out for Alter Ego, or if FNOC have CW, Keyboy, Sans, and Rez to back him up.
Well, especially if Sans kind of gets online in this game. This is a scary situation, man. We saw how difficult it was to deal with the macro pressure. And earlier it was a chip, which is arguably stronger. But now with the low Yi, we know Sans gets creative. Dave gets really, unpredictable when he gets picks like this. So let's see, man. For Fnatic Onic, with Kyrie kind of quote-unquote targeted, what's the approach here?
What is the approach? Ladies and gentlemen, as we enter game number 1 of this best-of-3 series between the Sky Kings and the Three-Face Mask, this is the ultimate test now for Fnatic Onic to prove that it's not only Kyrie that has been performing, but the rest of the members of the team can step up and find this win for the team as well.
Especially in the EXP lane, you do wonder what the matchup looks like between the Barats and the Terizla. I feel like Nino's gonna have a bit more of a sustained advantage, but look at that mid lane pressure, dude.
Owie.
Level 2 Lo Yi. Stay away, dude.
I don't think you can stay here, Roundel. Kyrie's online. Has level 3, has the quad shadow, and yeah, plays it safe. It is going to be the lethal take for Fnatic Onyx.
Right, really a small victory, small wins for Fnatic Onyx. And they're really abusing this early game power spike. This Rondo tries to match it, but he's gotta be careful, man. A well-placed Earth Shatter can kind of seal his doom, especially with Kyrie reaching level 4. He's looking for it.
Yeah, if he hits the quad shadow on Roundel, I think he might be dead. Meanwhile, up top is Nile poking CW a bit with those swords.
They're both going for the Assassin Emblem, but Tenacities on 3 members for Fnatic Onyx. They want to try and brawl it out, and they want to leave CW to scale and be that vulnerable member, running still the weapon mastery and the thrill, so a lot of burst damage in the lane. But against a Ruby with a Festival of Blood, it might just be, again, a farm lane until Heist gets level 4 and can maybe set up for some kind of gank.
Oh, this is actually Heist on his debut pick as well. Ruby for the first time in some time this season, right? He picks this up. We'll see how he's able to perform on it. And again, back to the point that you were making earlier on, CW needs to understand how vulnerable he is as well, right? Nile on the lane, technically from the side of Fnatic Onyx, the only stopper that they have is Keyboy on the Edith, Earthshatter. That itself is actually also not as straightforward as Owen on the Kufra or even Heist on the Ruby. So coming into this next neutral objective, that level 4 power spike is going to be very important. And Nino has that level 4, so we'll see.
I don't think they should contest. Penalty zone coming down onto Kyrie. Retribution still on point. Nile trying to go for the steal right there. That's an answer's welcome. Keyboy with the Primal Wrap. Nino going to be caught very low, taken out. Kyrie picks up first blood. Roundel stealing away the Primal Wrap, but unfortunately unable to get a kill down. No trades. Kyrie still has the shadow kill, actually. And if he gets it on Roundel, walks up, gets out from the Tyrant's Revenge.
Nice juke coming in from Kyrie, and the fact that he was able to get that retribution down despite the Tempest of Blade, the
Shadow kill.
The shadow kill is great. It really does help excel Fnatic Onyx performance here in the first 3 minutes of the game, as we also take a look at the talent prediction by GoFei. 3, 4,
4v2?
4v2.
No situation here, but Limcocho and KB are on the same page, expecting something unpredictable from Alter Ego. For Fnatic Onyx, though, on K Gold ahead, seems to be smooth sailing for them. They have a strong front line in Rez, on the Daytona, on the Barat, and Keyboy is just free to try and be creative, to try and get those pesky pickoffs. And if you stray too far to try and get around Keyboy, that's where Kyrie can kind of make the plays happen. And even now, at 3 minutes, almost 4 minutes, we haven't even seen the true extent of Sans on the low Yi, right? We've seen him trying to pop the diversion once, but they end up using it only for information. They haven't really made the ambush play just yet.
Oh! No, Kyrie took it. Still was able to secure his own purple buff.
It was a nice try though, valiant effort coming in from Nile. And it looks like both of these jungs are actually toe-to-toe, right? Their levels, both at level 7 at the moment. Oh, Keyboy.
Oh, flicker from Owen. The respect.
It's dangerous, man. I mean, if you're playing Kufra, that's why it's so difficult. But look at that. The recall spam as the fans go wild, seeing their team in confident shape. Look at this, though. If you look at the level advantage, Kyrie is 1 level ahead. This orange buff won't even get Nile level 8, I believe. So, Fnatic Onyx back on the turtle immediately yet again. And Rest is just zoning everyone, man. This big dino.
Penalty zone into the back. Kyrie to be caught. No flicker there. Oh, still the retry win. That's his welcome. And a spit out there. Able to get Owen stunned onto the wall. CW picks the kill up. Kyrie gets another Heist. Gets pulled into everyone. Keyboy comes in with the onward. That's a flicker backwards, but a Primal Wrap. Oh, it's a good time offended. Oh, even with a diversion. Kyrie with a quad shadow. And Fnatic Onyx with a winning early game.
That's 4 for 0, technically 5 for 0 without the wipe top, but they're also able to get that neutral objective. Interesting that Alter Ego still wanted to commit for that, understanding that Nile was a level below of Kyrie.
Yep.
Definitely an odd choice for that Alter Ego, but maybe they thought that it's possible. They want to test the waters a bit for now. Fnatic Onyx, though, with that sequence of events, getting close to a 4K gold advantage. And this is looking bad for Alter Ego, because once more, Fnatic Onyx has a marksman, and technically their mid lane doesn't really scale off that badly anyways. And in fact, they still have the Edith. But look at this. MPL ID X streamer with a familiar face and a familiar jersey.
That's a weird sight to see. Bulung wearing an RRQ jersey?
Isn't he anti-RRQ?
Oh, I think because Liquid is higher placed than RRQ. He voted for RRQ earlier.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, what are you gonna do? Oh my God.
Lolos nggak nih?
That's an Evo's jersey. And anti-Onyx.
The classic.
Oh, whoa. Kyrie going in very aggressively there. Little bit of damage onto Nino, but he's still able to get out. Bulung anti-RRQ. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yep.
Having Bulung anti-RRQ on an RRQ jersey, that's just classic Pop Bulung, man.
And also, Lolos got knee, which means, are you going to qualify on an Evo's jersey? This guy is full of memes. The funny moments, memes.
Not charging though?
Yeah. They're going serious. Starts revenge. And what the heck was that damage, my guy? On from Mr. Rez, hitting him out, and that is straight into Kyrie. Triple kill. Brother, they're not given space to do anything, Alter Ego.
Absolutely not. 3 members taken down for the price of none. Fnatic Onyx with that earlier 4K gold lead. It's propelled them to 6K now in 7 minutes. What's going on, Alter Ego? It feels like they're still committing on to things that they know that they're not going to be able to win. I mean, they're so behind. Should they look for something else on the map?
In theory, they should be trading a bit more instead of going for these fights, especially with CW already getting quite a bit far ahead. 2-0 and 4, already with a BOD. That is what the damage was, dude.
A bit, that's a 2K gold lead.
Exactly. Owen goes in expecting to try and get a pick off, but he gets deleted instead, blown up almost immediately. But here we see that Finch poise being a problem still, now able to kind of push around, be annoying, but for how long, right? He's only going to be able to do so for a limited time before Fnatic Onyx are going to be able to pressure him to come into these neutral objective fights.
That's a bod for Kyrie at the 7-minute mark. He's got a bod, bro.
Pretty impressive bod from Kyrie, along with the Hunter Strike. So definitely snowballing. Oh, look at that!
Rez on the Barats! Man, this guy is so good on the Barats! What? Did he catch Nile on the wall?
I think it was a diversion into a trap into the Daytona's welcome, dude. Immediately just takes him out of there. CW didn't even have to use the runner's apathy. Fnatic Onyx with all the pressure right here, and Alter Ego without range. With everyone mid-range, they wanted to be the one diving, to be the ones pressuring, but now with no range, they're going to be forced to overextend again and again.
And remember, CW picked up the Malefic Roar too, so that's the Beatrix power spike, right? VOD, Malefic Roar?
Even more burst damage for sure. Right now, even the tankiest of members from Alter Ego can't really withstand that kind of damage, man, especially if he goes with the Bandit's Rage. And before that, even the Nibiru's Passion. If this goes on and if CW keeps scaling like this, sooner or later, Nile can't even go and 1v1 him, right? If the Beatrix gets a win of nature and goes for a slugfest against the Ling, you know, CW has pulled off those kinds of outplays before.
We have seen it, and that's why it's a problem. Nile is trying his best, though. He was able to pick up a tower in the top side, but all the while, it seems like every time Nile is looking for a trade, Fnatic Onyx trade back with something greater. That Lord, completely uncontested for Fnatic Onyx in the 90th minute of the game, and an 8K gold lead.
I think it's also very interesting that for Fnatic Onyx, they're not using these diversions to kind of hide things, to kind of move around the map with rotations. They're using it aggressively again and again. And then usually when there is some momentum, just go behind their opponents. Like right here, they were predicting that the Alter Ego were gonna be on the purple buff, so they just go behind immediately. So they're not being sneaky about it. They're being very decisive and aggressive at how they're using these diversions.
And look at how they're using the Lord, right? Just slow pushing. It's going to be... Well, I think at this point, if they continue this push, it might be like a whole 2 waves that'll be crashing down into that tier 2. And then after that, there'll be maybe a whole 3 waves to come crashing down on the base turret. Fnatic Onyx doing such a good job, man.
And looking at the items right here, Owen actually went for the Thunderbelt, trying to go for some scaling potential, extra damage and utility. But man, that is not what you want to see from the GOAT. Gonny's GOAT highs as the turret passive in the bottom lane actually gets popped already.
This is a tank. This is a tank. Kyrie doesn't care that it's a tank. What? That's a Kufra. That's meant to counter Kyrie on the Hayabusa.
So now they're going to have to defend without Owen in the picture. a man advantage.
Oh?
What is going on right now with Fnatic Onyx?
Oh man, the quad shadow actually landed on Denial. I'm a Fnatic connect down to 2. And the Winter Crown. Whoa, new interaction coming down as Rez is able to flicker out the safety. 0 deaths so far from Fnatic Onyx. K-Boy goes in forward. They're gonna end the game. And they're gonna give Alter Ego a big round egg. Diversion. Oh, and can you do it? Can you save this game? Can you at least get a kill? Oh, that's brutal. Fnatic Onyx, 15-0.
13K gold lead, 11 minutes and 26 seconds. Alter Ego was given nothing. They got a tower, I think a turret up top. But other than that, nothing. What is this game?
They got very minimal trades across the map, but in the end, dude, the damage coming in, the rotations, and even the counter engage, every single time Alter Ego want to try and go for a fight with Nino, with Owen, Fnatic Onyx just says no, and just stiff arms them. Just sticks their arm in their face and says, not today, bro. Not a single kill is going to be given to you. I mean, we were talking about the
constantly from Rez, but damn, Fnatic Onyx just went. That was a rare Fnatic Onyx game, you know? What? Like, this is a season 11 type Fnatic Onyx performance. 15-0, highest made of play, and then they all just died. That Bennett's Rage took everyone to 1 HP. Oh my goodness. And then Keyboy gets, what? What's going on?
The flicker play immediately, man. Fnatic Onyx, they know Alter Ego wants to group up, so group up they did. And Fnatic Onyx had all the tools available to just immediately demolish not just one member, not just 2 members. A perfectly placed Bennett's Rage can just annihilate the whole roster of Alter Ego, man. CW was just on fire that game.
Baldwin Winata.
Is this the eerie, the end
Yes.
to the eeriness
Yes.
from Fnatic Onyx?
Exactly, man.
What was that actually?
That's Fnatic Onyx. That's Fnatic Onyx.
We even talked about the potential for Niall to kind of
15-0.
do something, but he got completely shut down too. They shut
Nothing.
down the team first, and then they set their sights on Niall, and somehow, some way, they were able to get him on the wall with a Daytona's welcome.
Remember, we were talking in the draft, sorry Rashi, about how Alter Ego brought in a composition that was supposed to be anti-Kyrie.
Yeah.
So,
They were
Fnatic Onyx made them anti-MLBB. They can't play the game. They took away the Lanadon. They took away their phones, it seems.
Break it down, Rashi. What's going on?
I mean, from early on right here, they were jumping onto Kyrie. Nino engaged onto Kyrie to try and swing the tides in their favor, zone Kyrie away maybe. But that in the first immediate Banner's Rage really set the tone for everything. And again, these diversion plays immediately just allowed Fnatic Onyx to find some more. Usually they would engage with a diversion, but sometimes they don't. And this was that moment here. It's a trap.
He did. Look at that.
It's a trap, and then immediately that was the Daytona's welcome.
Got him on
to
the
seal
wall.
the deal.
He got him on the wall. He whipped on the wall. What?
I don't know, but we do know is a player of the game. Our MVP presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. It's
Guy.
There you go.
Yeah.
He wasn't taken down a single time.
None of them were. None of
true,
them
actually.
died. This is a perfect game. How? All turtles, all lords, no deaths.
If you look at the player of the game highlights here by our official gold partner, Ubes Gold, you can see that the control here between Rez and Keyboy to really just zone everyone away. Nino and Nolan are forced to use so many resources just to get on target. And even with all that, Kyrie is still managing to get all of these neutral objectives with the Retribution. And when they're all so overcommitted, you can see that even here, even Highs is forced to just stay in the front, try and do something. And the strong Ruby fighter in the gold lane that we thought would allow Alter Ego to be annoying, to be a lot more aggressive, is completely shut down as well. CW completely outclassed them. And when the whole team is falling behind, the jungler soon follows suit.
Gee, man. denial here. I mean, they looked for a play. It wasn't like, but Rez got denial.
That was supposed to be a good play.
Wow.
Supposed to be.
Wow.
Being the key word there. And immediately the flicker as well. So Keyboy still with the Keyboy instincts. And Owen trying to match it, but you can't out Keyboy. Man,
Absolutely not.
they really put the egg in alter ego.
Oh, whoa. Calm down.
15-0.
Oh, true.
It's an egg.
You're right, it's fine.
Wow.
11 minutes and 23 seconds. See, one tower. That's all they were given. One tower.
Hey,
By Nile
Fnatic,
in the top lane.
you can do better than that. That's not a perfect game right there. Take it back. 11 minutes, 15-0. Could have been better. Could have been a 7-0 stat there too.
How? What made it this bad for Alter Ego? Was it the drafts? Was it the way they executed it in the early game? What went so wrong that there was absolutely nothing that Alter Ego could have done?
I think it might be the execution in the middle of a big team fight. Because you saw that if you look at the... I mean, right now, if you look at the items, Alter Ego barely have any defensive items. So they were kind of trying to find Kyrie, find Sans and CW, but then they were kind of disrespecting the control and the holding potential from the Edith and the Barats. So once they got caught in the net, right, with all the crowd control, that's where the Bandit's Rage comes in. That's where the rotation and the dispersion from Sans also comes in through. And CW, there were some moments there where his damage wasn't even required to wipe the floor with Alter Ego, and still, in a 11.5-minute game, 33,000 damage on that Beatrix, definitely insane.
I know. 0% TP for everyone. They were no kills. They had half the damage dealt as compared to Fnatic Onyx. They had 3,000 damage to turn.
They didn't even get the damage taken. Rez took it away from them. They couldn't even have that. Fnatic Onyx didn't want to give anything to Alter Ego.
Just one turret.
Confused.
Just one turret, that was given. And even in damage dealt, Fnatic Onyx literally dealt double the damage. I think it shows there. If it was an equal fight or there was an equal scrap, the damage number should be closer. But the fact that Fnatic Onyx were able to get twice the amount, it just seems that they were able to dodge away from the initial tools, the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge combo, the penalty zone, or I'm offended as well. We see a lot of misses from Alter Ego, and once Fnatic Onyx has made them miss, they make them pay.
I have a question though.
Question away.
Alter Ego is number 6 right now.
Yes, sir.
If they lose 2-0 against Fnatic Onyx, can they still make it to playoffs?
Yes.
Still can.
Even if they lose both their next matches, it doesn't matter as long as Dewa lose their match against Fnatic Onyx. And looking at Fnatic Onyx right here, I honestly can't say that they will have a chance against this. If they play the same way, gee, what happened to Fnatic? Have we been scammed here? Huh? Yeb? Adi? Huh? Rez? Kyrie? Keyboy? San? CW? Have we just been scammed the entire regular season? What the heck was that? What? Have you been faking this?
I feel cheated.
I feel cheated.
I feel cheated.
We feel Gideon. Get it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. It's an SPS joke, Arashi.
Gotcha.
He said something about that.
I don't get it.
Well,
I don't get it.
At this point, right, you may feel cheated as well. But it's okay, because GoPay will help you not feel cheated.
How?
What? Did you just ask me how?
Uh-huh.
Well, for you guys, you can download the new GoPay app right now, the ultimate wallet for gamers that packs a punch. Buy diamonds or even get the weekly diamond pass with honest and low prices exclusively at GoPay Games. Payments are easy, secure, and you can directly use GoPay straight off the bat. Just top up now at gopay.co.id/games.
Do it now. Right, Arashi?
Right now.
I feel cheated.
He feels hurt because I just punched him.
Oh, wait. Punched?
Eternal violence, bang bang.
Eternal. Wait, no, I mean Arashi. Equality.
Hey, I didn't punch that hard. I didn't punch. Hey, you already punched my heart winning 2-1 against TLID. It's
But
fine.
to channel my inner Paquito, though.
He's not meta.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
He's not meta. Oh, did you talk about how they can vote for the winners and stuff?
Actually, I did. No, I didn't. Well, you guys can actually vote for the winner of each MPL ID Season 14 match, and everyone will get free GoPay coins for their first vote of the season. Now, if you guys get the dub there, you get 1 token for voting for the winning team in each match. And you get 1 more token for correctly guessing the final match score. So collect all these tokens and you may say, Mirko, what the heck are these coins or tokens for? Well, you can get MLBB skins, GoPay coins, gaming smartphones, and even electric motorcycles.
What? Because like sometimes we're hearing like so many like free skins, but an electric motorcycle.
And gaming smartphones.
Now that's value. They should feel cheated.
Yeah. Cool.
GoPay.
Yeah, because they're giving away amazing rewards.
It's crazy, right? And as well, you guys can actually buy credit too. So it's value, and triple value, right? It's always at a low price. You guys can get an amount of 15K IDR credit for just 11.9K. And if you guys have friends, you guys can actually use the GoPay app to split bill.
Why you gotta throw shade at them if you have friends?
Oh, I mean like when you're with your friends. Typo.
Yeah, but still.
Typo.
What if they don't have friends?
Oh, and that's okay. You can be our friends. And then we can split bill using the GoPay app.
Nah.
Oh, what's going on?
I'd rather just brawl with the best alone.
Wait, what is she doing?
This is brawl with the best.
Oh, is this how you get the golden ticket?
Yeah, exactly.
To exchange
Yep, this
in
is
the
lucky draw.
Oh, Muhammad Fahri, congratulations.
He's going to play with Kyrie today.
That's so awesome.
With Kyrie?
With Kyrie, you can play. Yeah, this is a chance for you to play with the pro players, Arashi.
Petrie got it.
Petrie? Oh, yeah, it's Petrie SJ06.
Congratulations. And you know, if you guys want information on this activity will actually take place every week of MPL ID. And today, the MVPs who have played here have been drawn, and 3 lucky winners will receive 500,000 GoPay coins each.
Wow. Abimanyu.
Oh, they all get 500,000. So it's not the lucky draw to get the golden ticket.
Wait, how do we get there?
We can't. It's
Gotta walk out
been
now.
drawn. We're too late. Only 3.
That's done right there. The 3 lucky winners receive a 500,000
That's awesome.
GoPay coin prize.
Can
Just
I still
like
play
that.
with Kyrie though? Brawl? No?
I mean, you're friends with him, so probably you can.
Friends is a strong word.
Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Are you enemies?
No, but...
What's with you and like everyone?
Acquaintances?
I don't know. Huh? What?
Acquaintances?
No, I don't know if he, claims me as a friend. We went out once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Miracle's like fighting with everyone right
I
now.
kind of feel that way as well, but when I met Kyrie, when we passed by, he kind of greeted me, so I think we cool like that.
Is that all it takes to be friends? You just like walk up to someone says, yo, what's up, man? And then you just like besties for life.
Sometimes with dudes, that's exactly what happens.
That's actually true. You know what? He is my friend then. He's my buddy boy. Oh, no, he's not my buddy. I'm sorry. That's like the other one. Yeah.
That's not.
Yeah, no, sorry.
That's not you.
That's not me. He's
exactly.
not, yeah, buddy.
Okay, let's focus on the audience topic voting. How can Alter Ego win game 2? I have a clue.
Oh, do you?
And I don't think it's gonna be here.
Okay,
yeah,
what?
It's not.
What?
56% don't fall for Fnatic Onyx Tempo. 29% maximize early aggression. Number 3, give Highs a power hero. Highs the GOAT. Do you agree with this? Don't fall for Fnatic Onyx Tempo?
I feel like that's kind of a good idea to try and deal with Fnatic Onyx, because you really feel like you're kind of roped into a lot of fights, a lot of situations that you don't really want to be in. And Fnatic Onyx find a way to kind of get you there somehow by pressuring, by cutting you off. But the other two, man, like getting a strong hero for Highs, I feel like they kind of already did that, right, with the Ruby. It's supposed to be a winning against the Beatrix. Fnatic Onyx just says no, basically through execution, through rotations too.
First pick, by the way, Arashi. So, do you think the draft has to change? You're already talking about the execution, but do the drafts need to change?
I think now that they have a better idea of how, at least in one way, Fnatic Onyx might play the game, if they kind of assume or see from the patterns that it's the same kind of playstyle, then they can change some of these engage tools. I think specifically for Owen, the Kufra was looking kind of difficult, man. He doesn't have a good escape tool. He can't really engage as surprisingly as he needs to. So I feel like something else could be put in that position.
Okay.
I'm confused, right? Like,
me too. I'm thinking.
Because I get it. You want to give Owen an initiator. You want to give him something flashy. Tiger was banned out. The Mathilda would have been an option, but I don't think it's an option for Owen. Owen doesn't play those type of heroes, He's more of a initiator. So Hylos, that's not even an initiator. It's more of like a walk in and hey, I'm here kind of guy.
Maybe he requires that simplicity to really show his situational awareness.
Jawhead?
I was about to ask, can you still use Jawhead?
I mean, technically you can use anything you want, right? If you want to lay Larome, so it's pretty, yeah. Just can't believe that was 15-0 with an actual comp.
So let's see for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series.
Sir,
and it looks
what's your
like
command?
nothing has
14 is
changed.
Oh.
Absolutely nothing. Harith, Khalid, Fanny. We have the Chip and the Phobias. For Fnatic Onyx, they go for the Gatot. There you go. And Alter Ego, do they still want to commit onto the Link first pick here?
Oh, that is wonder what Fnatic on. Let me just make a wild guess here. Edith Hayabusa? Oh, that's Hayabusa.
Sanjo.
Edith, please. Just
I'm the priestess
wow.
of primal livelihood.
Got it, boys.
The hunter of all
Give me a
the
job.
evil
Are you
gods.
genius?
I'm genius, man.
He just knows how Coach Jeb operates, man.
100%. Is this gonna be a Valentina Terizla?
I mean, he likes doing this, just going with minimal changes into the next game. But Altrigo, they're kind of matching that energy as well. But already an immediate difference here. Now with Angela, there's more early game prio. And the Cho, we saw it used so well by Widdy, actually, in match number 2 in a similar scenario.
Wait. Calm down. Because the last time we saw this, the Faramis was having difficulty against the Cho, against the Ling, against the Angela. So why were you groaning earlier on?
Because the Faramis is good against the Angela.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in the last match...
That was Liquid versus RQ. This is Fnatic Onyx versus
Look,
Alter
I
Ego.
wanted to be nice, but okay.
What do you mean by that? I didn't say anything. I just said this is a different match.
Okay.
What are you
Different players as well.
assuming?
Oh,
Don't
man.
assume. Because when you assume... Yes.
Of you and me.
Oh, 1-1.
Valentina
Oh.
banned out 2 here.
1-1 and Valentina. So for Altrigo, getting out one of these mobile, safer gold leaders in case they want to try and shut down CW.
Oh, they want to go Harith too? Lunox ban?
For the Harith, that makes a lot of sense. Altrigo, are they going to be forced to go for it? And if they do go for it, what other options are available for Fnatic Onyx, right? If this is the bait that they want to show by using this Lunox ban, what is the real pick for CW? Can he go back on the Beatrix still? It's the same Franco ban for the side of Alter Ego.
They still believe in making space for the Ling, for Nile, especially now that they doubled down with opting to go for the Angela too. So, by the way, Heiz was like leaning on his chair earlier on. See, I don't know if that's confidence or that's him being like, okay, you know what, whatever.
Gani would say confidence.
Time and
Confidence,
tide
okay.
wait for no man. Your team nor girl.
You have to wait and find out, but hey.
That's the Beatrix pick. This is the
Wait,
same
what's
draft.
the final ban?
Franco, I believe.
Yeah, it's Franco.
Oh, okay.
Seems not even the system can process
What is
the
going
15-0 from the previous game. It's still processed in the 15-0.
System's like, wait, is this the right game? Why is there so many similar picks from the side of Fnatic Onyx?
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
Huh. Well, there you go. All smile, so it is confidence. Look. Could also
Are
be...
you sure it's confidence?
Okay, you know what? Now
Here's the
I
goal
see
for a
the
reason,
vision. I
Turner.
see the vision.
Okay.
All right.
So now, technically, Fnatic Onyx can pick up the Kaja again if they want to.
If they want to indeed, but with the Yves and the Bruno
against a Haya? Yves? Oh.
Sure, it's dangerous, but if he wants to rush a winter crown or something, that could be a solution. But man, I guess they want the range to try and deal with the Beatrix, but that is the combo we were talking about earlier. Kaja, Beatrix, and we saw how devastating it really was, dude. Anyone who got caught, even without the Divine Judgment earlier, gets blown up. Now even more so.
I have a feeling Mr. CW is gonna first pick or first item Sky Piercer again, man.
I mean, technically, the Kaja needs that level 4 to reach the kill pressure that is intended for him. Meanwhile, for the Ling, he should be able to have that kill pressure even before level 4. So, is that like a window that Alter Ego can capitalize over?
I think it's a window that Alter Ego need to capitalize over, because if they go with this composition with a Cho and an Angela, I don't think the idea is to wait it out and wait for that late game team fight. That is exactly where CW, along with Keyboy, would actually have a lot more impact in the fights actually. So I feel like Alter Ego have to kind of use the tempo and use that initial level 4 to try and find something that could be their key to getting some control in the early game.
So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 between Fnatic Onyx and Alter Ego. Can Fnatic Onyx go 2-0 clean sweep here against Alter Ego? Or can Alter Ego force a game number 3?
Looking at the early game clear here, I mean, the Hayabusa clears very, very fast, so Niall has more mobility tools, but look at this. Boy, Sans, playing a risky game.
Oh, force a flicker, but Keyboy. Oh, one more time. Oh, okay, Owen flickers out. 2 flickers burnt out early.
Even against the Yeve, Fnatic Onyx are able to actually have an even trade. I feel like that's still a win in the books, because the Yeve should really be winning hard in this early game trade, but look at this. Whoa.
Okay, Keyboy force a flicker. Nino responding over. They're gonna get their first kill. There we go, first blood. Oh no. But is it worth Roundel? Flicker out. Okay, Alter Ego are on the board.
That's 1-0. That's 1-0. Nino, he maneuvered all the way from the bottom lane to facilitate that mid lane first blood. But it does look like they will be able to get a little bit of gold as a trade in for the Edith.
Great Wither's Blessing pickup for Nino to just roam around. That's what he wants to do on this Cho, which is possible. Look at the Bargain Hunter on the Angela. Again, Alter Ego going for this early gameplay as Niall.
Oh, Keyboy stole it. Keyboy. Oh no. Now Kyrie goes in with a shadow kill. Niall leaves him alone. Owen, no flicker, but he'll still be able to survive.
The protection coming in from the hard guard is definitely going to be a problem. And even now, before a hard guard is even a factor, seeing it's a bit more difficult for Fnatic Onyx to really find the right targets. But later on in the mid game, if the game kind of goes in a standard fashion just like this, then the Hayabusa and the Beatrix both can really be a source of, burst damage to surprise the members of Alter Ego.
Is Niall looking for a steal here?
He is. Goes in with the Defiant Blade. Rez goes in with the Onward. Now time for the Blades. Comboed it together. Kyrie's still winning on the retreat battle. Primal Rat with the Nether Realm. Alter Ego. Roundel doesn't have any mana. Immobilized for a bit. Rez gets some damage, but in the end, it will be them backing away. Divine Judgment from Keyboy.
Just in time. Just in the save of the bell there. Keyboy being able to pick up that level 4 and as well as that ultimate. And you're right.
There you go.
Sky Piercer CW first item.
No boots, by the way. Leather jerkin straight into the Sky Piercer.
He's a spa, dude.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
a spa. A Sky Piercer abuser. CW will be attempting to snowball right here, and from the looks of it, with the backup and the pressure that Fnatic Onyx have at the table right here, it's looking really, possible as Keyboy once again tries to be a menace, stealing away camps from Niall as Kyrie pulls away even more in the EXP gap.
Oh no, Owen, I don't think you should have shown there. Now the shadow kill. Oh no, Owen got picked off by Kyrie. Sans trying to get some vision. Keyboy doesn't have the Divine Judgment, but he will be able to zone Niall away. No retreat. Oh no, possible steal. No, Nino walks over. Luckily, Niall still able to secure his own purple.
No matter what happens right now, Fnatic Onyx have picked up a 1,000 gold lead. And it looks like they're rotating towards this top lane. Are they going to try? Oh, there you go.
There you go. Keyboy, Bennett's Rage. Oh, the Sky Piercer. CW just needs one more hit. Unfortunately, unable to connect onto it. Good reactions from Owen with the hard guard.
There's some good pressure coming in from Fnatic Onyx though. Just making a statement to Alter Ego that you can't really go in the jungle as you please. You picked a Roam Angela, and she's squishy.
That was blind.
Right? That was a blind snipe by CW. The runner's apathy. Oh, and immediately with the Newer's Passion as well. Whoa.
Meanwhile, Nino on the other side of the map doesn't have the Weighted Dragon. Did he use the Weighted Dragon on someone?
I guess.
And Flicker.
I guess Niall also Tempest of Blade's not there. Sans also utilized his ult too, so there's going to be a lot of resources that are not up and available when both of these teams start corralling for the turtle.
Oh man, even with the Defiant Blade from a farm, Nino going to be caught in the Shadow Kill. Time to Blaze used up, but Kyrie is inevitable. Niall follows through. Finch poised to run away. Rez is right there. Oh no, Niall, where are you going to go? Basic attack with the Primal Wrath. Sans is looking for him. Rez, oh, the Earth Shadow Kill! Gets the whip on the wall.
3-0 trade for the Sky Kings, a 2.2k gold lead and counting. What is the one thing that Alter Ego still have to utilize as we approach this mid-game.
Range and spammable spells coming in from the Yeve. Even the strong laning phase we were hyping up about earlier with the Yeve. It's kind of shut down right here by Fnatic Onyx. Keyboy on the Kaja, even though he doesn't have a lot of good wave clear, is able to, with Sans, keep clearing the waves, and you can see Keyboy again and again just moving into the jungle of Altrigo, solo sometimes.
Oh, we have Fnock Maxi though, at home, doing the restream, MPL IDX streamer. It's always good to see the faces of the people that are doing the restreams. Hopefully you get to see Arashi there one day.
Oh.
I think it'll be cute.
Sure hope so. I think if...
I think you'll react like that too.
Is that how you would react, Arashi?
I think so.
Keyboy, oh, what a read, but it's rage! A spa! CW, Sky Pierce Abuser. That's one. That's one stack. Count it up.
Speaking of reaction, there was absolutely no time for Alter Ego to react to that one. Keyboy very quick with it. And now look at this, the zoning from CW as well as Sans. Hopefully, oh look at that damage!
Heist, I don't think it's wise to say here, man. Or maybe it is. He wants to go Worldy, shot down just to defend this turret.
I mean, the fact that Olwen was on the Angela, and this is twice now that he's showed in the front line. It's almost like Altrigo are trying to instruct him to move forward and do roam things, but you can't do the same kind of roam things on an Angela, bro. I think they should use Nino instead if they need to try and contest grounds, because worst case scenario, Nino gets jumped on. The hard guard, along with Nino's tanky nature on the Cho, might be enough to save his life.
Are they trying to go for the steal again? Oh man, Keyboy, conceal. Divine Judgment locking him down. Now actually winning on the Reggie battle. Comes the Blaze, gets locked in, but another realm saves them. The shadow kill following through. Nile very low. Shurikens, one last shot is all he needs. But the healing is right there. Rez able to out-sustain. High's very low. Keyboy unable to get the last shot. Somehow Alter Ego were able to trade it 1-for-1 kill for Turtle.
Still a small win for the side of Alter Ego, getting something at all, but they haven't dealt with the CW issue. The fact that he can just stay in the back, use the Reno's apathy. Now, in theory, can kind of be a threat to him, but that's where Keyboy comes in. Whenever Keyboy is waiting around, it's almost like there's pressure building up and you have no idea when the next Keyboy moment might just show up.
I agree. And when's the next Sans? Gila Sans moment gonna be? Game fact here from Gopay. Faramis became the second most picked hero for Sans since his debut in MPL ID Season 6. With 32 picks and a 71.88% win rate. Wow. 71%. That's super high.
It's very high indeed. Especially on a hero that's kind of vulnerable, kind of aggressively moving forwards. But hey, that's a BOD completed by CW, so if you thought that the spa was bad enough, now there's a bot behind it.
And that's the Eve. Oh man, Keyboy with Divine Judgment and the Flicker. Trying to run away, real world manipulation plays down, CW caught in it, oh, just shoots him down with another round! Nile don't go in, there's a shotgun in the way, Nino goes in, finding the way to Dragon, CW gets one! No way he survives this, good shutdown from Nile, Rez with the Flicker forward, and the Primal Wrath! It is still a winning fight, 4-1.
Did you see that trust though that CW had? He didn't even opt to go out. He knew that there was going to be backup coming in from Sans with another realm to save his life. Eventually he does get taken down, but still that's a 4-for-1 trade.
That's a crazy play to switch over to the Wesker and just punish the aggression of Alter Ego, moving into the bushes without vision. Man, Fnatic Onyx at every single turn, even there with the advantage they have with the range, with the spells coming out of Rondel, just gets shot down. CW just challenges him to a duel.
Nile should be able to get this buff, right?
Yeah.
Would that be enough though? That's the question. Gonna have energy to play around with, but where exactly on the map is safe enough for him to go for something like a split push?
I guess that's the question. So far, it looks like Owen has been the one doing the split pushes. We saw how they all look at this.
Divine Judgment and CW with the Sky Piercer. That is 5 stacks.
But he got taken down once, right?
So just minus a bit, you know?
Only a bit?
Just a bit. Preload over to FNOC.
That was the Cho with a Dreadnought armor. And Nino right now, so pressured, not really allowed to farm, 0-4 already. He's actually not being allowed to get a lot of gold either. I don't think he's even completed a single item here just keeping his hand on the components so far just to try and stay relevant. Potentially looking for a pick-off play. But the longer this goes on, the squishier Nino is compared to Rez, the more control Fnatic Onyx can get around the map.
CW has a Malefic Roar, by the way.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh. 1v1. Now, does he want to take it though? Kyrie just gets away with the juke. Oh man, they baited the hard guard too. Kyrie, oh, he might have made a mistake. Shadow kill unable to be used up. Yeah, a mistake. Mistimed the quad shadow. A kill is a kill. Nile gets it with the help of Owen, but Keyboy. Oh, penetrate. Oh, it seems there are multiple miscommunications here. CW with the gun down, now with the Defiant Blade. Is this the great escape? Keyboy has a flicker. Oh, he's just toying with Nile at this point. Rez is, oh no, they're just corralling Nile. Oh no, now the flicker gets used up. Okay.
I mean, technically Kyrie had Shadow Kill earlier, right?
Tempest Blades.
Oh.
If he used it early, then the Tempest Blades would come through.
But if he doesn't use it and he gets that low, then the Tempest Blades kind of prevents him from using it anyways. So a bit of an outplay against Kyrie, which is a great statement. But overall, they're still so far behind, dude. Looking at the item difference right here, the bot for 2 members of Fnatic Onyx shows you again the burst potential. Whereas for Alter Ego, it's all about utility. It's about sustain. The Constant Oasis and the Fleeting Tide for the Angela, in theory, means that Alter Ego can go aggressive more often. Unless, of course, Fnatic Onyx are zoning everyone away, so they can't really even find the right targets.
When does the Bruno's power spike come, though?
Well, technically with the Malefic Roar right here, it is a power spike. Is it a big enough power spike though? That's the real question. Even before talking about his damage output, can he even get into range without getting hit with the Divine Judgment and an Earth Shatter, right? Without getting shot down by the Rhinos' Apathy. This is what Fnatic Onyx is just doing so well. They master the close range and the mid range. So Alter Ego, of course, to play long range, but if they do so, then Highs, along with Nino and Nile, technically can't do much, but just wait around for Rondo to try and do the heavy lifting.
That's interesting, right? I don't know if that's shade there. You can buy the MPL playoff tickets, but Alter Ego has to fight for it.
And they are fighting with their dear lives right now. Technically, they do still have another match ahead of them, and it is looking...
PTR.
Oof.
I mean, like... Yeah... Anyway, Nino is trying his best right now. Nile as well. Oh, no!
There you go. Tempest Blades used up. He picks up all the blades, but this should be a free purple buff. And if he does go and look for the purple buff red tree, he does. That is a free lord. Fnatic Onyx just playing, you know, forcing these errors out.
Just textbook gameplay coming in from Fnatic Onyx. No mistakes. Eliminate the options for Alter Ego. Force them into a corner where you can predict their movements. And just slowly but surely choke the life out of them. We're at the 13-minute mark, so it's a lot further compared to the game 1 of the series. But man, 6k gold behind. Alter Ego definitely are not as behind as they were, and they do have the Eve. They can kind of try and help to clear out some of these waves. But if you look at the damage potential, Rondo was forced to go for the Winter Crown second item due to the pressure coming in from Kyrie. So that won't be a thing. But with the Wishing Lantern, and maybe...
Oh my... Yo, he's trying to predict the Flicker Divine Judgment.
Yikes. No outplay potential left. With the Wishing Lantern, Rondo can still do some damage, but Fnatic Onyx have resistances now. They can just keep powering through with just pure muscle.
Oh no.
This is very scary, man. Fnatic Onyx. The Divine Judgment is still ready. Oh no, the Winter Crown earlier was already used up. Rez now with the Earth Shatter, trying to bait another flicker perhaps. Base turret number 1 taken down in the bottom lane. CW looking to just outrange his turret to take it down with Bennett. He's gonna get it too, look at that. He's gonna get away with it. One more, oh my, one more shot. How much damage does this man have?
He's standing on a full inventory slot with the Heptasies and the Malefic Roar on top of the Sky Piercer and the BOD, the Spa Bod combo. And he has a Wind of Nature as well, just in case a hero play is made by Nile. Fnatic Onyx covering all their bases, waiting for a chance to make a play onto the final base turret. But Alter Ego's playing it safe and patient.
Nile used his Retribution. So that means he's not going to be able to get his orange buff too.
Yep. That is
Fnatic
out of the
Onyx.
question, though. Oh, Keyboy.
Full control, ladies and gentlemen, from game number 1, game number 2. This season, people were asking if Fnatic Onyx era is over. They were questioning their performance time and time and time again. And now, 15 minutes in, 7k gold lead, 3 kills to 12. Fnatic Onyx holding all the cards in the book. What is there that Alter Ego can hope for? Do they hope that Niall can go for a split push?
You can hope for Niall to go for the macro play along with Owen, right? Go for that Angela advantage. Or they can try and use Nino to try and get a value pick-off. Although against Akaja, it's just a dangerous proposition altogether. So either or of those two. And with Roundel being on the Eve, then maybe they can kind of get a team fight that's so messy that they can kind of shut down CW before the fight even begins. But again, these are all very ideal circumstances. And for Fnatic Onyx, they can just keep doing what they're doing right here. They can even bring CW up to just use the Rider on the turret and outrange it.
Oh no, Nino.
Oh. Whoa. Wait, he's going for it. Nino? Then it's Rage used up. Perfectly timed now, Suns! With a flicker forward. That was an interesting play, to say the least.
What was he doing? Well, he didn't flicker, he didn't use his ult either, he didn't... What?
Yeah, in the worst scenario, he gives the Sky Piercer stack as well, but Niall looking for the hero play, level 15. Fnatic Onyx, I'm not gonna let him get away with it though.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, man. You need to try to make a play somewhere in the map, and unfortunately, Fnatic Onyx have control everywhere on the map. Now, Niall can't even walk up. He doesn't have the purple buff, so once he uses the Finch Poise, he'll just have to go. Oh, this is just... should be free, right? I don't know, Niall's coming in. Finch Poise. Is he going to be coming in time? No purple buff. Doesn't seem like it. It's Sans who picks it up. Rez trying to go for it, but Fnatic Onyx will just use his Lord.
I'm still questioning what happened with Nino earlier on. Was it a resource bait? Were they... Because if it was a resource bait, Fnatic Onyx, the cooldowns were so quick that it was back when they were on the way to the Lord anyway, so... I don't know. This looks like the final push for Fnatic Onyx. We'll see the defense from Alter Ego.
Let's see. Niall's holding on to it. That's a turret up top. That's the third base turret coming down. We'll see if Roundel can do it with the winner crown. Sans already has the winner crown too. Nino using the Jikundo. Kyrie with the quad shadow. Now it's going to be Keyboy. Oh, he doesn't get it in time. The Menace Rage comes down. Go winner crown to actually survive for a bit, but another element is there to give them another HP bar. And they don't have the HP bars to deal with CW Sky Piercer. GG. Fnatic Onyx 2-0 clean sweep.
Clean, calculated, one-sided for both of these games in this best-of-3 match. Alter Ego, they stood absolutely no chance to the Fnatic Onyx that we see now here in the end of the regular season.
Fnatic Onyx, dude, they were foreshadowing it. They were telling us all about, hey, we might not look so good right now, but you can't count us out. You know, we have the experience. We were in this spot before. We know how to get out of it when we want to. And they said that towards the final ends of the regular season, they might just surprise everyone. And I think they are doing exactly just that. It's looking at a whole complete, it looks like a whole completely different Fnatic Onyx.
I mean, yikes, man. I feel cheated for Fnatic Onyx. Their performance just doesn't line up with all the mistakes that they've been making in the regular season. But maybe they've woken up. Maybe they've been experimenting. Who knows? What we know now is they might be back. They might be looking for their 5th ring to complete the full collection.
And if they do that, plot twist. It's too eerie. The performance that we've seen from Fnatic Onyx has been too eerie. Look at the execution that they had in this game. It was so clean. Sure, there was that weird mishap with Kyrie earlier on, but for the most part, the drafts were good. Their execution was clean. Let's talk to them. What is this Fnatic Onyx we're seeing?
Dua leg dan tanpa memberikan poin sama sekali. Inilah Fnatic ke Onyx. Sonic sekali lagi dong. Begitu luar biasa. Dua game one-sided. Tapi di game pertama begitu cepat juga. Sans, apa yang terjadi di game pertama? Apakah begitu mudah untuk kalian mengalahkan Alter Ego tanpa mengizinkan mereka ada point kill sama sekali loh? 11 menitan.
Yang pastinya nggak mudah, kita cuman disiplin aja di game itu. Tapi nggak mudah, emang susah juga.
Gak mudah, susah, tapi itu 11 menit, quick game, cepet banget. Apakah ini juga menjadi pembuktian kah di week 9 kalian ini Fnatic Onyx siap untuk playoff?
Pasti siap playoff, cuman kita masih ada 1 match lagi, kita pasti bakal kasih yang terbaik pasti. 1 match lagi. 1
match lagi dan kasih yang terbaik. Kalau mungkin hari ini juga kalian Fnatic Onyx sudah 2 kali ketemu Alter Ego, tapi kalau di samping Monica nih ada Res pertama kali ketemu Alter Ego di leg 2 kali ini gimana tuh?
Ya sama aja sih sama tim-tim lain, jago.
Sama aja, jago. Jadi semua tim jago. Tapi yang penting kalian berhasil mengamankan poin kemenangan kali ini. Tapi Res, ini kan juga udah week 9 ya. Apakah mungkin ini Res bakalan mengikuti, udah siap-siap mengikuti jejak. Mungkin kalau season lalu kan Lutfi sebagai rookie langsung jadi champion. Res udah siap nggak nih mengikuti jejak Lutfi season ini?
Amin.
Amin. Sans langsung senyum-senyum, amin. Jadi doa yang baik. Tapi tentunya kalian juga hari ini mematahkan harapan untuk Alter Ego bisa mendapatkan tiket di hari ini. Jadi nasib Alter Ego ataupun Dewa bisa lolos ke playoff itu di tangan kalian. Ini mungkin Kiboy, gimana rasanya kalian memegang tiket nasib untuk 2 tim ini bisa mendapatkan tiket terakhir? Apakah kalian memang ya udah nih main yang terbaik atau sempat mikir-mikir juga gak sih kayak ngeliat oh Alter Ego dan juga Dewa nih nasibnya ada di tangan kalian loh?
Ya kalau dari kita tetap kasih yang terbaik lah supaya kalau siapapun yang lolos ya dia pasti jago lah.
Siapa aja yang lolos jago, tapi boleh gak sih mungkin Kiboy dan tim ada prediksi-prediksi gitu antara Alter Ego dan Dewa karena nasib mereka di tangan kalian nih.
Ya kalau gue siapa aja sih sama aja.
Sama aja. Oke, tapi Monica mau nanyain Kairi juga dong. Kairi, gimana rasanya kedua kali ketemu Nael 2 leg? Kalau diingat-ingat kan flashback kemarin, Kairi sempat bilang tuh katanya kayaknya lebih jago Nael waktu di gig. Sekarang udah ketemu lagi sama Nael di Alter Ego. Udah ada perubahan pendapat?
Menurut gua sama aja.
Sama aja? Sama ajanya tuh apa? Berarti lebih jago di gig apa?
Menurut gua kejagoan pasti di gig.
Jagoan di gig? Walaupun udah ketemu di leg kedua?
Ya.
Why?
Nggak tahu karena 2-0 lagi.
Karena 2-0 lagi. Tapi lebih sulit ketemu Nael di leg 1 apa leg 2 sih?
Yang leg 2 udah lupa gue.
Udah lupa pokoknya yang penting menurut Kairi berarti Nael di gig lebih jago ya?
Ya.
Menurut Kairi. Tapi ini kalian juga melaju ke babak playoff melalui lower bracket. Kalau dilihat historinya kayaknya cewek yang paling tahu nih historinya. Cewek tahu banget nih historinya karena Onyx dari season 7 sampai season 13 kemarin itu selalu berada di upper bracket. Dan season ini harus melalui jalanan yang cukup sulit ya di lower bracket. Menurut cewek gimana tuh?
Menurut gua ya season ini belum rezeki aja sih berupper.
Belum rezeki, tapi mungkin ada persiapan khusus nggak? Karena kan udah biasa nih, Onyx di upper bracket. Sekarang di lower bracket apakah ada persiapan khusus nggak?
Paling beda ini aja sih, beda biasanya kan kita mainnya hari kedua kan. Ya kalau ini hari pertama lah.
Jadi nggak bedanya itu aja ya.
Iya.
Tapi sama-sama aja ya, spiritnya, semangatnya.
Sama-sama aja sih.
Melalui lower bracket, ini mungkin pertanyaan terakhir Monica nih. Melalui lower bracket, kalian masih pede nggak ngelengkapin mungkin cincin kelima biar satu 5 jarinya tuh satu tangan semua penuh nih.
Kayaknya tuh Gilang sih yang paling tahu sih.
Sans. Coba tuh, Sonic udah nungguin. Kira-kira di season ini walaupun dari lower bracket tetap pede nggak ngelengkapin cincin kelima biar jarinya tuh lengkap tuh, 5 cincin.
Pastilah, pasti kita sangat pede lah. Kita pengen 5 juga kan. Ya, yang penting di setup match-nya kita yang kasih yang terbaik, disiplin, dan lain-lainnya.
Kasih yang terbaik dan juga disiplin dan tentunya Fnatic Onyx juga selalu didukung oleh Sonic di sini. Sonic sekali lagi dong. Semangat Sonic begitu luar biasa. Mungkin yang terakhir dong bisa minta Sonic dukungannya dan juga terima kasih untuk Sonic yang dari tadi. Wah keren banget nih.
Makasih buat Sonic, buat teman-teman, keluarga, dan semuanya. Kita besok masih ada match lagi. Ya semoga ya kasih yang terbaik terus. Terima kasih.
Tapi ada request tuh cewek pantun, cewek pantun. Gimana cewek pantun? Berarti siapin besok ya. Sonic nanti siapin pantunnya besok ya. Dan sekali lagi teman-teman, Sonic sekali lagi dong suaranya untuk Fnatic Onyx. Dan inilah para caster sudah siap untuk mengupas bagaimana kemenangan di leg kedua oleh Fnatic Onyx. So, silakan casters take it away.
Congratulations once again to Fnatic Onyx for the 2-0, a very quick 2-0, by the way, against Alter Ego.
Gee, that was crazy, man. I mean, Kyrie said he already forgot the second leg. We just played the second leg.
I mean, man, that was a super fast game, super fast performance, and it was just... Is there a word that could describe it? Like, what's more than clean, you know? You can't...
Pristine?
Clinical.
Yeah. But what's more than that? Because that, I guess
Ethereal.
Fnatic Onyx. They Fnatic Onyx that
They
game.
Fnatic Onyx.
15-0
Fnatic
game
Onyx.
1, man. 15-0.
I mean, it's a clean performance, and it's also a relatively quick match also. It's not just the games, man. Overall, there's nothing that Ultriga could have done here. Even when it looked like they got CW finally, he was able to do so much damage and made it a costly victory for Ultriga anyways. Moments like that really show you how a team kind of deals with things not going their way, right?
Yeah.
And for Fnatic Onyx, it's never a problem. Even when things don't go as planned, they somehow find ways to make it work.
And I don't know, it's no question, right? Player of the match presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. It's Kai.
Well, let's look at the player of the match highlights here by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. All the way from the early game, the early aggression on the Kaja is something that was very surprising to me. I thought that Keyboy might be a bit more careful with the early game aggression, especially against a Cho. You know, a potential Cho roaming around as well. But, man, the fact that in those exchanges, right, I think Fnatic Onyx were just able to keep finding the right moment at the right time. And Keyboy, dude, how do you deal with that? The fact that even right here, with the ideal circumstances, Keyboy somehow finds a way to force it the other way around. And Niall coming in for a cleanup as planned, as it's supposed to, and still not getting a free pass to. Kyrie immediately jumps on him, but he did get Kyrie back. This one moment here, bit of an outplay, like a self-outplay almost.
I think he tried to jump to the other shadow, but again, the targeting is, when it's the same direction, you know, it could be a bit fidgety. So, it actually connected onto Niall, and yeah, unfortunate. Then they got him back, you know, it's okay. You know, Niall, they avenged Kyrie's death.
And this was a play for Nino, jumping in solo, literally 1v5 with an Immortal. You do wonder what's the idea. And immediately the team tries to scramble to try and find something from his sacrifice, but they're unable to find anything. Now with the Lord coming in, it's just a matter of time, dude.
I still want to know what happened there with Nino. But I also want to know what happened in the golden moment by UBS Gold. So let's check it out.
Kita coba hantam guys mereka di sini ya. Kita menang banget nih di sini.
Let go ya.
Siapa aja guys,
Gue bisa flicker orang ya, let go ya. Bisa flicker nggak boy? Bisa. Gue coba ambil satu orang.
Valen Des 2 guys. Oke.
Main Kufra ya. Aman-aman balikin aja.
Aman. Udah loncat tuh. Rata
dapat
ya.
ini guys, let's go guys.
Rata nggak sih deh?
Mati.
Masuk.
Sini. Ada mau ikut nggak?
Bisa.
Nah, gue ya guys.
Tunggu konser gue ya, sabar. Tiga.
Ayo, OTW. Ada gua.
Coba aja guys. Nah, guys.
Nih, lihat gue.
Ke gua. Mana nggak bisa?
Gua ada ulti.
Guys,
Mau ulti nggak?
Ulti lang.
Mati lang.
Mati.
Ada tinggal guys.
Cover ya.
Ada link.
Nggak bisa.
Aman.
Kanan.
Cover aja.
Aman.
Coba guys.
Ini Bruno ya.
Bisa mati guys.
Mati guys.
Saling Bruno OTW.
Kena mati. Gas.
Aman aja, bro.
Nice.
Aman gak sih? Terbanyak banget.
Bisa push mid guys 2 kali.
There were the comms for Fnatic Onyx for the first game and the second game of this series. Again, still very clinical as well, even in the comms too.
Very Fnatic Onyx.
Very Fnatic Onyx, you're right.
Even the interviews, very Fnatic Onyx.
Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, I think we were talking about how Fnatic Onyx were looking kind of spicy in the comms, in the interviews as well. But it seems like they've reverted to their true form, right? The ethereal beings with no emotions, with clinical performances. Man, I know we said we wanted more fire, something a bit more like Team Liquid, but with a performance like this, dude, you know, I guess it's a fair trade-off, right? A great dominant performance, and then, you know, not so much on the stage afterwards. So I guess in life you gotta pick and choose what really works for you.
I mean, what's Fnatic Onyx's next match? Rebellion.
Dewa.
Oh, Dewa.
Yeah.
Man, I'd love to see them against the top tiers.
Well,
I want to see.
We'll see that in
playoffs.
That's where.
That's true.
That's exactly what playoffs are for, Eterna. You're gonna see the best.
Forgot.
The best of the best duke it out. But looking at the item builds, though, I guess it's a bit longer this time. Heist, the GOAT, actually has a full inventory slot, but it just wasn't enough, dude. With the way Fnatic Onyx were snowballing with the Spa bot combo for Beatrix, dude, how do you compare, right? If you're a Bruno, they're just doing Bruno stuff. How do you compare to a Beatrix with 8 kills that have been stacking up? It has been stacking up that Sky Piercer.
Well, you don't. You build a spy yourself, you build a SP yourself and be a spy. I mean, you know, build a Sky Piercer and be a Sky Piercer abuser. It seems damaged out. Whoa, it's actually Roundel. I thought for sure it would be CW again.
There's the poke damage coming in from the Eve. But in the end, you can poke as long as you want. If the big moments, if the neutral objectives don't fall into your team's hands, the damage doesn't really mean much. And Fnatic Onyx were able to weather out all of that poke damage, despite the fact that they don't have a lot of sustained heroes, right? Their frontliners can't really heal up. Their roamer can't really heal like an Angela. But still, they just made sure that they engaged before Roundel can do all of the work. And with the Kyrie threat to his life, remember, he delayed his power spike a bit more by just going straight for the Winter Crown second item. Not having any other choice. If he went for like another Wishing Lantern or another Wand, might have helped him in the team fights, but he's also going to get immediately deleted every single time he walks up.
Yikes. I mean, for Alter Ego, if... now I have like a thought in my head, right? Are Fnatic Onyx this good? Have they been hiding? Have they been cheating us? Like scamming us? Or did Alter Ego just dip that hard without Gatot Kacha? Because that was a concern that we had as well. When they don't get the Gatot Kacha, this is kind of the way that they play, you know? Like even against Team Liquid without the Gatot Kacha, they were just everywhere. So I wonder, because if it is really, or if it's even a mix, if it's a mix of both, Fnatic Onyx being really good, they've evolved, they've improved, and Alter Ego being the one trick that they are with the Gatot Kacha, I'm sorry, man, but if Alter Ego or Dewa, whoever qualifies to the playoffs, if they perform the way they do here, they're gonna be knocked out in day one.
I agree. It's gonna be
By
slaughter.
anyone. Geek, BTR, anyone. Onyx? Oh, anyone.
Yeah, the top 5 right now is looking absolutely terrifying. So you just can't go with something so one-dimensional. You need multiple layers of gameplay, because the teams on the top 5 actually have that, and they're gonna absolutely use it and shut down of your game plans. The adaptability is what they're talking about here, and Alter Ego so far hasn't really shown that potential just yet.
No. Not yet, guys.
Nada.
I've been reading the live chat, by the way.
Okay.
And it's so distracting.
Why?
They're so funny.
What did they say?
And one of it here, Nuts said.
Okay.
Is it Nuts or Nuts?
Nuts.
Nuts, okay. Nuts
Nice.
said Alter Ego needs to reset their gameplay and mindset in their final match. Their chances are getting slimmer. They need to win. Hopefully Alter Ego can secure a player spot. Thank you so much for your comment, Nuts.
Thank
We
you, Nuts.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Say thank you to Nuts.
Thanks, bro.
No, say it
Say
right.
his name.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nuts.
Thank you, Nuts, with
Yeah.
2 N's like Nile.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, that's true.
Niall.
I wonder if this is Michael
Nuts.
Keaton, you know?
Huh?
Michael Keaton? Who?
Why?
Michael Keaton?
Who's that?
Why? Because in his movie he said, you want to get nuts? Let's get nuts.
Who's Michael Keaton?
He's an actor, but I'm not familiar with the movie.
Which?
Batman, bro.
What?
Huh?
Really?
Yeah. Want to get nuts? Let's get nuts.
You gotta show me the clip later.
I'm not cultured. Anyway, play of the day clip though. Which one is this? Oh, E-Doc.
Yeah, E-Doc has been doing some mad stuff today on the Franco.
Gets the hooks, saves the bloody hunt for the right moment and the right person. In the midst of a chaotic game like that, not against any kind of, low-tier team, against Team Liquid ID. And in a long match where the rookies usually struggle, those two teams put on an absolute show, dude. Match number 2 was crazy. If you missed it, you gotta check it out.
Now.
Check it out.
Check it out now.
If you're more of a, I don't want to watch the VODs, I want to watch the live streams. I only watch the matches live. Then you can just
scroll
watch
back.
tomorrow. No, then you
What
have
are
to skip.
we talking about?
No, but if they want to watch it live, they just have to wait for tomorrow's matches.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
We still have tomorrow, guys. Yeah. Anyway, standings, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy
wait.
S24 series. There you go. After today, our Q Hoshi have officially been crowned number 1, as well as officially crowned with an upper bracket slot alongside with Team Liquid ID.
Wait.
You said wait. What are we waiting for?
So I think it's confirmed. Like the seeding won't change at all. It literally just depends on Alter Ego and Dewa. That's the only thing that can change, right? Yeah. So Fnatic Onyx will be going up against Geek Fam. Bigatron Alpha will be going up against Alter Ego or Dewa in day 1 of playoffs. Because even if Fnatic Onyx win their next match and Bigatron Alpha lose their next match, they'll be both tied at 10-6, right? But the game win is just crazy for BTR. So Fnatic Onyx have no way to chase. So 3rd place secured for BTR. 4th, 5th place secured for Fnatic Onyx and Geek Fam.
Wait, Geek Fam? Oh,
hang on a
yeah.
minute. That was his last match.
That was their last match.
Okay, so we already have the seeding. We just need to see if Alter Ego or Dewa will make it to the playoffs.
Well, it all depends on tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Up first, Dewa United against Fnatic Onyx. It will be followed in by Alter Ego and Bigatron. And to close out the regular season of MPL ID Season 14, we have RRQ and Rebellion Esports.
Well, that match will not have any impact, unfortunately, to the standings, RRQ, RBL. The first 2 matches will, though. Yeah, because RRQ won today, unfortunately, for BTR, they will not be able to qualify to upper brackets.
Still gonna be exciting matches, though. It's still a chaos derby between Alter Ego and Bigatron. And man, the first match, though, that's a tall hurdle for Dewa United. But maybe they have found something. Hopefully, they found something. And maybe they can watch today's match and try and get, a quick process there. Trying to figure out some kind of weaknesses, Did
you just say quick?
Quick.
Like, quick to cook, quick to serve? They need to be quick on their feet.
Yeah, of course.
Like, Yomi Choice?
Indeed, man. If you're watching the game and you need to be quick right with your preparations, there's a delicious, quick to serve and easy to enjoy meal from Yummy Choice. We offer not the generic, heated stuff. We have the Nusantara menu, bro. That's the Indonesian food with great spices, with great flavor, and it's absolutely delicious. And it's ready in a short time. Make your MPL ID Season 14 experience taste more delicious with Yummy Choice.
Just like that.
Me gusta.
What does that mean?
I like it? Oh, I like.
I like. Me gusta.
Me likey.
You guys are going to like this. Lord has been taken, and now
it's full cup. Legendary collaboration between We Drink as well as MPL ID Season 14. It's full cup. I was trying to rhyme it with something, but I couldn't think of anything. So just, check it out, guys.
Yeah, look it up.
Lord has been taken, and now it's full cup. I just love that tagline.
Not half cup.
It's not half.
Full.
It's full cup.
Empty. It's full.
It's not 3/4.
So do we get the drink from the Lord? Is that what's the idea? We take the Lord, right? And now it's full cup immediately. Trying to decipher this, you know.
Or
such a
maybe because the
meaningful
Lord is
sentence.
in the river.
Yeah.
And the river is wet.
So when the Lord falls, you get a full cup.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, because the Lord now is like a Atlantic being, right? He's like,
Yeah,
he's water.
he's water.
Wait,
Hey.
all this time.
Or we're drinking the Lord.
That sounds weird.
This seems like another level of
That
chef,
sounds
right?
weird.
First
I'm
we drink
sorry.
ice cream, then we drink your Lord.
Anyway, you know, if you guys are wondering where my
You
glasses
have
are
to shut
from,
it, Arashi. Shut the full
guys, glasses.
cup. Oh!
New glasses.
Winning looks for winning gamers. Oh,
New glasses.
did you get that at Saturdays?
I did.
Oh.
I went to the official store, but you guys can actually go to the website if you guys want to check that out too at Saturdays.com, or you can follow them at Saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram as well as TikTok, because they do have something new prepared for all of us for season 14. But dude, I love my glasses.
Well, tell them how you got
love
them,
it.
man. Don't gatekeep them. Don't tell them it's good and...
How I got it?
Yeah.
I already told them. I went to the official store.
But what about the other way? If they can't go to the
I already
official store?
I literally just
All right,
said
what
all
if,
of them.
What if they want to stay up to date?
I already told them that
Okay,
too.
what if they just didn't listen? Huh? You gotta take into account that some of these people, you know,
Then
they're
replay.
busy in the live chat, right?
Replay.
They're texting and then they hear Saturdays like, what did they say? What did she say?
Replay,
And
guys.
They don't want replay. They want to
That
see it
too.
live, so you gotta do it twice.
Just DM me, guys.
Okay, there you go.
I'll tell you all about it if you guys are interested. But it only took them 3 days, and then I bought the best specs of the lens.
Did you say the best?
Yeah.
Well, you don't need to be the best player in the world to actually play Suyo, because right now, oh my goodness, he is so darn broken in my ranked games, man. Arashi, have you felt the pain of going up against a Suyo, or have you felt the joy of playing a Suyo?
Nope. On the receiving end every single time, dude.
Okay,
I just ban it out.
People just don't want to ban it, and then they see it and like, it can't be that bad. Famous last words, bro. Every single time. What, 20 kills? It's ridiculous the amount of damage that this hero has. So I'm excited to see it being played on the MPL, but we might have to wait till playoffs to actually see it.
Hopefully. And hopefully by playoffs, you guys have already collected all of these recalls.
All of it.
I have not had the best time with getting these, so I only opted for one, which is the TL ID one.
Not even, TL ID one.
I really want the Geek Fam one though.
Me too. I want the Geek Fam one. I got the Geek Fam one. I want the
Nice.
TLPH one. I got the TLPH one. Arashi wants the Dewa United one. Did you get it?
Not yet.
Okay. He's waiting. Waiting for the right time.
Exactly.
You guys don't need to wait anymore though, because it already released on the 19th of September 2024. Make sure you get them all, or at least the one you like. Which one do you like? Tell us in the comment section right now. Oh,
Is it the TLPH one?
you like the Eagles one?
The comments are so unhinged. I cannot.
Taking a sneak.
Oh, I love it. Thank you guys for always being very entertaining in the live chat.
Okay, now I see it. That is pretty unhinged.
Oh man,
Wow. Interesting comments we're having there.
I love it.
It's great to see the community come together.
Continue the good work. Keep it up.
Thank you, chat.
Guys, this season has gone by so quickly. It
Yeah.
feels like I only casted from week 5. Like,
Yeah.
it feels so quick.
Interesting.
Anyway, upcoming match, Dewa. Oh, it's actually sold out, guys. Sorry.
Oh no.
Against
okay.
Fnatic Onyx.
Well,
I missed
yes.
it.
Tomorrow.
What about the other matches, right? The upcoming match for Fnatic Onyx, upcoming match for Alter Ego. Was the
Alter
Chaos
Ego.
Derby also sold out? Is my question.
Surely.
I don't
Right? With
know.
how
Oh,
heated
it is.
these
Okay.
supporters
is.
are.
And
Did you
RQ
really
is
think?
definitely sold out because it's RQ. Like that, you don't even need to ask. So we got a full sold out last day of MPL Indonesia season 14 last week too. Yeah, it honestly felt really fast this season. Even though it's 9 weeks, it's kind of like should be longer than like the normal 8 weeks that we have, but I guess it's just been that entertaining. It's just been that good. And I'm sorry, regular season. You were cool and all, but big boy playoffs will definitely blow your minds.
I'm open to the plot twists. I believe we will and should be expecting a plot twist in the playoffs.
Alter
And
Ego champions.
you guys don't want to miss it, so
Whoa.
don't forget to buy your tickets at the official MPL ID website, because not only can you watch the matches that are happening, you guys can actually participate in a lot of activities. If you can't get the tickets, right, there's a lot of booths available, merchandise. There's a lot of activity booths that you guys can get free stuff with, which is really fun. There's actually a tournament happening for Magic Chess too. There's just so many things that you guys can engage on. And you can actually have a chance to meet your idols that you usually watch on screen. Maybe you're a big fan of Kyrie, you might see him. Maybe you're a big fan of Oji in the
Ranger Mas.
Indonesian desk. Maybe you're a big fan of Mirko or even Arashi, Sheffin, Realize too. We're all
Donnie.
gonna be there.
This girl.
Yeah.
Oh, but if you guys want to actually just compete, like you said, MCNC, it's officially announced now. The Magic Chess National Championship will be coming back, and this time it's powered by GoPay. So coming soon, you guys can go and check it out 23rd to the 27th of October at the El Dorado Dome in Bandung. That's the playoff spot. That's the venue.
Don't miss out.
That's the VENUE
Ooh, so
venue.
excited. So we're gonna have like a 2-week break first, right?
2-week break after tomorrow, and then we will go to the playoffs, 23rd to 27th.
And we're going to the playoffs tomorrow, right? Like after.
What?
What?
I just want to get it as early as possible.
I mean, we gotta chill, you know, because we gotta wait 2 weeks, but then we're gonna have to wait, I think, a few months, or no, a month before we get to the main event of the year for MLBB.
Ooh, and that is
M6.
Better. Oh no, greater than ever.
Greater than ever. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen, because the early bird tickets for M6 will be available from the 5th to the 7th of October. And don't forget, you guys can actually enjoy a 20% discount on tickets and exclusive M6 merchandise. If you guys want for more information on that, you guys can check out MLBB Esports social media. Just type in MLBB Esports.
Then you can find it.
The info will be there.
So it actually has already started selling now, today, 5th to the
Oh,
7th
is today the
of
5th?
October. Today's the 5th, so go ahead and check it out, 20% discount and exclusive M6 merchandise that you do not want to miss out on. Look at that.
20% discount.
Yeah. And exclusive M6 merchandise.
To pre-order.
Good.
Rashi already has 6 because M6.
I see.
6 of what?
The tickets.
Oh,
6 tickets.
for all his women.
Excuse me.
That?
What did you say?
Well, there you go. I won't say anything about it.
Interesting statement there by Turna. But man, I can't wait for the
You have
playoffs.
6, Rashi?
I don't know, man. Do I?
One for every day of the week.
This is
And
news
then
to
one day
me.
he needs a break.
Oh,
It's his break
okay.
day.
So
News
even
to
Arashi
me,
needs a
guys.
break. Even Arashi needs a break. Okay.
I'm rediscovering myself.
Through the words of our color caster.
Exactly.
It's been an amazing week. It's been an amazing day, but there's still more to come tomorrow. So for you guys, yes, you can also just leave, but you can also just wait in the stream up until tomorrow. Why don't you do it?
I'll do it with you. I'll do it with you.
Lafel does it all the time.
Really?
No.
Does he actually?
I'm just
Because
making
sometimes
stuff
I
up.
do because
You forget to turn it off before you
Yeah.
sleep. Yeah, okay. That's
Exactly.
pretty fair. I think Lafel, yeah, that's something Lafel could do. Would do. Yeah, something Uomi would do too. Shout outs to Uomi and Lafel.
Shout outs, boys. Anyway, this does mark the end of the day. We had 3 matches done and dusted. We've crowned our upper bracket slot, and now just one more question remains, which is who will make it to the playoffs? Who? So with that, my name is Eterna, alongside with
Mirko,
as well as
Arashi.
Signing out for the day. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, guys.
Selama 3 match hari ini, yang mana seperti yang disampaikan tadi, kalau hari ini kita sudah melihat 3 match yang begitu seru, kita sudah melihat juga ada 5 tim yang sudah mengamankan tiket ke babak playoff, dan tentunya hari ini kita sudah mengetahui juga ada 2 tim yang berhasil akan melaju di playoff dari posisi upper bracket dengan nyaman. Tapi tentunya yang menarik juga karena masih ada 1 spot yang tersisa yang akan diperebutkan oleh 2 tim menuju ke babak playoff. Ada Alter Ego atau Dewa United. Kita bakalan ngeliat nanti besok hari yang akan menjadi penentuan antara siapakah tim yang akan mengamankan tiket terakhir menuju babak playoff. Tentunya hari ini kita sudah lihat ada Geek Fam yang berhasil menangkan pertandingan dengan EVOS Glory. Kemudian ada juga RRQ Hoshi yang sudah berhasil juga menunjukkan bahwa mereka masih raja yang menghadapi tim Liquid Indonesia. Dan juga tadi ada Sang Raja Langit, juara bertahan Fnatic Onyx yang berhasil memenangkan match penutupan hari ini. Besok masih ada 3 match dan ini bakalan begitu seru. Dan tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports Kidia, dan juga ada Official Gold Partner by UBS Gold. Tentunya thank you juga untuk partner in esports kita, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan juga We Drink. Tak lupa juga thank you untuk suppliers kita, ada Erigo, Click Indomaret, Yummy Choice, Saturdays, dan tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 14 supported by PBSI. Tanpa berlama-lama hari ini telah usai, tapi tentunya besok akan menjadi hari terakhir, minggu ke-9 sekaligus juga hari terakhir di regular season ini. Besok kita akan lihat 6 tim yang akan melaju ke babak playoff. So thank you semuanya untuk super fans yang telah mengikuti MPL Indonesia Season 14. See you tomorrow, MPL Indonesia, we on this!
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan jalani, ambil